just needs to hit the bleed.
Yes! He did it! The madman! All right.
Unbelievable.
Wait, it's only one Rune Orb. He still needs to find Ignite. And there's no hand space, and there's no time. Hard deck, everybody. Transession can be your best friend or your worst enemy.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off the day is Mr. Derek Brown. How's it going, mate? Have you been enjoying the Masters Tour so far?
I've just been loving it. I mean, we were talking about it just before we went live. This feels like one of the best Master Tours we've had in such a long time. When I was running through all the decks we have here in the top 16 just before the broadcast, it's so diverse, so many different types of strategies going, and that's even ignoring the caliber of player we have here, which is just absolutely top-notch.
Yeah, we've really been ticking all the boxes this weekend. We've got we've seen a ton of different archetypes being played, ton of different styles of lineup, some great play, and then some slip-ups as well, which honestly, let's all not joke around. It's a little bit fun when, you know, there are a few mistakes here and there. And then we have ended up at this point where our top 16, which we'll check out later, is fantastic. I can't wait to get started, but let's do the old usual and just check out the format for anyone just tuning in for today, not sure exactly what's going on. And we are on that last day now, so it is going to be that top 16 onwards we're going to cover, but we've had 8 rounds of Swiss over the course of the last 2 days in that Conquest format, as is often the case. But we are at that bottom section now, Derek, where it's all coming down to this top 16 bracket, but also something that's not on there is the impact all of these potential wins that these players have had so far has on their chance at qualifying for the Summer Championship.
That's exactly right. So much to play for now with us phasing out the Grandmasters system and going into a more open bracket qualification through to the World Championships. The winner of this Masters Tour will automatically qualify through to the new Champions Summer Masters Summer Championship later on this year, which of course brings a hefty prize pool and a chance to get through to the World Championship. Whereas in addition to the players who win the Masters Tours, just the players who have the most wins when the Masters Summer Championship rolls around will also be qualifying through. And so while we omitted that opportunity to explain how Conquest actually works, the implications of it are enormous.
Yeah, it's huge, right? And especially because just imagine how much more relaxed the winner will be, right? They've already got a spot in the Summer Champs. They'll still no doubt try and play in the other 2 Masters Tours of this section, but there's no pressure, right? If you play, you know, earn some prize money, get some good placements under your belt, absolutely fantastic. But a win just means you're already set up for success going forward. But let's just check out what that prize pool actually is for the Masters Tour as well, and we'll explain Conquest later. Everybody knows by now, Derek. But it starts off with that first place going home with $14,000, but as usual, a little bit misleading because that's the prize pool for this tournament. But as we mentioned, the automatic entry into the Summer Champs means there will be chances at more prize money going forward, so that starts to really stack on itself, and then it starts to go down. So everyone in this top 16 that you will see today are on a minimum of $2,000 for their work so far.
Yeah, not to be sniffed at all. It's the result, this prize pool distribution looking a little bit different to last year, to a format that I think suits Hearthstone a lot better, a much flatter prize structure, which we love to see. And of course, all of our players, like you said, have so much on the line in terms of the prize money, of course, in terms of the qualification, but just in terms of the pride. We have so many players here who have come so close to their goals so many times. Dead Draw, he's had a couple of top 4s. He's been one of the most consistent players in Masters Tour history, but has been unable to take a win. Luna has been so close to grabbing that World Championship title for herself, having appeared in multiple World Championships, but has been unable to get there. And for a lot of the other players, it's just about stamping their name on Hearthstone history, getting that big first win and launching their career.
Yeah, and this Masters Tour, you know, we've been talking about how much we've enjoyed it so far. It has been a real test for these players, right? A fairly limited time to actually fully prepare because of how recent Onyxia's Lair, the mini set, has come out, and the impact it's had on the meta. I will be honest, Derek, I didn't foresee it hitting this hard, right? Like, I thought we'd still see a lot of, the sort of previous pre-mini set decks, and we've seen similar decks but with new twists on them. But let's get into a bit of a review of what happened yesterday. Xiao Shan went up against Bailu, and Bailu just looked strong, simply overwhelming Xiao Shan. I think Xiao Shan played well. He did what he could, but he got 3-0'd, I think, with his Hunter, and I think that's honestly Hunter's fault right now. I think the aggro might not have been the best plan for this tournament.
I agree. Aggro is looking very, very scant in the top 16, with I believe just one player bringing that full-on aggro strategy. But we'll see how that works out for him later on. For now, getting another look at this Casey vs. Moyen series. If you didn't get a chance to see it yesterday, I implore you to go and find it on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube page, because it was an absolute delight of a Hearthstone series. Incredibly in-depth meta understanding from all players, or players on both sides, resulting in Casey getting the win and qualifying through to the top 16 alongside Fury Hunter, who we just saw, and Dingxinho here, who has also managed to qualify through to the top 16 to his surprise as much as anyone else's. On social media, he was flabbergasted that he made it. Honestly, I don't think he had this kind of expectations for himself, but now it's starting to set in, and I hope he's believing in himself.
That would 100% be my reaction as well. I have zero expectations of my own ability to do anything. Therefore, when it does go well, I'm just the happiest ever. But here we saw Monsanto take on Levick and end this game very, very quickly indeed. Again, with the handlock, which I feel we did see some of, but not tons. I feel like a lot of players like Max, as you can see here, relying much more on the Owl OTK Warlock, feeling like that's just the way to go, with maybe fewer weaknesses in the expected meta.
Yeah, I've been, not the biggest fan of Owl Warlock, but maybe it's just because it hasn't found the matchups that it was hoping to. Maybe it was looking for more of a, an aggressive field, so that its removal can get a bit of more of an effect in the games it's playing. But either way, we're going to see both Max and Lovestorm in the top 16, despite one of them taking a loss there, of course. And then for Tianming, it was a very, very sad sight indeed, wasn't it? We've seen such good play from him over the last few months, but there was just absolutely nothing he could do in that series.
Yeah, and then we saw Nalgadan versus Sinner, and Sinner with the pop-off, and I love to see it, because that's when it was so important to these players, right? And that was a big win for Sinner as well. Of course, going from 5-1 to 6-1, that propels you, whereas if you hit 5-2 this early, it's very unlikely that you actually make it through, right? Something really crazy would have to happen. Then we saw Deaddraw versus Ike. It was a great series with Deaddraw slipping in the first game that apparently no one saw due to his tweet, so I don't even know what I'm talking about. But it ended, unfortunately, in the most anticlimactic Yogg. Ike went for Yogg to try and just win the game, and it did absolutely nothing.
And speaking of anticlimactic, to end the day yesterday for Synagrom, he put up a really good fight, but unfortunately when you just get hit with Insta-Altar of Fire to burn your Tamsin's Phylactery, there is nothing you can do. You just lose the game on the spot, and that is what happened. He was a good sport about it in the end, but therefore it is going to be JP Mixter instead of Synagrom joining us in the top 16. And my goodness, just look at this top 16. We saw a lot of the players right at the bottom, those bottom 3 spots in particular, being incredibly stacked. Monsanto, Luna, and Fury Hunter joining in on the 6-2 scoreline. It's just such a gorgeous way to round this one out.
Yeah, and I actually really like how this bracket has kind of fell together. Like, all of the most known players are actually playing against lesser known players. Obviously, we know a few of them, but just players you've not seen as much as, say, Grandmasters that you've seen weeks on end for the past few years. But it also is great because these lesser known players, well, they make their case, right? If we see, Youth take down Casey, Lovestorm take down Fury Hunter, and Max take down Luna, these are all just great victories for them, because it's not like people could ever say, oh, well, you had an easy road to get through to top 4 or, finals or whatever. It's like, no, there is no easy road in this bracket. The way this has fallen out, there's nowhere you could say, oh, I would rather be there or rather be over there. It's like, no matter where you look, there's going to be tough matchups going up for everyone. So really, really excited to see how this bracket actually plays out. And I do believe our first matchup that Derek and myself are going to bring you is going to be Max versus Luna. And I don't think we saw Luna on stream at all over the course of this weekend, unless I'm blanking it for some reason. But I don't recall seeing her play yet, so I'm excited to be kicking off with this match.
Yeah, not that I recall either. Luna just had a very quiet rise to the top of the bracket here yesterday with, I think, not having a particularly good middle of the Swiss. And obviously, when you're on 6-2, you don't expect to make it through to the top 16. But she was very pleasantly surprised, I think. Hey, I'm playing for another day. And for the Americas region, the time zone isn't even that bad. So it's working out doubly well for Luna here. Yeah, exactly. Must be nice. But it's going to be a great series overall, I think. It's a very, very interesting dynamic here for Luna and Max, I think, where both players have mostly combo-based lineup, I'm going to say. We're seeing Mizaki Mage for Max, Kazakhstan Druid, sorry, which... although it's not a combo deck, it starts to feel like it. When you're having Locust's Book of the Dead, you're dealing huge amounts of burst damage very quickly once Kazakhstan comes down, and then, of course, Owl Warlock as well. Whereas Luna, on the other side, has the Charge Warrior slotted in there, as well as the Kazakhstan Druid and the Owl Warlock, leading to a close matchup, I think, but with subtle differences that are going to be blown wide open as the series progresses.
Yeah, and as we take a look at this fairly standard Owl Lock now, you can see sort of the key cards that make up the combo, how the ban is reduced with that Rune Mythal Rod. I do just want to point out, because me and Derek were talking about it before we went live, as to what the ban would be, and Luna has banned away Max's Druid, I believe, which I think is just correct, because honestly, when you line up the Druids and just when you look at Max's Druid overall, I just think it's the better deck. I think he's built it better in general. Luna's much more narrowed down into exactly focusing on Kazakhstan, whereas Max's includes the sort of token package with Scale of Onyxia, Glowfly Swarm, and Arbor Ups, but there's Cenarium Wards in there. There's still Kazakhstan and Raid Boss Onyxia, so I just think overall, Max's Druid was the scariest deck for Luna to deal with, so I do think the ban was actually very, very good there from Luna's side.
With you and Gia both arguing so aggressively on either side of whether or not you should include Glowfly in Druid, I feel like I'm caught in I'm a child of divorce here, where you only communicate with each other through me. Like, go tell your mum that Glowfly sucks from me, okay? And then you just shuffle me back to her, hopped up on Red Bull, and leaving her to deal with me.
Look, we cast A-Pad together first, Derek, so, you know...
Yeah, true.
Just think about that. Just think about that. Looking at this, it is also going to be the Demon Hunter banned out from Luna, so she is not going to be able to play that. And again, I think that looks kind of correct. I think the Demon Hunter potentially is the scariest deck for Max to go against. If the Warrior from Luna was actually like the control variant, then I would have probably liked to have seen that banned out. But because it's not, there's a greater chance of just grabbing a win here. But take a look at Luna's Druid. As I mentioned, pretty much the full focus on Kazakhstan. You see the Best in Shell there, mainly there for the anti-aggro style of that card, and gonna feel, I don't want to say useless, but close in a lot of these matchups here against Max.
Yeah, I mean, Best in Shell is 100% the first card I would cut in this list, regardless of whether or not there's a bunch of aggro. It just feels too slow against a lot of the aggro decks. The 2/7 taunts in this metagame, not quite quick enough, especially when you'd rather be blooming out Kazakhstan, not blooming out Best in Shell.
I'd cut Kazakhstan for a Glowfly Swarm.
Okay, I see where your head's at. But I mean, you know, even though the people have very strong arguments on this, I kind of sit somewhere in the middle, as often I do, sitting on the fence here. Yeah, exactly. Because I think it's very interesting. Like, you know, you say that this version, I'd say this version is a little bit better against aggro most of the time, is kind of the idea, or some of the burn-based decks, like against Burn Shaman. The token version that you want to go for, they can freeze it, and then you're dead, because you have no armor gain. You have very little way to interact when your entire board is frozen. Whereas here, you have Moon-touched Amulets, Feral Rages, and much more ability to heal back up out of range in those matchups. But here, in this particular matchup, I'm on Team Raven. I think that Luna would much rather have the token version to be able to just get a little bit more aggressive and get underneath all of that combo potential that Max has in his holy knowledge here, as it looks like he's got a halo above his head here.
Or just a great hat with built-in lights. He keeps his head still, look.
True. It looks like a peacock or something.
Or also, it just looks like an eye. Is this some kind of Illuminati thing going on?
True.
Eye on the ceiling. Anyway, with no doubt.
Oh, it looks. You know what it looks like? It looks like Kronk's hat in Emperor's New Groove with this little dwiddly bit on top.
It's all coming together. So anyways, we get on to some form of Hearthstone here. One thing that is important, because it did come up, I think, yesterday when I was casting, was the potential for the Mithril Rod to reduce certain combo pieces too much, because if they hit 0, they won't be able to be comboed with Tamsin. And that is a problem that could happen against specifically Druid, because the potential of armor gain is there.
I mean, if that's the worst of Max's problems, he will be one happy man, because he is about to get hit with turn 3 Kazakhstan here, with Bloom Coin Kazakhstan. I was about to start on some ludicrous monologue about whether you go for the Kazakhstan or the Wild Growth, is the ramp or the actual end game better. It's just so clearly Kazakhstan. This is the absolute nuts here.
I do have a very serious question for you, though. Does... Okay, kind of moot now. Kind of moot. I was going to say, and I guess this is part of the potential reasoning for Luna, is if you do the Kazakhstan play, because it's not permanent, because you've not naturally ramped, right?
Yeah.
Does that impact what treasures you pick? Because you just won't have, say, 8 mana for like 5 turns, potentially? Is that something that's a problem, and maybe why Luna's chosen to take a bit of a slower route?
No, I agree. I mean, I do think that while it was fun to go for the Kazakhstan there, she's very cleverly digging for an overgrowth here, or a wild growth for that matter, as one is being run in her deck, to make sure that Locusts, Embers of Ragnaros, even Book of the Dead, without so many minions dead, all of these very high-value discovers off of Kazakhstan would actually be playable. I think now it's reached the point where she has enough mana. She can just play her turns here quite happily, going, I don't know, Solar Feral, resizing Pouch for a Bloom, something like that to pass the turns. Then you lead into the more powerful ones later on. Yeah,
I also think just the fact that the oh my, I'm going absolutely blank on cards now for some reason. The Fungal Fortunes was something very powerful to do, whereas this turn, there's nothing, there's no other good option, right? Just like resizing Pouch something. You know, there was no good play. So like going for Kazakhstan this time did seem pretty great, honestly. Whereas the Fungal does mean that also Luna doesn't burn as many cards by playing Kaz early and gets to just utilize more cards in hand. And now double Best in Shell can actually be used eventually to just trade and draw more of the treasures.
That Kazakhstan kind of sucked. There was very little in terms of damage, right? No Locusts, which is the nuts in this matchup. Embers, Canopic Jars to make an unanswerable board. Like, it was just those kind of mid-rangey threats, Beastly Beauty, I don't know, none of the real burn options, which is what you're looking for. But the Boombots here is definitely not bad, right? Just to apply a little bit more pressure and go for your own kind of Owl Lock combo here, where instead of dealing 8 damage per Death Rattle, it's just 1 to 4.
Yeah, and also the fact that, again, the positive of the treasures not being that great is that there's an 8/8 on board, but not for long, as Max has cleared it up very nicely with this Moarg plus a couple of removal spells, and that will give him some level of breathing room, although of course he doesn't know what these treasures are, right? They could be anything, and what makes these treasures potentially terrifying, such as Pure Cold that we can see in Luna's hand now, is the card Solar Eclipse. It's like, it's so brutal. You just die against Druid if they have any of the burst cards. There's that, and then like, is it the Embers, right? Is probably the craziest one.
I mean, make no mistake, like, Luna is still winning this game. It's just this these series of draws maybe gave some hint of maneuverability to Max, where if he got like the perfect draw and could go for the combo on turn 8, then maybe we could look at there being some kind of a chance. But here I think Luna's just straight up looking at lethal, right? With Solar plus Pure Cold, as you were talking about, for 16 damage. And then surely these Boombots are going to be able to clear up the rest.
Yeah, think so. It just depends on what Max does, right? If he can kill off enough of his own minions, then the trades don't happen, although he's just going to clear off this way instead. Take the damage now.
Yeah, down to 16 is enough.
Looks Omega dead. And wow, what a game. That's how it goes sometimes, and that's why, however much I've been talking about my preference of the more token style, if you play Kazakhstan against a deck that just struggles like that early, right? Because obviously, as you mentioned, like Max can't just combo next turn. It's like turn 5 or something, turn 6
right.
maybe, I think it was. So you just can't combo, and there's just too much damage available. The fact that Solar was there, it wasn't needed, but just the amount of damage that went through was just too much, and that means Luna does go through to a quick 1-0 lead. No messing about so far in this series.
Yeah, I think it says a lot that Luna ended up banning away the Druid. Like, if Max hadn't been faced with the Demon Hunter, which I think is, you know, honestly, it was kind of close still as to whether he banned the Demon Hunter or the Druid. I'm sure plenty of players would make an argument that it would have been better to ban the Druid than the Demon Hunter for him. Like, Druid is just good in this series, I think. It's good against the combo decks because of all the speed with which it does the combo, the armor it can gain, all of that goodness. I would have been very surprised if Luna didn't pick up a win with the Druid at some point in the series. But of course, it's still a fantastic way to start things off, as the real Achilles heel for Max that we haven't even talked about so far here is that Shaman. It's not a burn Shaman, as every other Shaman in the top 16 is. It's a quest Shaman, the only one represented here that I've seen all tournament. And even though I was giving him some amount of respect for the bring yesterday, saying I do think against an open field it makes sense. It's very good against aggro, which you are expecting to see a good amount of, and can still get a lot of burn, comparable often to the burn Shaman once Brucan comes down later on. In this particular series, though, it's just way too slow. Quest Shaman against combo is a nightmare.
Yeah, it just doesn't really get too much of anything done, does it? Like, that's the biggest problem. It's not fast enough. Yeah, either side of what you do, even if you try to go for those like rare aggro pushes, it never really works out. And we are going to go in with the Mozaki Mage from Max, though. And again, a deck I did expect to see. I think it was a reasonably safe pick, especially considering what we were expecting to see from the rest of the meta. I think Mozaki Mage just does enough to get there, and we've seen every which way of how this deck can be played. Maybe you just decide, no, I'm going to play Deck of Lunacy instead, like Mr. Fury Hunter did, and just go crazy with it. But I think this deck, again, it's one of those ones, and why I've enjoyed this tournament meta so much. It's not tier, you know, like S-tier kind of deck right now, at least in my book, but it's good enough to grab wins, right? It's still strong. So, and we see a lot of decks kind of fall into that category for me. So it'll be interesting now to see whose combo goes off quicker. Who do you think wins this race on average, Derek?
I mean, my knowledge of Mage, it gets less and less relevant each time Incanta's Flow gets nerfed, because I've played less and less games with it. But traditionally, I would say Mage would be in the lead here, and I do still think that holds true. Like, Mage of all the combo decks tends to just get there a little bit quicker. You're looking at, like, very often turn 7 lethal, turn 6 if you're lucky, and get those flows online a little bit sooner. Whereas for the Owl Warlock, you know, turn 5 is when you play the Rod, which is not mandatory, but very, very, makes it much easier to do the combo. And then it's like turn 7, absolute earliest, you can go for the full Owl combo, and more likely turn 8, turn 9 is where you're looking at it. And especially with all the damage they're dealing to themselves along the way, Mage just proliferates its own game plan much more effectively, much more efficiently, and should be able to hit the Mozaki combo before the Warlock.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say you can deal with it without Rod in some matchups. I don't think this is one of them. I think that Luna will require the Rod relatively early, probably just on curve or even coined out, depending on how the start of the game goes. Because without that, you're just too far behind, right? Like, if you don't even play the Rod, then the Owl has to come down, like, manually. And then that's a whole additional turn that normally gets used up. And you can't give Mozaki Mage, like, effectively 3 turns from turn 7 onwards, because you probably will just die. Look at the openings, though. Luna, Just managed to get hold of that Rune Mithril Rod. Does have the coin, so he's going to keep that, and I do like to see this a lot. And Max, on the other hand, has the Incanter's Flow. Just about still cheaper than Mithril Rod, as both cards have been on the back of multiple nerfs.
Man, it says a lot about the nerfs. Right, where I'm looking at that card on the play Incanter's Flow, and I'm like, do you even keep it? Like, I know it's the only card you want in the mulligan, but at 4 mana, like, it's so far away from being playable.
I think versus this Warlock, yes.
Yeah.
Because, again, against, you know, something more aggressive, you can make the argument of, well, you might need some removal tools or you'll just die, or card draw at least. But I think versus this Warlock specifically, you've got the time to hold on.
All right, well, pretty efficient use of mana so far for Max leading up into that turn 4. He's now played Arcane in the form of the Biscuit or the Incanter's Flow. Or the Primordial Studies, I suppose. Honestly, with the multicaster in hand, you could consider just playing the Ignite here to have played a Fire spell as well as a Arcane spell to increase your card draw a little bit more. But I do agree with Max here that I don't really want to shuffle in an Ignite into my deck, because that would be a really bad draw and often will just offset that extra card draw you would get from the flow. So just a pretty simple game plan here for both players. Spend as much mana as you can on card draw or mana generation, and then hope you do it better than your opponent does.
Yeah, and I completely agree about the Ignite, because also Max wasn't going to multicast it this turn because of flow, and now it gives him like additional turn or so to draw better tools to use, to not have to use Ignite. We've just seen the freeze spell there. Which was pretty interesting, actually. He could have just saved that for next turn to freeze 2 minions. But I guess he just wanted to just get it done and get it out of his hand.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really know how I feel about that one way or the other here. It's just the spell played for multicaster 100% of the time. And then, yes, I think here you're going for Ignite, Mana Biscuit, plus the multicaster. It is more important to prioritize card draw here rather than mana generation, given that he has another Biscuit in hand ready to go. And here for Max, I'm thinking it's looking like turn 8 lethal here, even with the Mazaki drawn, which does make things a little bit spicier. Multicaster in hand, like, it's getting possible for turn 7 to deliver lethal, but really here for Luna, I think she's got herself a 3-turn horizon to try and hit lethal herself.
Yeah. There was coin Mithril Rod though, so this is turn 5 with a Mithril Rod going to proc, I think, if Luna decides to go Torguide tap or just natural tap. And it is hitting a couple of the combo pieces as well. And a lot of the time against Mage, you don't have to be so bothered about actually going for the double combo, right? A lot of the time, just a single combo does the job.
Yep, very true.
Luna already, I think you can tell there at the end of the turn, she was just thinking, right, Owl next turn, can I kill it? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, right. You know, how many turns? Because that's all both players are doing at this point, right? They're trying to be as efficient as possible and working out how many turns they can hold off or how quickly they can get to a guaranteed lethal. I think neither player particularly wants to take any risks, because in this matchup, with both players' health pools being pretty predictable, they don't have to.
Oh, I mean, for Max, like, it's just a big game of chicken right now, because next turn, I think it's lethal. Like, it's probably there, right? When you go Mazaki plus Mana Biscuit, you have 4 mana to work with, Cram Session in hand, plenty of cheap spells, a couple that can go face as well with the Ignite and the Runed Orb, sorry. But you could wait 1 extra turn if you don't think your opponent's there yet. Like, if they haven't played Owl, if the Death Rattle hasn't triggered yet, maybe you can just hold off 1 extra turn. But honestly, if I had to guess, I think Max is just warming up his mouse hand here and getting ready to go in.
It's really on the edge for me, honestly. Trying to put myself in Max's position. Obviously, we're just staring at Luna's hand right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out whether I would go for it in a tournament setting. I'd go for it 100% on ladder, because why not? But now the Owl might be enough to definitely just push Max over the edge, right, and just say, you know what, there is enough going my way here to be able to try and go for this.
Oh, I was going to say no hesitation. but then he hesitated. So some hesitation, but then no hesitation as he drops the Mizaki, and now you just go. You need to play a heck of a lot of cards here, but another Rune Door picked up is absolutely fantastic. Prioritizing getting these targeting spells played first, absolutely agree with that. Even playing the Kobold Geomancer at some point, you might consider just to play another First Flame for 0 mana. But basically, you just got to start playing here.
Yeah, this is where I really wish we had some kind of soundboard available to us with controls, so we can just cue some epic sex, because this is going to be a big one. 2 mana now, though.
Oh, these are not so good, are they?
Oh, and a Siphon Burn. Not that it makes much difference. If the mana's limited, it's limited. And has this?
Yeah, it's not there.
Don't want to call it too soon, Derek, but has this just fallen flat?
Yeah. He can go for a cram session for a couple of extra draws, but I don't think that does anything. He's already used both mana biscuits. Just didn't hit.
Yeah,
quite
and I
simply.
think one of the problems as well was the 2 siphons were late, so it meant that Max couldn't pre-siphon to reduce the hand down, because if a lot of these were 0s, well, then we can talk, right? Like, then the lethal looks way more possible. But we'll see now how punished Max gets for going for that. I'm not going to say early, because I don't think it was too early in his position, but just going and not taking the risk of staying off another turn.
And it's so hard to judge, right? Because in these instances, you just don't have enough time to calculate. Like, even though all throughout Luna's turn, he should have been calculating exactly how much damage he can get together, potential outs to get off draws. So much of this deck is just feel. You just have to hope that your instincts are correct and that they're not leading you astray, that you will be able to end up dealing the necessary damage. And even then, even though his combo did not end up getting him there, this is not over. He still has a lot of damage left in his deck. An extra spell damage from the Kobold Geomancer. If he can just shuffle through to a bunch of ignites, this is still potentially on.
Yeah, but now only for 1 more turn, right? This is the last turn because Luna managed to get hold of Wicked Shipment. There is the Tamsin. Everything's there for the combo.
It's not looking good for Max, even though I was saying there is a chance.
Not technically wrong. I'm sure there's some kind of 1% chance somewhere. The extra armor, the deck not being empty enough either. It's not like what we saw from Gabby, I think, on day 1, where he could do the Mizaki turn. It died, but the next turn he could guarantee ignite, draw 2 ignites. To buff the damage, right? Max isn't at that point. There's still too many cards in the deck to be able to guarantee like those ignites being cycled through. And even just having to spend mana trading cards, it's mana he doesn't have, right? Like, all that mana is just gone, and he pushed, what, 3 damage this turn? Like, it's just not going to be enough. And I think pretty easy to say on a completely empty board with nothing to worry about, unless something absolutely disastrous happens, which I expect will not from a player that has such a caliber as Luna. Then looks like she's going to take game number 2, Derek. And are we going to get our first game on stream today as a quick 3-0? Because I'll be honest, it's not looking good for Max.
It's looking terrible, right? I was hypothesizing before the match started that the Mage would be the free win. This is his easy deck to get over the finish line in the matchup because, like I was saying, Mage generally, in my experience, feels like it does combos a little bit quicker than most of the other combo decks. That's its power in this metagame, even if it's slightly vulnerable to control, slightly vulnerable to aggro and combo disruption, like a lot of the other combo decks. But with it taking a loss there against the Warlock, it means the only deck left over for Luna is her Warrior, the Charge Warrior with Galvangar, and of course the to the front combo to deal a whopping 36 damage if you can get it all online in the later stages of the game. It is a very slow combo deck. It's the kind of deck that I imagine will be losing to this Mage, because even with all the armor you can gain, if you let Max get all the way up to turn 10, play his flows, generate more burn, you are just going to die to a full Mizaki Mage combo. But against the Quest Shaman, I think it starts to look a lot juicier. Even against the Warlock, I think it starts to get a little bit closer.
Yes, this is another deck that I've changed my mind about as the game and the meta's kind of moved on and developed, especially since the mini set. In that I liked it a lot. When was I playing it a lot? Maybe a week and a half ago or so, just around that time. I was playing it a lot. I thought, wow, this is great. But then I started playing since the mini set came out, like the new control version, and I can't believe how good it is. There's so much removal in like 70-80% of the deck,
right?
And then insane late game with like Raid Boss Onyxia, with Kazakhstan, and those two cards alone are enough end game to win anything, right? Win those slow control matchups, and because of that, all the removal's good enough. The drawback of this warrior is that when you're against something slightly aggressive, which this shaman has the potential to play out like that, you can play minions on curve. If your hand happens to be combo pieces early game, then you're going to struggle, right? Like there's going to be some big problems just because you run so many more of them than in the control list. There's the two Faceless Manipulators, the Battleground Battlemaster, Captain Galvanga, and then arguably Rukara, not really a combo piece, but an unplayable card in the early game. So it really is on Max to pull something out in the bag, because I think if he tries to go all in on just winning through like the Brukan charge call style, I think that's going to be too slow unless he gets very specific outcomes. So I think he might have to take more of an aggressive style here and hope that Luna just doesn't get hold of like the chain removal that is in the deck but needs to be drawn.
Yeah, it's interesting because, I mean, you've laid out the two chances that Max has here. Is go super aggro and hope that that somehow sneaks under all the removal of this, essentially control warrior deck with a combo at the end of it. Or he can just go for turbo quest completion, try to just find guidance, go note taker guidance, blooming them out early on, drawing all his overload cards, and then going for a big charge call, a bunch of burn damage at the end. I feel like the latter is the slightly more likely to work, in my opinion. I think if you can just get down Brukan on like turn 8 is like a reasonable turn for a fast Brukan, with the nerf to the Shaman quest, meaning it now needs 9 overload cards played instead of 8. If you can do that and then go for charge call on turn 9, charge call on turn 10, plus a bunch of burn, that can get there before the combo comes down, because it does require a full 10 mana for the warrior to be able to get there, and it's vulnerable to taunts, and it's vulnerable to the burn along the way. Like, it's not a good combo deck, this charge warrior. It's a good control deck. It's a weak combo deck. It's just the combo is the flashy part, so that's what it gets titled as charge warrior. But yes, it could struggle to get the combo online.
Yeah, it's a control deck with a burst combo in it, whereas the control version is just a control deck, right? Because its win condition is just super late game value cards, basically. Whereas this version that Luna's playing has that finisher, that instant, this'll, bang bang, there's 2 charge minions, go kind of finisher. But looking at the opening so far, Luna did get, what was that, Minefield and Magtheridon in there for that opening, so not too bad. Just grabbing the some removal to not completely fall flat on her face at the beginning. Corsair Cash helps out a lot as well. But also Max not having too bad either with that Serpent Shrine, just to not only push that quest, but also just deal some damage and create a minion to start threatening.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a half bad start, right? You could make the argument for Guidance Bloom Serpent Shrine here just to complete the quest, get a threat online, try and find something to follow up on turn 3 with again, like another Serpent Shrine portal afterwards. It's like, it's a great start here. Very nice and aggressive, and also progressing the quests, doing both our game plans at once.
Yeah, that's just clearly the answer. We're like, well, you can do this or this. Max is just, I'll do both. How about that? Good pickup as well. There is the Minefield from Luna if she wants to just clear this up.
Yeah, Mashiffin's fantastic here. One of the weaker prime minions, I want to say, overall. But just as a big body to put in your opponent's way, it can get the job done.
Yeah, if you just forget about comparing it to primes, it's just not a bad 3-drop. Yeah, maybe not the best in this matchup because the taunt doesn't really come into play a lot of the time, but still not too bad at all. Not when you compare it to this, right? Like, that's just a blank 3-3. Way better. The mission. This.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, now things starting to slow down for Max. That's a really nice pickup, of course, to be able to keep the pressure going. But we're starting to hit that point where multicaster is very, very important, right? Maybe a Primal Dungeoneer. Oh, no, wait, he's not running them. But some kind of card draw is very, very important.
Well, I'm really excited to see now, because this might be decision time. Does Max play Charge Call?
Ooh.
Because he could, right? He's done a lot of overloading so far. Maybe not now because of Serpent Shrine, but if that was a bit of a dud, he could Lightning Bolt Charge Call, because Luna's on 19. There's another 5 this turn. You know what I mean? I wouldn't hate it. Serpent Shrine, I do think, is better because he's just drawn it now. But if you look at what the board would look like, Luna would pretty much have to have Brawl, which I believe is a one of in her list. Yeah, I mean, there's one Brawl.
Luna's kind of just got nothing. The best available here is Barov, Hero Power, Coin, Shield Slam your Barov, which feels like massive, I don't know, overkill here, but it's because of the pressure that's been applied. She doesn't have a choice. Frozen Buckler, however, does make this a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, could even, the Shield Chatter's super nice. Such a good combo, and it's just such a good card, that Shield Chatter. There is now still Barov Minefield and that Shield Slam combo you mentioned as well, which is possible to defend. But I like this from Max, and that's why I was talking about that, like, early, in brackets, sort of like charge call, because he's just killing them, right? Maybe, and remember, 5 armor's going to go, right? So this 12 armor isn't real, if that makes sense.
I think here for Max, you're supposed to slow down a little bit, though. The temptation is so strong to just go Charge Call, Lightning Bolt, play the Zapper, like just vomit everything onto the board. But I think Charge Call can wait for 10-10s, because the punishment for not keeping developing the board is your opponent will populate it, and then maybe you can't catch back up. This warrior doesn't populate the board. Like, the best they can do turn after turn, if you're not developing your own minions, is hero power. Maybe you get a bit of card draw in there as well, but they're never going to gain board control away from you. So I really like Max's control here. Restraint, exactly, to hold this one back and wait for that Brucan.
And this is one of those hands I've talked a lot about with this deck that's scary, right? 2 to the fronts and Captain Galvanger. Those are 3 cards that are going to do very little for the foreseeable future when you're being aggroed down. So it is one of the weaknesses. Corsair Cash being picked up now by Luna means that there's a chance she could get the Bulwark of Azinoth from it, because there's only that and 1 Outriders left.
Oh, she can't be considering Galvangar, right? Like, if it was a 9-9, I'd hear the argument for it, but just as a vanilla 6-6.
I think this Minefield looks fine, because then there's a potential of Magtheridon, Barov, Shield Slam next turn, right?
True. Yeah, that's a good point.
If you assume you're not getting hit in the face again with no minions on board, which I think would be...
Right.
There's Bulwark, though, which is going to be a nice little bit of a safety net for Luna.
And for Max here, I mean, the vast majority of his deck is good draws right now. Bloom would allow him to play Brucan right now, but any card draw gets him further through his deck, and any overload just gets him Brucan in hand. So we're really looking for any way to complete the quest here.
And also, Max being on 30 is pretty nice, because... you're safe from a lot of the sort of halfway Galvanger combos, right? Like, you need the really big combos to really pop off if you want to grab a win with your opponent being on 30.
Yeah, your hand size, the only real concern here, right?
Yeah, that last turn was interesting. I think the option of just going turn 7, clear any board Max makes, and get Magtheridon down was really good. And now there is a way to do that, right? Not directly this turn.
Possible. You could swing into the 3-2 and then go Bladestorm, right? If you really wanted to get the...
Oh, sure.
Magtheridon online, but Luna, I think, here is less interested in that, and I think I respect it. Your opponent is very likely to play Brucan next turn, and by leaving them with a couple of 1-3s in play, yes, it chips away at the bulwark, which is maybe a slight awkwardness that you'd like to iron out. But the main point is you get to destroy the 7/7 with the Magtheridon and then stick a 12/12, which is a really nice proactive answer to a charged call.
Do know that Max is just sitting with Revolve in hand though, which is going to be a big deal if this Magtheridon. Either way, you can use it beforehand or just use it after the Magtheridon's popped.
Yeah, exactly. You're either turning a 12/12 into a rubbish 4-drop or just denying it ever existing in the first place.
Like me and my problems. There's Brakan down. This is getting awfully close now. Charge calls there. Storm strikes there.
Yeah, it's just a lot of damage.
What, 13 health. And there is the Bulwark of Azzinoth, but still. Also, shouldn't Galvanga be yellow right now? Surely enough armor's been gained, right?
I think she's gained like 14 exactly.
Oh, really?
With a couple of hero powers plus the buckler.
A really scary turn, isn't it? Initially, I was looking at Rakara Shield Slam, but then you remove the Bulwark, of course, and then these 3 minions get to push 5, which is very scary when, you know, yeah, you gain the 10 armor, that's fine, but half of it's just instantly gone, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you know you're going to be against, like, Brakan-powered spells next turn, right?
Oh, it's such a tough one. Like, Brawl is obviously scary because there's a chance that you miss and the 7/7 gets to survive. I think I probably slightly preferred the Brawl there just because Barov is a slightly better answer into Charged Call, right? Because if they play Charged Call for 2 big minions, Brawl's killing one of them, but it's not killing the other. You then have to go like Brawl plus Bladestorm to clear it off.
And I guess the idea would be that even if Brakan lives, Max would have to push through 3 charges of the weapon first, right? Before any kind of big damage could go through anyway. So maybe Luna could have survived with just leaving the 7/7 in an absolute worst case scenario. Oh wow, note take a charge call.
Yeah, that seems pretty good, right?
Even just start with the investment opportunity just to see what's drawn. Because I doubt you're going to double charge call this turn, right? There's no point to overcommit to the board. So I like that a lot, yeah.
Could you repeat that?
Looking nice. What's that charge call on now? Yep, full. Yogg. Just so it's on the board. Oh! Okay, went for Wind Fury. I did wonder whether just the increased stats were better from Yashiraj.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that if an 10 health minion is, sorry, if an 8 health minion is dying, a 10 health minion is probably dying as well. There's little standing in the way of that, so I like the just increased attack power.
Rancor being drawn the turn after Barov is used, after being in hand all game, is upsetting at best. I think most importantly there, the taunt for Max is what you want, right? Like the double taunt through Death Rattle is the exact summon you want in this matchup.
I was wondering if there's any nonsense you can try and pull off with Faceless Manipulator to copy the Colossus, but I think in the end Luna has the right idea of just going for Brawl, trying to clear up as much as possible, and, you know, honestly, that's not a terrible outcome, right?
Yeah, I was actually looking at Faceless on the... because the Wind Fury has Rush, right?
Oh yeah, that's
crazy.
Yeah,
so you could kill the taunt off completely because it's an 8/8, and then Hero Power Shield Slam the 8/8 on the other side of the board.
Yeah,
that would have cleared, right?
Yeah, lots of different ways you can go. I mean, a big consideration here for Luna, though, is actually keeping the combo active, right? As soon as she draws Battlegrounds Battlemaster, like maybe Max just whiffs on another Scrapyard Colossus. There's quite a few 10 drops in the game, especially with Raid Boss Onyxia joining the fray.
There's also a chance.
Onyxia's Lair.
There's also a chance as well that, like, there could be if Luna goes Rakara and swings into the 7/7 to then knock it into Max's face.
True.
Shield slams it and sets up for a Galvanga combo that way, because that not only that not only pushes extra damage that Luna might need, because then it means she might not need to wait for Battle Master, right? And could just push with 2 Galvan Guards.
There is little time.
As for the rest of Max's turn here, he's seen a brawl already. Like, you definitely don't want to go with another charge call. That's way overcommitting. Wow, apparently not. I was going to say you want to slow down there and save that extra value for later on, but he is just going absolutely all in here.
I think this is fine, right? Barrow's been used. There's only 1 brawl in the deck that has been used.
I guess.
Like, what you scared of? All the minions are variable health totals, so the Blade Storm isn't really a problem. Like, I don't know what he's really got left to be scared of when he could just insta-end this game. He's got the protection of the Colossus with the Death Rattle as well.
Yeah.
So for Luna to actually clear this, or as an alternative lethal Max through this, I think it's impossible.
Can we agree that the hero power is just a little bit silly at the end, though? Like, do we really need that totem there when the rest of the board has like 20 trillion in terms of stats? That's just brawl bait right there.
It is funny, though.
It's very funny.
I guess in some worlds, it's extra protection against Blade Storm.
That's true.
Some very distant worlds.
Fair enough. You found the reason.
Yep. Yes. Rancor going to clear off the 2/2 health, though. And that's going to clear off the Colossus, but it's still not enough. There's way too much damage on board. And that, again, was what I was talking about with the potential outcome of this warrior, is that you can have too many, because there are so many combo pieces in the deck, right? There's the 2 to the front, the 2 faceless, the Galvanger itself, the Battleground Battlemaster. Like, that is a lot of cards that you have no intention of using until the turn you win the game. And you saw it from the early game onwards that a lot of those were in hand for Luna, and it just limited the amount of removal available, which meant, as we saw here, she was pushed really low early on by Max, with like potential lethal opportunities, all the way back to like turn 6 or so. But it was close, but I think Max just got to where he needed to get to, right? Brakan, and then the multiple charge calls with that note taker helping out a lot. It was just overwhelming, and especially those Colossus just being exactly what you want against exactly charged warrior.
I agree. Yeah, I think Max played that really beautifully in the mid game. The end, like, that was the only real turn where I definitely would not have done what he did by playing the second charge call. But I mean, when you lay it out, it does start to make sense, right? You want to actually close out the game as soon as possible, force them on to having brawl or be dead on the following turn. And I think he had a good read at that point. That honestly, most of the hand was just combo pieces. And so by doubling down on those taunts, making sure there was no chance for Luna to hit lethal, he's rewarded with a win, and a very important win at that. The Shaman, as we were saying, might be the Achilles heel of his lineup, and it's the only blooming deck he's won with so far. So as always, my analysis turns out to just be a load of old nonsense, with now just the Owllock and the Mizaki Mage left to take down this warrior. 2 decks that seem like they can deal infinite amounts of damage, but they do definitely have breakpoints where they start to struggle to deal enough damage in one turn to necessarily close out the game. But I wonder if that breakpoint will be reached with this warrior, given that the armor gain is, you know, in terms of Warriors history, it's kind of middle, right? We're not at the point of Risky Skipper, Armor Smith, and all that nonsense where you could gain 50 health in a turn very easily.
Yeah, I think what's very interesting as well about just the 2 matchups that are potentially left for Luna is that there aren't really taunt minions involved in either, right? Which means if Luna just doesn't die and ends up with a similar hand as she had in the previous game, she can probably combo to win at that point, right? Because both Mage and Warlock have a habit of, you know, getting the health totals relatively low, just naturally. Mage, because there's no Ice Barriers or anything in this Mizaki list, and there are things like Luna's Outrider Axe that can go face, and then Warlock naturally dealing damage to itself anyway. So with the lack of taunts, there is a chance that Luna can get hold of, like, you know, maybe a turn 8 sort of half combo just to finish out the game. So there's still looking solid for Luna and needing to win one more game. But you are right, Max has took a huge step forward getting a victory with that Shaman.
Reasonable start here for Luna. The ability to just start drawing nicely with the Outrider's Axe, which is pretty much most of what you're looking for, I think, in this matchup, is just to maximize that card draw as much as possible. But Max doing a very nice job of clearing off that minion, right? As long as he doesn't leave anything on the board, there's nothing for Luna to draw with. Quite clearly showing the knowledge of the disruption you have available with this Owl Warlock.
Yeah, and I really like this as well, getting the Outrider Axe active, and then Luna just saying, well, if you're going to be like that, I'll just shoot you in the face. Because you want the damage, right? Because already, look at this hand, faceless, faceless. There's the Frozen Buckler to really accelerate the Galvanger when it gets drawn. And most importantly, Derek, there's a sneaky snake. That sounded sneaky. Perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty backbreaking here for Max. He really, really wants to draw the second one off the top here, or things could start to get honestly just tough with hand space. Like, his card draw is obviously fine. It always is in Warlock with the hero power, and then the backfire as well is a very nice addition to it. But he just doesn't have the mana to get rid of these cards. Like, he has to go... what he could fit in a backfire, I suppose, like backfire, tour guide, tap, and then play the Touch of the Nathrazim as well, I suppose. He can fit it all in on this turn, but next turn he's going to be up to 10 cards in hand, and he won't be able to play a Tamsin hero card off the top because he won't have enough cards in hand. He won't be able to play backfire, all of these things he wants to do because it's just clogged up.
Yeah, and this is the frustration. I think this is a fine turn, but the fact that he's had to leave a minion on board is just an extra card for Luna, which is great. Because outside of that, you can see Warrior does suffer with card draw without being able to utilize the Outrider Axe. But Max had to do something, as you said, right? Players to the front. All coming together.
Yeah, it's starting to get there. You can obviously do the combo with 2 Faceless Manipulators instead of the Battlegrounds Battlemaster, which gets you to 27 instead of 36, I believe, with 3 times 9 instead of 4. But in this matchup, that's fine, right? As long as he gets Galvangar in the second, as long as Luna gets Galvangar in the second to the front, she should be able to very happily deliver the combo.
Yeah, and that's the big point, right? No taunts and easy to your opponent not to be at 30, right, is just enough to feel a little bit more confident than, say, even in the Shaman matchup, right? Because we know Shaman can summon those taunts.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
pain.
This is the problem with Warrior, right? When your Outrider's Axe doesn't work, honestly, you're just hoping to draw exactly the perfect combo pieces one after the other, because the draw engine in Warrior, compared to like every other deck in the game, is just so weak right now. You don't have the multicaster that so many other decks have access to. You don't have Demon Hunter's quest progression, glide, spectral sight, acrobatics. You don't have the hero power from Warlock. So it's really just leaving it up to the gods as to whether or not you'll draw your combo pieces.
Oh, there we go. The good old 5-mana cutting class into Corsair Cash.
Ooh, okay.
That's the order you're after.
I mean, it's not bad, right? She was able to cycle 3 cards on this turn, 4 even, actually, with the trade and drawing 3 cards from her deck. Honestly, it was a far above average turn.
Oh, yeah, it's just always funny when you cut in class into a weapon. Spent 5 mana on that. Yeah, second weapon here in the form of that rod being drawn for Max. So you need to draw 1 more to get that first activation. Obviously, the first rod being shut down by the early Viper from Luna. But at least he got to the second one in a relatively quick pace, right? Because the last thing you want is that rod to be one of the bottom cards in the deck.
And I mean, as long as Max isn't completely screwed over and ends up with Imp right at the bottom, oh yeah, okay, slight mistake, because he's not going to gain the health off of the Touch of the Nathrazim now. He's wondering if he wants to shame play it and admit that he just missed out on 4 health and giving Luna a card draw. That was actually quite a big mistake. But basically, the point I was making was, that as long as Max doesn't get incredibly unlucky, he should still be able to get lethal on turn 10 by playing the Owl next turn, drawing the... Wow. Drawing the shipment, and then just going for lethal turn 10. Okay.
I'm trying to work out... Oh no, there's not the second to the front. Never mind.
Yeah, that other
like,
grade
wait,
2 mana
lethal?
card is not to the front.
Yeah, it's difficult because they look the same, right?
Yeah.
Like, when they're in hand, like, oh, well, that's just good next turn.
That's just lethal,
Yeah,
right?
Max has
Straight
to do
up
something.
27.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, Max. That's why I was looking for it. I thought it was lethal there with the Galvanga draw, but it was Frozen Buckler and not the other to the front.
And so Max, because of the weapon swing as well from Luna, it's full 30, right? So Max has to heal and then also play Tamsin on this turn, the hero card, in order to be able to get out of range.
Yeah, or heal an armor vendor. There's still one left in the group.
Yeah,
just
good
as
point.
something else, but mainly, and I think your point, very difficult on 7 mana and having neither of those cards in hand.
Oh, it's so sad for Max here. Like, he's so close. Next turn, he just has lethal, right? I think this shipment is juiced up enough to the point where double Tamsin's Phylactery with the baby Tamsin as well would be able to deliver lethal. But, you know, it's just one turn too late for him. And you know, it's not as a direct result necessarily of giving Luna an extra draw of the Outrider's Axe, but he knows that he upped her percentages of being able to draw it here, and that is going to sting.
And this is what we were talking about. This is a problem when we talk about what can Max do to stop. Oh, the armor vendor was there, one piece of the puzzle. Like, what could Max do in this matchup to stop the combo? Not a lot, because there are no taunts. There's no way to mess with your opponent's hand. It is what it is. And Galvanga with the combo going down there. Double Faceless Manipulator. That means Luna Love not only wins this game, Derek, but wins this series and moves on to top 8 of Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair.
That's what we've missed. This is the Luna content that I've been missing in my life. Yeah, very happy to take the win here, and we're very happy for her. A player who, weirdly enough, despite her incredible performances at the World Championships, right, getting there 3 years in a row, has only had like a slightly good record in Masters Tours. She is 58-43, I believe, after the matches of her Swiss factored in as well, which is good. You know, that's not bad at all, but it's not one of those truly legendary Masters Tour players like Deaddraw, Fury Hunter, X-Blaze, XC as well, that you're really looking to match. But here, this is much more what we expect to see from her. And for Max, while I'm sad for him, I think for the most part, he actually played very, very well. I was really impressed with his understanding of his lineup. And for only his 2nd ever Masters Tour, it's a really, really good run, and he can hold his head high.
Yeah, and most importantly, the thing to really get in your mind if you're, say, one of the players who has been knocked out of top 16 now is that's still a great amount of wins to put against your name for Summer Champs, right?
True.
Do that one another time, then have a half-decent run in the 3rd Masters Tour, and you're looking great, right, to make top 13, and you never know what that sort of goal number of wins is going to be. I think that, you know, someone will do maths on that, but you don't know what that's going to end up looking like based because it's so affected by other players. But hitting top 16 first Masters Tour of the 3 is a big deal. And let's look at it now, Derek. Fury Hunter lost versus Lovestorm. Casey lost versus Youth. Deads took a win over Sinner. Mixter goes over Dixon Ho, and then Max took that loss versus Luna Love. We have Judgment grabbing a win though over Destin, which is a big deal. Deaddraw beating Mr. Lover Lover, and Unknown beating Monsanto. I'm gonna say this and try not to offend anyone here, but a lot of upsets on paper.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't even have to come up with the innuendos for players that no one's heard of anymore, like up-and-comer or lesser known. His name's literally unknown. No one knows who this guy is, and yet he's doing incredibly well. But yeah, very, very interesting development here. Obviously, I'm sad to see Fury Hunter, Casey as well, take the L's here. I had very good expectations for them, but still, for Fury, back-to-back-to-back top 16s is absolutely staggering.
Yeah.
And even though the APAC half of my brain is very sad with Destin and Sinner taking the loss, there is no chance, I believe, of APAC taking the victory here. The UK bruv portion of my brain is ecstatic. Judgment, Deaddraw, and Unknown. We are the most represented country in the top 16, or in the top 8 here even. This is what we want to see. We are number 1. It's coming home.
It took us literally years upon years to get here. but it happened. If you just wait long enough, these things will work out in the end. But yeah, that is it still continues to be a very, very stacked bracket, especially, again, as you mentioned, for us, with 2 UK players on the right side. One of them, Judgment, going to be facing Luna in the top 8 to try and get that top 4 spot. So a lot on the line for these players. We've got plenty more matches coming up for you guys, but we are going to get our first match of top 8 ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And we're back, and we are going to get into the top 8 here at Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. And Darek, as mentioned at the end of the last segment, 3 British players. We've got to talk about it. It's got to be mentioned.
I mean, you know what they say. Yeah, 3 heads are better than 4.
Absolutely, and they're all in the same half of the draw. So from our perspective, obviously quite exciting times, chance of a British finalist. But first off, we're going to have Lovestorm versus Youth. We don't know a huge amount about either player, but both probably more experienced than maybe you would imagine at first glance.
Yeah, I mean, they have been knocking around in the Masters Tour circuit. Like I was saying about Lovestorm, he's never had a negative Masters Tour. The worst he's gone is 4-4, which he did in 3 Masters Tours last year. But he's never got through to a top 16. We've never seen him on stream, unless I'm mistaken, maybe very, very briefly. But this is, you know, obviously in the Western scene, his big breakout performance, which we love to see. Youth on the other side, again, like you were saying, one of those players who's been here for a little while. He's got a decent win rate in terms of his overall overall win rate, right? He's been in a few Masters Tours. He's had a couple where it hasn't gone so well for him, but an overall positive win rate for both of the players here. And although I haven't seen Youth play so far, I believe, from Lovestorm, I liked what I saw. His lineup is a little bit unconventional. He's the one player with Brute Demon Hunter, if you can believe it, in addition to the more standard Miracle Priest, Kazakus Druid, and Weapon Rogue. A deck that, while I was poo-pooing it somewhat in the Swiss stage of the tournament because of its very, very high vulnerability to aggro and to Druid to some extent as well, I think here in the top 16 and the top 8 specifically, where there's only one player left with an aggro lineup, the Weapon Rogue should actually be in a really good spot.
Weapon Rogue was kind of the wild card deck. Out of all the decks that were available coming into this tournament, listening to the pro players practice and that sort of thing, the big question was, how many people are going to bring Weapon Rogue? Can we afford to ignore it? Do we have to respect it? You know, do we have to play it? Because it is so violent, and it's going to be violent if it's not banned in this matchup. It just destroys the opposing lineup, but so does the Druid. So only one of those is going to get banned, but in the right matchups, Weapon Rogue is so destructive, particularly against Warlock, but also against some of the other classes.
And that's why Youth has just decided to go ahead and ban it, getting that out the way. And then the Miracle Priest for Youth has also been targeted there. I guess it makes sense. Lovestorm's decks are, I mean, the one cohesive theme I can come up with Lovestorm's lineup is that they all kind of ignore board, to be perfectly honest. They're just very, very solitaire style of decks, right? Where with Brute Demon Hunter, you're trying to complete your quest, get the brutes down, there's no removal in the deck. If your opponent has an aggressive start, you just kind of lose unless you can hit those brutes. Weapon Rogue, same deal, no removal, you're smacking your opponent in the head. Kazakus Druid is a little bit closer to the middle ground, but for the most part, it's very vulnerable to aggro decks. And the Miracle Priest, again, it's a wild card. It can pop off and be the best deck in the game, or it can be absolute pile of nonsense and just get nothing done whatsoever. And so for Lovestorm here, I think getting rid of that that Miracle Priest, sorry, does make sense because it's the most explosively board-based deck in his opponent's lineup, right? He just can't really answer a 12-12 Nazmani Bloodweaver on turn 4, and so getting that out of the way makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Lovestorm's lineup might end up being really productive all the way through today because the aggro stuff's kind of got filtered out as the tournament's gone on. You and Raven both called it in individual casts sort of on day one. Like, aggro's looking a little bit sort of sketchy, and as the tournament's gone on, the aggro has slowly but surely, it's not all gone, but slowly but surely sort of sunk to the bottom of the pile, if you like. So if that continues, Lovestorm might just end up with quite an easy day's work. Obviously, it's never that easy, but looking like he's got the lineup right, having escaped the aggro at the start.
Yeah, it's looking that way, right? He'd have to get all the way to the other side of the bracket to face Judgment, I believe, before he'd have to really start worrying about aggro. But if that does happen to be the case, then of course he will be a little bit scared. For both of these players, though, the other big talking point is that they are the 2 Chinese representatives left in the top 8. And there's whether or not they will admit to such a thing, but it feels like there's a little bit of a rivalry brewing between Europe and China as the 2 most dominant regions by a wide margin in Masters Tours history. Year before last, I believe it was 5 European victors, 1 Chinese victor. Last year it was 3 and 3, so a very, very even split. And this year, of course, it's very much anyone's game. Maybe we'll finally get an APAC victor at some point. Not in this Masters Tour, however, with both Korean players taking the loss here. But with both of the Chinese players going up against each other here, it means they only have 1 representative going through to the semi-finals against potentially full European lineup in the other 3, if Deads plus the UK squad are able to get their wins. So for the start here, it is looking like it's very good for Europe to get another win on the books here, unless Lovestorm or Youth can pull off something very impressive.
Yeah, we're looking good, Darek, because you're like, I'm an APAC caster, but hey, there's a European. I'm like, the Americas caster. Yeah, we don't well either, but we've got the Europeans to fall back on, and we've narrowed it down. We've got 3 Brits. Got to keep on about that. Sorry, but yeah, we need our backup plans very urgently by the look of things today. Not quite sure why we're not got into this one yet, but really looking forward to seeing how this goes. Haven't talked much about Youth's lineup, I guess. Does have that more standard version of Fell Demon Hunter without the combo, the Miracle Priest, the Owl Warlock, which you've seen a lot of in this tournament. I know that surprised you to some degree. And this Warrior deck, Derek, which maybe you can tell us a bit about.
I mean, I can forgive you for it because all of his decks look at first glance like normal decks, but they're all really weird. Like his Warrior in there, it's Charge Warrior, right? It's got Captain Galvangar, it's got To the Front, it's got these tertiary minions like the Faceless in order to copy them in the Battlegrounds Battlemaster. But there's Galvangar, there's, what am I trying to say? Vandar, sorry, that's the one, not Galvangar. Vandar plus the Claw Machines. It's a very, very unique build of the deck that relies on extra discounting of your minions. His Demon Hunter is anything but a standard build for Fell Demon Hunter. It's got Il'gynoth in there. It's got Kane Sun Fury. It's got Relentless Pursuit. It's got Skull of Gul'dan, a card that we haven't seen for months. It feels like years in any kind of Demon Hunter. It's such a weird build.
I looked at the top and I looked at the bottom and gone, oh, that's a standard Fell Demon Hunter. Middle cards are just autocomplete.
I mean, it's got no quest. That's the big difference, right? It's kind of closer to just the Fell Demon Hunter that runs the Il'gynoth package as well. So it can go for a really surprise lethal. But for the most part, this is the Fell Demon Hunter that existed before the quest was introduced into it.
Yeah, and that's... So we're going to have two wacky Demon Hunters. I think Brute counts as a wacky Demon Hunter at this point. You do see it on ladder, but you don't see it really doing very much on ladder or for any particular length of time. And I know you got to look at this briefly yesterday. How did it look? How did the Brute Demon Hunter actually look when you got to see him play yesterday?
It looked strong. Honestly, I thought it was doing good stuff. Like... Brute Demon Hunter has been on a really weird journey, right? Where if we think back to the peak of its power, it was when there was the sudden brainwave, the jolt of lightning that hit someone to realize that you can combine OTK Demon Hunter and Brute Demon Hunter. You have the very strong removal, the anti-aggro capabilities of OTK Demon Hunter, and then you just slot in a couple of Brutes alongside it to further bolster your mid-game potential and fend off some of those aggro decks. That's when it was a really dominant force in the metagame. Then, of course, the nerfs came to Brutes, to the Moarg Artificers, a lot of the other combos that you're going for as well. And now it's a very all-or-nothing deck. It's a very, very brave bring. But honestly, I like it. I think in this kind of tournament, you need something to differentiate you, something to separate you from the field. And going for a very all-or-nothing deck like Brute Demon Hunter has proven to be the genius stroke that has propelled Lovestorm through to a perfect run so far.
And he is going to open up with that Miracle Priest, a deck we have seen a lot of over the last 2 days, and it feels so hit and miss, but obviously you just do the maths and it's working out to be a hit for most of the players who have brought it. I think it does suffer against Shaman to some degree when it just gets frozen out of sight.
Right.
But beyond that, it has been performing spectacularly well. I know there were players that were slightly concerned about bringing it because they're playing on APAC ping, and there was a lot of the European players were like, oh, do we want to do that? But I think the players who brought it are very satisfied with how it's played out.
Yes, agreed completely. And I think that for the most part, the crowd psychology, the groupthink of our players here have ended up on the correct build of the deck, especially as it's kind of filtered the good lists from the bad lists. We're seeing more of the convoluted lists that run more minions settle down towards the bottom of the pack, like the ones with the new Nether Drakes slotted in there, the ones with Sethic Veil Weavers in there as well, all have started to prove a little bit inconsistent, whereas the build that Youth has with a Xyrella in there for 1 extra minion, or the incredibly stripped down version that Lovestorm has with only 2 types of minions in the deck, 1 Malagos and 2 Nazmani Bloodweavers, I think has shown that it's shown a lesson that has been true throughout all of Hearthstone, right? It's better to do one thing very well than lots of things reasonably well. And just boiling this deck down to what it is in its essence, a mana cheat deck where you just play Nazmani, do broken things, burst your opponent out of the game with all the discounts that you're getting. That is much more effective than trying to play a kind of piecemeal anti-aggro version with the Nether Drakes in there.
Yeah, it is, like I say, it's sort of an all-in deck. So if you're going to do it, do it. Like, just don't mess around trying to half do it. I agree entirely that I think that has been proven to be the case. Okay, the one Zorella I think is fine in some of the builds. Like that's kind of the middle ground. It's so strong you can get away with it. It buys you time. It's doing a lot of things. But other than that, I think some of the more crazy stuff is just a little bit too much. Youth is going to open up with what is being called Charge Warrior, because it does have the combo and all the elements of the Charge Warrior, but going to be interesting to see how violent it gets with the Vandar included. I've got a feeling that could make this a lot more brutal than maybe we're giving it credit for.
Yeah, I mean, the other things to consider are that it's not actually that good of a control warrior, is it, as well? Like, a lot of the other decks, like I was saying, they are much more about playing control warrior with a couple of extra cards at the end that function as the combo. This has got, what, Vandar, 2 Faceless, 2 Claw Machine, Battlemaster, Smite, Galvangar. It's just, and the double to the front as well. It's so much nonsense in the deck that doesn't delete anything. And the cards he's cut for that are Bladestorm, a fantastic way to clear off big minions from Priest. One of the Brawls, another fantastic way. Barov, imagine trying to play against Miracle Priest without Lord Barov to deal with that 20 health Malagos later on in the game. It's a very, very squishy build from Youth, and I think that's going to work very heavily against him in this particular matchup, where it's much more about playing the control half of the deck than the combo half of the deck. So right out of the gate, I think Youth is in for a tough ride in this first game.
Yeah, interesting to see just how fast he can make it go. Maybe throw caution to the wind and just try and get that Vandar down, get some cheap stuff going, and just smack the Priest quicker than they smack you, which sounds ambitious at best. But yeah, keeping the brawl, so already almost acknowledging that at some point might have to rely on a 50-50 to stay in the game.
This was supposed to be a great...
Okay, it's... Wait. Did he play that Shadow of the Naru instead of cycling it, or did he trade it? Maybe he traded it. Oh no, I guess he had 4 cards in hand.
Has the right number of cards, yes.
Yeah. I got a little bit scared because I couldn't remember what the picture on the left corresponds to, if it's something different if you trade it. But no. I am mistaken. Interesting mulligan, though, however, for Lovestorm. I believe he held on to the power word Fortitude, which is a card I've kind of advocated for here and there against decks that are a little bit light on removal, because just +5 health makes a Nazmani almost impossible to clear. But against Warrior, I think I would rather try and find the Insights or the Nazmanis themselves to make sure you actually have a target for these buff spells in your deck. But either way, it's looking to be a pretty good start to the game for Lovestorm. He's got the Nazmani, plenty of buffage. He just needs some value in order to get these discounts going, like Malagos or a Draconic Studies. That is a fantastic draw to bolster his game plan here.
Yeah, and Youth, not a lot going on, although picking up that stage dive maybe gives him something to do.
Yeah.
Does have some removal, but not a lot else happening here. Not got the turbo stuff that he was hoping to get. Right. Lovestorm does have a bit of time if he doesn't want to go in yet next turn. But probably
Never play a... Yeah, you never play a Faceless, right? Because that's just too good in this matchup. It's either a combo piece or it's like a 20-20 if they play a big Nazmani or Malagos later on. In terms of the expendable resources here, like, Shield Shatter is not ridiculous, but I don't like it. Honestly, I feel like either like Coin or Minefield is the most dumpable resource in this situation.
Oh,
wow.
Lays it out there. And you kind of called it, and you got there sort of in reverse order. You never play a Faceless, and then you went through all the other cards. It's like, oh, maybe you have to play the Faceless, because nothing else... At least it's on the board. Everything else is a straight dump, whereas this at least does something.
Man, Youth has to be feeling that the Lovestorm is on its way here, right? As this is just pass. Your opponent's hand is either really bad or really good. And as it turns out for Lovestorm, It's looking pretty good. This hand can pop off really blooming hard. And especially if he can find himself Malagos off of this Draconic Studies. Maybe Kazakhstan as well could even get some value if he draws the other Nazmani off of this Insight. There's a lot of really, really strong things that can happen on this turn, but he needs to get going if he wants to get there.
Yeah, attacking for 3 is okay. You don't want to attack for more than that sometimes because you do just fuel the gift to some degree. So
true.
Fine to do the one little attack. I've sort of conditioned myself not to attack into priest. Oh, this is going nutty.
Okay, I mean, now we are looking for Kazakhstan, right? Because there's only 1 minion left in the deck, and it's a dragon. It doesn't find anything especially good, to be honest. No Malagos, no Kazakhstan, no skeletal dragon. I don't know, just some way to get some extra value. Alexstrasza is a very low priority target. And now for Lovestorm, because of that bad roll, and because he missed on the Malagos with the Insight, he's kind of gassed out. The best he can do here is just to make a big board, pray that one of the 13-14 sticks, and that there's no brawl available for Youth.
Yeah, and Youth kept the brawl in the opener.
Right.
And how's it going to play out for him? Good luck. I'm cheering for.
Man, I know nothing about Lovestorm, but I feel already I just have so much respect for him as a player. He's just so all in with his game plan. Like, he just has no reservations about making what he thinks is the correct play. He doesn't hum and haw about whether or not it's right or not. Like, the previous games yesterday where he just played like 3 insights that drew no minions. This game, he's like, right, we're all in. This is the only chance. I have to do it. If it doesn't work, I'm going to die anyway. I mean, it doesn't even do anything. The best it can give him is an Alexstrasza, which he can't play until next turn. Like, he's just so far behind in this game. But it was a calculated risk. I think it was correct. There's only 1 brawl in the deck. There's no Barov. It had to be that from Youth. And he had it.
Yeah, would like to mention that Youth playing that Faceless did give him extra odds in the brawl.
True.
I feel like that might have been part of his calculations back on turn 4, turn 5.
Okay. That's Malagos guaranteed, at least now. So Lovestorm is definitely back in the game.
He is, but I think this warrior is kind of turbocharged to some degree.
It's getting there, isn't it?
So many ways to clear this. Obviously, clearing a Malagos is going to be a bit harder, but
right.
Or whatever happens after the Malagos, not the Malagos itself, of course.
All he needs now is actually to the front. He's got 1 in hand now. Second to the front will just be straight up lethal for Youth on the following turn. If he can draw it.
There's the Vandar as well, so...
that only discounts in deck, so I don't think that's going to make any difference here.
Yeah, they're all in hand already, I guess.
Right, yeah.
All right. Malagos time. Imagine
I mean,
Priest ever gets a charge effect.
I would be busted. I mean, it was Boar, right? I literally needed a 1/1, and Priest could deal like 20,000 damage in a turn.
Yeah.
Or is it just lethal anyway? It's just lethal anyway, with so low health, the weapon equipped already. Youth doesn't even need the full combo. 18 plus the weapon, very easily able to get it done. And that's going to be Youth off to a 1-0 start as Lovestorm. I mean, he wore his heart on his sleeve, right? It was just go all in, don't let there be brawl, and there was a brawl.
Yep, and very well played by Youth to keep the brawl in the mulligan. It might seem obvious having seen it pan out, but at the time it's like, this is 5 mana, it doesn't advance your game plan, you're relying on your opponent going all in, but bam, that's exactly what happened. Well played to Youth, takes a 1-0 lead in this quarter-final. And there's going to be a lot of, like, I usually say, oh, this is targeting this, but I think that Youth going into this had a slight disadvantage in the matchups, and I think that's put him well in front now, getting that win.
Yeah, I think he's in a very, very good spot. The Warrior maybe could have struggled a little bit, but it's kind of weird where even though I was ragging on him for his particular build here that I thought would be bad in this specific matchup, I think it would actually be pretty good against the rest of Lovestorm's decks. Like, you don't want to be using removal against Weapon Rogue, against Druid. Brutes, it's a little bit closer. Having a Lord Barrow, I think, would be nice to maybe kill off an early Brute turn for Lovestorm. But for the most part, just having more consistency in your combo is exactly what you want against these other combo decks. But it's not even going to matter because he already got the win with the Warrior in game 1, and so now he is left with I think decks that should be having a much easier time of it, to be honest. The only question mark being this weird as all heck Demon Hunter that doesn't run the quest, but instead has just gone all in on the Fell package with Jace, Il'gynoth, Kurtrus, Skull of Gul'dan as well. It's a very old school build, a list that has been forgotten in the mists of time at this point, but he's resurrected it, and clearly it's doing very well for him so far.
Yeah, it's like he looked at all the decks he wanted to play. So, okay, well, I don't want to play aggro. I want to play these decks. But how do I make them as aggro as possible without ruining them? It's just throwing a Relentless Pursuit. Why not? Need a little bit of extra damage, need a bit of extra removal maybe. And here is a look at the aforementioned deck. We've talked about it, but Derek, pick it apart. What are the nonsense cards Relentless Pursuit, etc. going to do here?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much new in this deck. If we think back to when this was Fell Demon Hunter, right? This was a very popular, arguably the best deck in the format when it was at its peak of power. It's first and foremost an anti-aggro deck, right? It just absolutely steamrolls aggro. You have plenty of removal with the Fellscream Blasts. The old lists ran Immolation Aura, I think, as well, which this does not. But you have healing, removal, a good threat at the end game as well. It just absolutely dumpstered aggro. This build is a little bit less anti-aggro and a little bit more scaling up towards dealing with control, dealing with mid-range, which is, I think, a very smart read for this tournament. If you are going to bring this type of deck, you need to be able to beat down Druid, Warrior. You need enough burst to get through Shaman whilst having your board frozen. And because of that, I think the Kayn, the Relentless Pursuits, as well as the Furies and Chaos Strikes is a very clever read from Youth. And honestly, I'm on board. I'm here to see if it can get it done, because right now I can definitely see the merit of this particular build.
I find the chance to say this in nearly every tournament as well, but if you can make your own deck, and, you know, obviously no one makes their own deck these days, but if you make your deck pretty unique, it's so much harder for your opponents when they're not quite used to all the nuances and you are. Yeah. The Youth gets to playtest this deck as it is and knows what's in it, how all the mistakes the opponents can make. Whereas the opponents, especially after the round of 16, when you don't know who you're facing, they've got to kind of make it up and hope they don't walk into one to some degree. So a big advantage for Youth in that regard too. Okay.
Pretty slow start for both players here. Lovestorm obviously hoarding his resources a little bit more. You don't need to go too fast with the palm readings in this matchup, so I like saving it till turn 4 just to get an extra card in hand. I would honestly have heard the reasoning to save it until turn 5 just to draw an extra spell. But he's clearly setting up for something, trying to get this big unanswerable board because, like I said, cutting the Immolation Auras from this list not only hurts you against aggro, it's also against Priest, just a very, very heavy board-based deck in the mid game. And if Lovestorm is able to pop off in the way he did against the Warrior, I think Youth is really going to struggle to answer that.
Yeah, it needs to be quick though, because Youth is going to keep this hand full of cards. He's got a lot of draw in this deck compared to normal. Yeah. He's already got, and it's a lot of mana, but he's got Il'gynoth double Chaos Leech just hanging around there. That's a lot of damage if needed. You know, he's established a 4/3 on the board. He's going to be able to play Kurtrus next turn if he so desires.
Right.
There's Relentless Pursuit. This damage is going to add up really fast. I know the Priest heals a lot. I know the Priest gets that back. I know it can hang on. But this could get much more brutal than we're used to very quickly.
I mean, really, the only thing holding a Lovestorm back is like one extra copy effect. If he had another Gift of Luminance in this hand, I think you would very much reach that terminal velocity where you hit 0 mana Malagos, draw the entire deck, make unkillably large minions, and then go from there. But with the way this hand is situated, like, it can do a lot. You know, there's a very, very good chance that he ends up playing Elec Mount at the end of this turn as well. But against a couple of 4/4s and a 4/3 as well, like, you know, this is a threatening board from Youth. He may be able to answer this.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he does have to mess around answering, it's no problem. Those skulls will come back in for refill if needed, even if it becomes expensive.
And he does actually end up with the Malagos as well. I think perfect mana utilization, which means he's just looking for a desperate prayer here in order to be able to keep popping off with the rest of his hand. Or a Power Word Fortitude, that'll do too.
Yeah, what an addition to the deck, basically, Fortitude has been, right? It's just 0 mana with Malagos every time. Fantastic. All right. Deal with that lot.
Yeah, whiffs on the rest of the discount with double discounting Psyche Split is not what you're looking for. But like you say, just try and answer this. The couple of 4/4s and the 4/3 on the board were significantly less impactful than what I was anticipating.
Yeah, I was thinking they were quite dangerous too, but there's enough there. Unless he thinks he can do it over 2 turns. The 8/17 is just not getting removed, is it?
I mean, nothing is getting removed here. I think this is... Like, you can kill the 2/4 if you want to with double Chaos Leech. I guess you can technically kill off the 8/17 actually, can't you? With Kurtrus Chaos Leech does allow you to actually get there.
Is there the mana after?
I think so, given that 1 Chaos Leech costs 0, 1 costs 1, right?
Only one with reduced though. Right?
Oh, of course, yeah, sorry, I'm being an idiot here. Yeah, I think you can still just about get there, but like you say, it's a lot less clean the way I was laying it.
Yep, so it does get rid of the most troublesome minion for now.
But I mean, now you just go again, right? You go copy it, Gift of Luminance, Psych Split, discount your entire hand. Like, it's probably not lethal on this turn, but it's going to be an impossibly large board.
Yeah, you've just seen Youth just struggle to kill off one of your minions. Now you're going to have 5 of them doing the same thing next turn. Yep. We're both just staring at it like, okay, well, we can see that all this is getting played. How
Yeah.
is everything? And the answer is, it's big.
Oh, okay, Void Shard, a bit more damage. It's not bad, hey.
9 cards left in deck as well. Well done, Malagos. Well done.
Oh my god, it's so much stuff. Like this Shadow Devour, if he can get himself a Bless as well, it's close to lethal, surprisingly enough.
Yep. And it's also not close to being dead. It's not like he's going to get killed on the swing back next turn.
Yeah, this one is absolutely well and truly over. Even Magtheridon as the one potential out for Youth obviously cannot activate because Lovestorm has too many minions on board. And so at this point, I would like to direct you to the source of Lovestorm's power, of course, the Lovestorm in the ceiling above him, which allows him to make such powerful plays as this.
And I feel like I just saw him roll his sleeves up there as well. It's like, okay, it's 1-1, time for business, time for Lovestorm to do the thing.
I'm also being an idiot as well, talking about him cutting Immolation Aura. I was just being blind. Apologies, I just didn't see it in the deck list.
I mean, that's because it's not usually halfway down the list.
True.
It's just there, somewhere in the middle of that selection of cards that are in this deck that have obviously been doing incredibly well as well. We did.
How much is this?
Yeah, let's work it out.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, it's just lethal in hand, I think, right? It's 10. Oh no, 2 off maybe. No, it's just lethal with Void Shard and Apotheos.
Yeah, you always play all the cards, so just have to count the damage in this.
Oh no, of course, Apotheos has been nerfed. It's 1 damage off lethal, sorry, before the Void Shard was discovered. So Lovestorm, of course, correctly going in there with the Discover Chain, trying to get himself the lethal he knew he could get on this turn. And what a demonstration of the Miracle Priest. Like, nobody believed Jambray when he was first piloting this deck. Played it season after season on ladder with great success, but no one believed him. And yet again, here we are with everyone playing a Jambray deck, and it turns out it's just one of the best decks in the format, as it often turns out to be.
Yeah, why does no one ever believe Jambray? Like, this happens relentlessly since like 2015 when he played Egg Paladin, 2016, I don't know, many years ago, and still he just is out there streaming every day his concoctions. Not always necessarily the first best tuning of them, but always one of the first people to actually play these new decks. And yeah, believe Jambray, he's good. Easy lesson.
I mean, you never believe him because he's always lying. Like, even though they always turn out to be correct, they're always bad. It's just somehow no one can win with them apart from him until suddenly they start doing that. I don't know. Either way, it's equalization of the series, of course, with Lovestorm getting the win with the Priest, another deck that we kind of anticipated would get there. As it's looking like this Demon Hunter for Youth, despite me praising its reasonable spot in the metagame, is maybe starting to show signs of weaknesses, right? Like, that was a very, very low percentage chance right from the get-go. He needed Lovestorm to completely brick on the draw. But against the Druid, that's not a great matchup either. If they drop an early Kazakhstan, you're really going to struggle to keep up with that. Against the more against a Brute Demon Hunter, sorry, the removal, maybe that can get there. You know, if you get yourself a Talented Arcanist plus Immolation Aura, and then maybe a little bit of extra attacks from the hero as well, yeah, that can get there. But if they drop it early enough, you're really going to struggle with these big minions in the same way you did against the Priest.
I do feel like this whole matchup might come down to whose Demon Hunter does the thing. I feel like the Druids, you know, pretty much a free pass at this point. I'd fancy the Owl Lock to get through on the other side, and that leaves these two Demon Hunters. And I don't know, you can analyze the decks like you have, but until we see this in action, I'm not sure we're going to have a very clear picture of how these two Demon Hunters interact with each other, because there's so much stuff that we're just not used to going on.
Wait, you're also
And it's on.
Saber duty.
It's the final showdown for the Demon Hunters.
It is indeed. And Youth here with a weird hand. Like, I can see where he's going with this mulligan. I was kind of considering this myself, where Skull is one of the few cards you actually want in the early game, or I guess mid game would probably be more appropriate, in your starting hand at least, because it's proactive. So much of this deck is reactive. The only cards that are actually... Apologies, sorry. The only cards that are actually actively drawing through your deck are like Skull, Fellgorger, and maybe Chaos Strike you could argue for as well. But by holding on to this, he has himself a guaranteed playable card, so he can get the Skull in Outcast, just so Jace or Il'gynoth don't end up there. And honestly, the rest of his cards are always going to be kind of unplayable. This was the real weakness of Fell Demon Hunter, is if your opponent isn't developing their board, your early game just doesn't do anything.
Yeah. But he is going to be up against... Well, he's not going to be up against some brutes, but that's what he's going to have to worry about. The other problem is going to be, of course, the ever-present glide. So, you know, when do you Skull? What are you going to do? Are you going to worry about glide? Are you not going to worry about glide? And that's going to be for Youth to decide. But with two Skulls in hand, it may be forced that he has to go for it anyway.
Yeah, I think so. Just got to hope it's not there. Lovestorm really hoping for Sigil Runner here, okay, in order to be able to complete the quest here at the end of his turn. Gets himself Brute at the end of it, which obviously, though unplayable, is a spicy addition to the hand and maybe complicates things with regards to this glide, but at the same time, probably not.
I can see why you're such a big fan of Lovestorm already now, though. The reactions when he was trying to hit that Sigil Runner, like, yay, no, oof. So feeling every moment of this. And there's the glide, so no questions about the Skulls, because Lovestorm has just ripped the glide, completes the second part of the quest.
Yeah, I mean, again, every time I start to try and introduce any doubts in players' minds as to whether or not they should glide, they just glide. It's just almost always correct. If you have it outcast on turn 4, just do it, and you will probably end up in a better situation than your opponent. As like we can see here for Youth, at the moment, it's looking horrible, right? He has no card draw. He has nothing to spend his mana on that actually does anything, apart from, I don't know, removing a couple of one-attack minions that are completely inconsequential. The only thing to bear in mind here for Youth, the positive, the light at the end of the tunnel, is that his deck doesn't really need to do that much in the mid-game. It starts to come into its own later on. As long as he can draw Jace, as long as he can draw Il'gynoth at some point, get this Kurtrus online and start swinging face. If he can accrue an answer to a big brute board, this is still somewhat salvageable for him.
Yeah, and the unsaid thing there when Lovestorm was sat with just a Viper in hand was there was also a sigil. Every card in his deck actually just draws more cards. The weapon's equipped. He's got an instant recovery as soon as he wants it. And only slowed down there because drew the Sentinel, so he just wants to have an even crazier turn next turn because he's in no hurry.
I mean, the Fury, I think at this point, now that it's at rank 2, I would be very tempted to just throw it down. I know that it doesn't, you'd likely have to send it face to make it worthwhile, but I'm still just pretty anxious about playing around Glide, to be honest. Your opponent is turboing through their deck so quickly, they're so likely to find the second one. They're just like dumping these cards to set them up for Kurtrus, for Jace, once that comes down later on, is probably more important.
Yeah, I think he might have just been wanting to have a look to see if he picks up the Warblades on this turn, maybe use some healing going forward, because you do have to dodge the Lion's Frenzy a lot of the time if the brutes don't come off, so
True.
Just being a bit greedy with that, I sort of get it, but like you say, if another Glide comes out, then it's a bit of a waste.
And I mean, that's really the most brutal part of this game, aside from the brutes, for Youth, is that he doesn't have that Rustrot Viper, right? So there is very, very little way that he can even play around this Lion's Frenzy. Lovestorm, in this situation where he's clearly reached terminal velocity, he's doing the completely broken things that we know Quest Demon Hunters can do at this point. There's no counterplay for Youth. He can't glide cards into his opponent's deck. He can't Rustrot Viper to destroy the weapon. Lovestorm will almost always just have a nice 2-turn lethal here.
Yeah, now the brutes are coming to play as well during that conversation because of all the card draw ripping them out. I was about to sort of comment that he might win this without even needing a brute, but I might not get to find out because he's going to do so much damage in the next 2 turns. This is absolutely ridiculous. Did I say next 2 turns? It might be this turn, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the out for Youth, if it's there, is to get a heal and a clear on this turn, which means he has to draw Talented Arcanist for there to be any chance whatsoever. And then he has to be able to heal enough so that he's not dead to the Lion's Frenzy next turn and completely clear the board, which I think even if he had drawn Talented Arcanist off the top, still honestly would not have been there. And so quite clearly here, Lovestorm is just absolutely steamrolling this one.
Yeah, I think Youth needed to draw exactly Skull into Arcanist plus whatever other 2 cards you want to make.
Right, maybe, yeah.
That might have been a way to keep the game alive, and even then he probably just struggles anyway. What's he seeing here?
I mean, these Kurtrus minions, I think, are possibly up to 8 attack, if not 7. At which point you could have maybe looked at like Kurtrus plus Fellscream Blast, I don't know, to maybe try and edge it over.
I was about to say Sigil running into Skull, but he's seen something that keeps him alive.
I don't know, whatever he might have been considering, it wasn't there. Lovestorm takes the win, and just, man, game after game, Brute Demon Hunter, especially in a field with no aggro, just looks really, really strong. Everything the deck is doing looks like the more classic builds of the Quest Demon Hunter, but instead of the very flimsy, finicky, cumbersome combo of Deadeye plus expendable performers with the Kurtrus hero power, instead, you just play Lion's Frenzy and smack them for like 40 damage over 2 turns.
Yeah, and that seems to work. In fact, you touched on it briefly at the start, but now we've seen it in action. All of his decks kind of run at the same speed. They do nothing for 3 or 4 turns, then they kill you. And I know that's kind of the definition of an OTK or a solitaire deck, but really all 4 of them are running at that exact cadence. And the Fell Demon Hunter from Youth just doesn't seem to be able to keep up from it. And there's no respite. This Druid against Youth's remaining decks is absolutely terrifying.
I mean, honestly, this lineup from Lovestorm is just like the troll lineup. It's actually good. Like, he's not inting this tournament by bringing these decks. They're not meme decks, but they're just so annoying to play against, every single one of them. Like, Weapon Rogue, there's nothing you can do to stop your opponent from just smacking you in the face and never interacting with the board. Kazakhstan Druid, need I say more? Look at that blooming card and what it can do. The Priest, obviously, as we saw, can just do infuriatingly powerful stuff in the mid-game. And then it's bleeding Brute Demon Hunter. It's like the most annoying of decks to play against, because when they hit it, it feels so scammy to play against it, but when they miss, it's so horrible at the same time. Like, it's just such an annoying lineup to play against, and clearly it's doing incredibly well. He's 9-0 now in this tournament and looks to be set to go up 10-0 here, as I think Youth is in with a very uphill climb to take a win against this Kazakhstan Druid.
Yeah, this Druid, I was saying at the start, the Druid and the Rogue were both just brutal against Youth's lineup, and you can only ban 1 deck, unfortunately, for Youth, and for anyone else who has faced it this tournament by the look of things, and yet very, very uphill here. Somehow has to get off a pretty slow, not much mana cheat unless you get the weapon combo, versus a Druid that could just Kazakhstan you on turn 3 if you're having one of those games, so... a lot to go wrong and not much to go right for Youth. And even if he gets that done, he then has to get the Fell Demon Hunter to perform against just the nonsense that is Ramp Druid in general.
Right. And here we go. The mindset for Lovestorm, I think, very clearly laid out. Captured Cold Tooth Miner card that says draw your lowest cost card or your highest cost card. You'll never guess what the highest cost card in his deck. It turns out to be Kazakhstan. And with the Wild Growth as well, it's the perfect smooth curve. This is a perfect parabolic to get up to Kazakhstan and then just steamroll your opponent.
And he has done what you talked about with his Priest deck. Oh my goodness. Exactly the same thing. He's taken out all of the clutter. This is, I am playing Kazakhstan. Absolutely all in on that idea. No messing around. Still running a best in shell, which I think was taken out of most of the decks after like 15 minutes of the meta. But he's left that in there. Really all in on just getting Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You have to play a 30-card deck. There's only so many good Druid spells. They're like, I agree. Best in Shell is just a bad card right now, but you got to fill out your deck somehow. So I don't begrudge him for it.
That's what
I think if Lovestorm...
Another cycle, another tradable, it's just another way of focusing on just doing the one thing. That's kind of the point, right?
With Innovate off the top as well, you can actually play the Kazakhstan. This is turn 4, right? With the Wild Growth having been played on turn 3. And instantly, look at this. Book of the Dead, Bananas, insta-pick. Looming Presence, I don't know, maybe. Banana Split. This is starting to slow down a little bit. These are not quite so powerful as the other ones.
Knife? You think you just win the turn?
I guess, yeah, that's true. I guess you could just get Wind Fury to your Kazakhstan. But, like, I mean, if you get yourself 2 10-10 Kazakhstans in addition to the one on board, like, that's probably also winning you the game.
Yeah, that seems a reasonable card.
Ugh.
This is the one problem with Kazakhstan, right? I'm not going to make out it's a terrible card or anything. I think people have said sort of interpreted me that way, but you don't get many minions. So if you're playing not many minions in your main deck and you get a bit of a dodgy Kazakhstan, you can end up a little bit light on attacks.
Ending up on the Wax Rager is very interesting. I guess if you did end up taking the Banana Split, then giving yourself 3 recurring Wax Ragers is like 15 a turn. The Warlock, I don't think, can stand up against that. But overall, you know, another one of those kind of mid-range, mid-tier Kazakhstan's, not instantly game-winning, but putting him firmly in the lead without a shadow of a doubt. Okay, bit of a whiff on the hilt.
Yeah, didn't get the other half because he has more than 8 cards in his deck. Plus we saw them, but you know.
All right, give me something good here. Ugh. The Exerciser is, well, I mean, that's my reaction to both Exercise and the Exerciser. Yeah. Just complete disgust.
It was pretty grim, Kazakhstan, and if he didn't take the 5-1, he may actually be struggling to just generate damage here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did take the Wax Rager at the end. I mean, the real concern isn't whether or not he'll have enough value. I think it's just whether or not the value gets there quickly enough, because Youth is off to a terrifyingly fast start here. And with Lovestorm drawing Hilt, Exerciser, Hilt, it's about as bad as it can possibly go with Kazakhstan. And he knows it, because Youth is getting through this combo quickly. That's an owl off the top, which is one of the few combo pieces missing. This is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think he's going to get there. I actually think Youth might get there and take us to a game 5. That hand is so reduced. Second rod available. Kind of stalled, though, with card draw.
I mean, that's good. It's a good card, but it's so far from game winning. Youth is just so healthy. Like, Lovestorm needed what, Embers of Ragnaros, Locusts, Boombox, I don't know, just some way of applying a little bit more damage, because right now his deck, while it is powerful, technically infinite on value with the Wax Ragers, it's orders of magnitude too slow.
He's now gonna chill. Just beat him down with owls. Don't need a combo. There you go.
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be lethal on turn 10, and honestly, it might be lethal on turn 9 if he's able to get himself in any way decent draws.
Yeah, I mean, that backfire is available as well. Oh, it's painful.
Pass! He actually just passes.
Two of the most powerful decks in Hearthstone hitting each other with 3/3s and bad weapons, and what is going on? What is going on is Youth's about to win.
One thing I will say is that I can't remember exactly what it was up against, but Looming Presence was offered. He could have taken that instead of, like, I think Hilt of Keldar or maybe the Exerciser, one of the bad ones. And I know Looming Presence is, like, no value. It draws you your better cards. Like, if he'd been able to cycle through and actually find the Wax Razors, find double Book of the Dead, maybe he'd be in with a better chance. But having these incredibly low value top decks and no Moonlit Presence in hand, no Nourish, no Fungal Fortunes, whatever it may be, it's just not good enough. And now he's dead. We're going to game 5.
Yep, 8-8, mate. And that is 2 games apiece. Kazakhstan does just sometimes do that, not that often, but when it whiffs, when you don't get those minions, you just don't get the pressure on. And missing out on the powerful cards like Locust, etc., just made it awkward. Game 5, we're going to get to see that Felled Demon Hunter one more time, which is going to be difficult to judge this, right? Because that Felled Demon Hunter looks like it can get fast draws, or fast-ish. But if the Druid goes off on turn 3 or 4, then that'll be too slow, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of disagree with you in terms of the card draw in this deck. Like, you know, it's still an anti-aggro deck. You can build it however you like, but it's first and foremost an anti-aggro deck. It's going to absolutely stomp on Hunter, Paladins, Shadow Priests, even Burn Shaman probably as well. But in these early turns against Druid, when as the Quest Demon Hunter, you could cycle through your deck, turbo through everything, get a really nice easy turn 6 Kurtrus from the Quest reward. This deck does nothing. Like, Magtheridon is the absolute best thing you can do in the first, like, 5 turns of the game. It's the only thing that you can do, pretty much, because there's no other threats in the bottom half of your deck. After that, it gets a little bit closer because you can get down Il'gynoth, maybe get some kind of a big combo. If you just keep hitting them in the face, this deck can run a little low on armor gain in the Druid. But for the most part, I think Youth, as you said, is just still very far back, to be honest. This Druid should run all over him.
Yeah, unless he gets another draw, well, another Kazakhstan, not another draw. The draw was fine, like that. But Wild Growth into Guff seems like a pretty good pair of cards, keeping your opener to me. And the Mine and the Lightning Bloom. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, he's got some stuff going on there.
Man, it's nice to know that even if Orange didn't have such a good Masters Tour, he's here in spirit, because disgusting Druid draws are forever. They will never die.
Oh my. It's so disgusting that ordering it is actually going to be quite awkward.
I guess, I mean, capture, I guess, sorry, Guff first, and then, oh wow, okay. I guess it is more awkward to, I hadn't seen the Overgrowth off the top. I guess if you have Overgrowth there, it just makes the curve a lot simpler. But like you say, there were a few ways you could have gone about it.
Yeah, I don't think I think if you did it the wrongest sensible way, you would still be absolutely fine, no matter what you did here.
Exactly.
Doing it perfectly is kind of awkward.
Spend your mana each turn, and you will win this game of Hearthstone. I think it's pretty fair to say.
He's in for 2.
So obviously he could go capture first and then go for Kazakhstan guaranteed next turn. But I guess actually by going for Guff, he can go Guff, gain a mana, gain another mana, and then just go capture into the Kazakhstan. Oh my god, it's even better than I thought it was here. It's just so clean, and there is nothing that you can do.
Okay, Youth. Do the thing.
Do the thing.
I'm not sure what the thing is. That's why I'm saying do the thing. I can't see what the thing is.
Illidari studies into Glide. That's the out.
He's got it!
Oh, okay. Okay. We're back on track.
Did play into that by getting, by sort of playing mana efficient.
That's true.
Playing the Mine last turn.
What? You don't play Glide there? Really?
What? Okay. Because you know he's got it.
Has to be wrong. Surely that's wrong.
You know it's in his hand.
Someone tell me I'm being an idiot right now, because I am in disbelief.
It's so weird that I'm waiting to see why we're so wrong.
Like, I know what he's going for.
Absolutely wrong to me.
Yeah, like he's going for the plan of hitting your opponent a lot and trying to burst them down, I guess, with like Vile Fiend into Kurtrus, but I don't know, man. Like, he's got the perfect curve into Kazakhstan. You have to disrupt that.
And you know he has it. It's not like there's. It's not like this. Oh, the 25 time there's no Kazakhstan. I'll do well here. Like you know it's there. You've seen him play the Mine.
I'm stunned.
I'm waiting for the acts to tell us why we're wrong later, but I'm just going to go with that was weird for now.
I'd rather be called an idiot. I want to know why it's so wrong here. But yeah, very surprising. Either way, for Lovestorm, he does deviate away from the Kazakhstan for a turn, clearly in some respects afraid of the aggressive potential for Youth. So I guess, you know, in some ways it had the desired effect for Youth. It applied pressure, slowed Lovestorm down, and denied the Kazakhstan for a turn. But now he's just going to start absolutely popping off. I think that's probably an easy knife to get Wind Fury, easy Ragnaros, easy Boombox, I want to say as well, but okay, he'd rather have the Horn. Yeah. Locusts, the absolute nuts here. This Kazakhstan is 100% game ending. This is the nuts.
Yep, no way of saving this one, I don't think. Youth does have quite a lot of health gain in hand, but I'm already reaching.
Necrotic poison over the locusts. I guess he's that afraid of, like, Il'gynoth sticking.
Yeah, that's fair, right? Because that's the one way he loses with the first 4 picks. He probably doesn't take it to start with, but after he's seen his picks, he's like, well, I'm just going to be fine, so...
And then he went for, what, drawing his most expensive card and says that was a mistake? I don't know what he was expecting, but, like, you know that's going to happen when you play it.
Alas, poor warlord.
Yeah, either way.
Makes your brain hurt, right?
Yeah, he's digging for a miracle here. He has to go Arcanist into Skull, an obvious, horrible anti-synergy. But I think here this is very close to lethal already. He's got 14 in hand with Solar Book of the Dead. Moonlit Guidance, if he can hit the other Book of the Dead, I think is just lethal if the mana is there. Okay, that's no longer a possibility.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Well, we can avoid that
Hello.
one. That's great. Look, Kane. What could go wrong?
That's true, yeah. A slightly less annoying board than it would otherwise be, but I mean, still, it's over now, right?
I think so. I do think so, yes.
35 health. There's 21 in hand with triple Book of the Dead. There's another 7 on board, so there's 28 damage in play right now as I count it, which is not lethal. Okay, so the game does continue.
Yeah, just keep
Survival of the fittest, I think, would have ended it on the spot there for lethal, but instead he gets Yogg-Saron on because, of course, he does. Oh man, this feels so much slower than it had to. Like, imagine having necrotic poison in hand when you could just have locusts and then shoot them with that. Like, I don't know. This whole game feels a little bit weird.
Yeah, Love Storm is just going through a variety of different poses to express what you're saying.
Man, he's having a full-on midlife crisis here. Like, he does not know what's going on.
No, it's
I
over.
hope everything's okay. Like, I hope it's not, I don't know, tech issues or something, but he's clearly not happy here. He's winning, so he should be happy, but...
I mean, I think he just... Is he dead to the right hand here, which obviously we can see isn't there?
The answer is here.
24 seems a very key
I don't think so. Like, it would have to be Il'gynoth discounted, and the other Arcanist, and I-Beam, and Fellscream Blast. Like, 24 is a lot to deal without Moargs in your deck.
Yeah, it really is.
Shadows grow long.
I think it's
Maybe it's just the pressure of the tournament.
pressure. Yeah. You've got to wait for 75 seconds to see if you're winning next turn or not.
All right. This now has to be lethal, right? Ragnaros as well. Okay, that one is going to close it out. A smooth, what even is that, 48 damage there, which does end the series, end the tournament for Youth. A big smile there, and something said to the camera as well. I hope whoever that was meant for does get the intended message. But a huge congratulations to Love Storm. I've absolutely loved seeing him play so far this tournament. He's got a wacky lineup, an incredibly expressive persona, which we don't often get to see on camera here in competitive Hearthstone. And just aside from a couple of choices that I disagreed with at the end there in this particular game, I think for the most part, very, very smooth gameplay.
Yep, absolutely can't criticise any of that comment at all. Nice to see Youth sort of taking it in good spirits. I think he's been around getting good results in these Masters Tours without getting any acknowledgement, so good to finally see him play a full match on stream. I imagine we'll see him play more in the future. I know I say that a lot, but looking at his record, I think he's a player we will see more. and just a good match all around. And you were right all along about this Demon Hunter with just so little way to make things happen quickly, even though it had quite a lot of the fell damage available on empty boards. It just wasn't able to attack or defend against a lot of these decks. Like it couldn't pick a direction, sort of fell right in the middle. But I think a lot of that has come down to Lovestorm's lineup, not necessarily Youth's lineup.
No, I agree. Yeah, and you know, clearly for Youth, we have to remember that this is an open field tournament. You're preparing for a lot of players at once. The Demon Hunter has done what it needed to do to get him here. It's just one of those decks that is so polarizing in terms of its matchups. It's so good against aggro, but it feels so weak against pretty much everything else that clearly he hit enough of the aggro, I would imagine, to be able to get this far in the tournament, but was unable to get past Lovestorm and his incredibly out of left field, but incredibly potent combo lineup, guaranteeing him a spot in the semi-finals to play against either JP Mixter or Dead. So I have to say, are two of the biggest unknowns here going into the top 8.
Yeah, I think we've had them
aside from
both
unknown
on stream at least, so they've had that experience, which is pretty important going into the top 8. If you're suddenly just thrown onto a stream for the first time ever, but we have seen them both knocking about through the tournament, through the Swiss, so they should be as calm as they are able to be. Nobody's particularly calm at these stages, but you should see a good match between those two. And without further ado, I think we should just try and get on with that match rather than me talking nonsense. So thank you, Derek, and we'll set up the next match for you in 3 minutes' time.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to dive into another match for you guys of this top 8. I'm Raven. Joining me for this one is Gia, and we've got a bit of an interesting matchup here as yet again we've got a good selection of lineups clashing here and a good mixture of deck lists themselves, right, Gia?
Absolutely right, Raven. Despite this being maybe some of the players that people are less familiar with when they first look at the top 16, I'm really pleased with the way it's stacked out, and I'm sure you guys have as well. I've already gotten over the fact that both the APAC representatives fall out of the top 16. I've seen it happen too many times, but we do have two very skilled players coming up next between JP Mixter and Dad17, both of them having been on stream yesterday and putting forward some very impressive play. And like you said, the lineups are very diverse. We see Demon Hunter and Druid on both sides, yes, but one of the few Paladins in the entire tournament, and I believe the only one in the top 8 featured by Dads.
Yeah, and then for JP Mixter as well, he has Weapon Rogue, which, you know, I think at this point in the tournament has been discussed at length. But then he's gone for the Handlock, where we've been seeing, I feel we've been seeing more of the combo version. And then there's yet again, I feel like we just have to cast the Celestial Alignment Druid, which again is a bit of a rarity with all of the possible druids that are playable right now. Celestial, I'll be honest, I didn't even think about when preparing for this Masters Tour, just because of how much power and diversity Druid has right now. It was a really big surprise, so I'm excited to see how that can do yet again. And I think against the lineup of Deads, the Celestial Druid might be a bit of a scary one because there's multiple matchups where the actual Celestial Alignment itself might not be that powerful, but let's focus on the deck we're going to see from JP Mixter first, which is that Weapon Rogue. And where do you sit here, Gia? Do you think this was actually like a very powerful pick for the tournament, or do you think it's just going to be an average one?
I think it's a pick that tried to catch a lot of people off guard because with the addition of Kazakhstan to the meta and just kind of Burn Shamans being very, very popular, and also Fell Demon Hunter, all of which are decks that don't rely on weapons in a huge way. Like Demon Hunter does have Eldrazi Warblades, but it's not one of the main win conditions the same way that, say, the Rune Mithril Rod would be in Handlock. I think a lot of people just thought, we don't really have to run Vipers in this meta necessarily, so people tried to one-up that and bring Weapon Rogue, and in that sense, it's clever, but for JP Mixter in particular, he has run up into Deads' lineup, which features Libram Paladin, which is full of taunts. It has the Cariel in there to have damage, and it has healing as well. And he's actually banned that away. And then after that, there's still the Demon Hunter, which does have a Rustrot Viper in there. And then the Control Warrior, which has, you know, of course, Bulwark of Azeroth. It's very tough to get through all of that. So I feel like JP Mixter's Weapon Rogue's best chance is strangely enough against the Druid, which also has some measure of armor gain, but it's not the Cenarian Ward ramp type. At least it is the Kazakhstan version. So for JP Mixter to start off the queue with Weapon Rogue, I think he's hoping to get the good queue order and sneak a win in with that. But if he doesn't quite get it, that could be a weakness of the lineup.
Yeah, I think this is one of the first matchups I can recall where the lineups really do go one way for me. I think Deads just has the step extra in terms of just lineups and how these sort of clash together, because there's now, you broke down the way the Weapon Rogue could trip over a little bit here. I think the Druid as well has some awkward matchups if you just count that Celestial Alignment. And then there's just the Demon Hunter left over, which is just, you know, the Kurtrus Expendable Performers one, which is absolutely fine. It's kind of just an all-rounder deck. But of course, this is Conquest. You've got to win with all three to go through. So I think just looking at decks overall, Deads looks favored to me. And again, this Paladin being banned out was something I actually expected to see a lot more than it has. I thought we were going to see a lot of Libram Paladins because there are a lot of decks right now, or at least that I suspected would be in the tournament, that Paladin would just be good against because of the Cariel, because of those sort of Divine Shield taunts plus healing that are available for the Paladin deck. So maybe the fact that Deads has the Paladin has actually helped him get to this point so far.
Yeah, it could very much be, and I find it interesting that the decks banned on either side are some of the least represented in the top 8 and the tournament as a whole. Like you said, that Libram Paladin maybe had a bit more potential in other people's lineups as well, but I can understand why some people don't want to go bring it because it's a deck that has
it just seems very fair compared to what a lot of the other decks in the meta are doing. But if it does hit that nice curve and it has the Trog on top of that, so it has the potential to be aggressive against all of these very punishing Druid decks, then it can get a win here and there. And then it's the handlock on JP Mixter's side that's been banned away. It's not the Owl version. And so I was thinking potentially maybe Deads could leave that up, because I feel like his Warrior would struggle a lot more versus the Owl version, whereas against handlock, it kind of has quite a lot of removal still. Bladestorm in there, the Shield Slams, and all of the Brawl type things. But perhaps Deads just did not want to run his Demon Hunter into that. That could be a little bit scary if they know how to play around Glide, rather, with the Cult Neophytes. I think we saw Casey put on a show of that just the other day. But for now, Deads is actually going to start off with the Cast Druid, and this is what I was saying is potentially the Weapon Rogue's best chance to make it through, because this is the version that doesn't have a lot of armor in it. This is the version you like, Raven, with the Glowfly Swarm.
It is, but my own personal version plays a little bit differently because I do put Scenario Ward in it as well. But I actually cut Kazakhstan from my build, so we'll see if that works. But anyway, I do prefer this overall style, because although I completely agree the lack of sort of big armor gain could be a problem, I just think the potential aggro side of this list could actually help, right? That's one way, or the way, that Deads could take this matchup, is if he does get a Glowfly out, outside of exactly Cloak of Shadows, there's not a great way that often for the rogue to deal with so many minions on board at the same time. And then, you know, it only takes an Arbor up. It only even takes, so you could look at if the ramp's there, Raid Boss Onyxia would be a problem, Scale of Onyxia is a problem, because against Weapon Rogue, the health of your minions often doesn't really matter. It's just whether you have minions on board or not is the key factor. So I think this one could be a close one. A lot of it's going to rely on either the tokens from Deads or just the potential Cloak of Shadows being available, and obviously getting hold of an early weapon from a JP Mixter.
For sure. The Glowfly Swarm is absolutely the win condition here, just trying to get on board quickly. And I think this is one of the matchups where the nerf to Scabs going up to 8 mana is such a big deal, because after Cloak of Shadows, the only real way to answer a board is by going for Scabs. If not just killing your opponent first, which will be JP Mixter's first and foremost priority for sure. So if Deads is able to ramp out a quick Glowfly, just have the Lightning Bloom early, he's not even going to have to bother with the Kazakhstan game plan. In fact, it's probably just slower and worse because, like you laid out, the Weapon Rogue has no good ways of answering minions. So even though this is not the armor version, for this particular matchup, which is, I want to say, not truly aggro in what it's facing, Weapon Rogue doesn't get on board like most aggro decks, it should be in a better position. It just is a matter of how fast Deads can put together the Glowfly Swarm.
Yeah, it's both the players, I think, have a very clear objective, right? There's a lot of matchups in the game right now where things can sort of ebb and flow a little bit as the game continues. You might alter your plan, but this one is very much like, yes, Deads needs to get on board with Glowfly and play aggressive, or maybe go for ramp, and then that just opens up more token options. And then JP, as always with Weapon Rogue, needs to just get hold of that weapon and start punching his opponent in the face. And maybe will need a Cloak of Shadows or two to feel safe, because I think you are completely right. The Scabs being slowed down by just one more turn, and that turn being an 8 mana turn, well, by then there's potential of Glowfly and then a big Arbor up, right? And then it could be well too late by the time the damage is thrown in from the Druid. So to me, again, looking good for Deads. I think JP definitely has the most amount of work to do in this series to get going. So I'm guessing the players are just getting ready right now. But do you think anything different here? Do you think Deads is favored, or do you think JP's got it covered here?
I do agree with you. I think Deads is in a favorable position here, that Weapon Rogue is in a pinch, because let's say it loses the matchup to Druid, it still has to face up against 2 decks that each contain a Viper. And one of those decks plays Glide, the other deck plays a billion armor. It just does not look good for this Weapon Rogue. But say JP Mixter manages to sneak in a win with this, then he's looking at having to go through with his Survival Druid, it looks like. This is the old Anaconda ramp Druid. It doesn't have the Kazakhstan whatsoever, and I think that's the right way to go about it if you are going for just pure ramp druid with an Anaconda with the celestial alignment. You need to be all in on getting those combos, but looks like we have started the game. There is the Glowfly Swarm, but the rest of the hand doesn't particularly support it well. It's interesting though, because you could say Overgrowth is just one of the cards you always want to see in the opener, but it doesn't go along with the Glowfly game plan. So Deads for this particular matchup is throwing away one of the premium cards in pretty much every other matchup.
Yeah, I think this is weird to see for anyone that's played Druid or seen Druid played that the Overgrowth is thrown, but I completely agree with it, because the second Deads gets hold of, you know, any of the multiple card draw, whether it's to an extent Capture Goldtooth or Guess the Way, and most importantly a Fungal Fortunes, that helps this plan out so much because his plan of attack is so straightforward. Make the biggest Glowfly possible as early as possible, and then win the game, right? That's basically the 1-2 punch plan from Deads, whereas JP has to work out what he wants to do with his mulligan, but I imagine this is going to be a full throw. Although, okay, yes. Oh, I was worried for a second then, like, was that accidentally a full keep? Because if so, JP has lost this game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, I mean, that visual, I don't want to say it's a bug, but I think when it's a full toss, it sometimes looks like a full keep for some reason. I don't really know. But my God, this hand is nothing better. It's just all of the burst. No card draw, no weapon, no poisons, no secret passage. Oh, no.
Look at the hand for Deads. Double Moonlight, Guess the Way, Capture Goldtooth if he wants to go for what I would imagine to be like going for a Bloom or something instead. Like, that would be a big deal, right? If he could just get that out in regardless, just to have access to more mana immediately.
Yeah, there's so many ways he could go about it. I do think Guess the Weight would be my first instinct to start off of with all of this card draw, because it's the possibility to draw 2 cards at once, whereas everything else is 1 card. JP Mixer with a disaster hand. It has not improved with this Paralytic Poison. It is just the dagger and hit. And if you're Deads, you could be thinking, all right, they could still do that if they have the Shank on 3, but now hand space is his issue. That's the best problem in the world to have in this matchup.
Okay. Guess less and got Lunar Eclipse, which is fine because that's like, well, I say fine, I guess there's not really any minions going to come out from Mixer. Normally Lunar's a very dumpable card in most matchups, right? Because you just minus a card but minus mana off your next one played anyway. But the Fungal Fortunes itself is just absolutely huge. This is the opening he wants. He's basically an Arbor up away from just winning the game, I think, at this point.
Might not even need that. JP Mixer has picked up a secret passage. Curiously didn't want to go for prep passage to immediately play a Shank. But from Deads here, I really like the Moonlit Guidance over the Fungal Fortunes because, okay, there is what he was looking for. Because Fungal would have overdrawn him on the next turn, very likely. And with the Moonlit, he actually had the capability of picking up Lightning Bloom and then playing that, and then the copy you get from the Moonlight, and immediately Glowflying this turn.
Yep.
And it would have been pretty strong. But the Arbor up, you're not going to be sad about that. Anyway, first passage is here. Is there a Cutlass? There is, but not a Shank.
Oh, it's terrible. JP Mixer doing whatever he possibly can to go fishing for a weapon, but now just the fact that Deads has coin Glowfly into Arbor up. If he draws a Bloom, he can then of course go Solar Arbor and just obliterate Mixter. But this is just, it's one player having the worst of times and one player having the best of times right now. This Druid game plan is just going perfectly. And look at this.
2 Hearthstone players.
Exactly. There's a Cloak of Shadows for Mixter, but what's that really going to achieve?
I just found it funny that Deads was the one who put his hands up after he saw the passage into no weapon. He's like, oh, I'm winning? But that expression is usually when, what the heck, where's my weapon? All right.
What does Mixter even do? Does he have to just, realistically, does he have to just passage again?
Yes, I think so. Because here's the thing, if you Cloak of Shadows, yeah, you're not dying the next turn, but you are absolutely not racing Deads either. So I like the idea of passage, try to hit the Shank. I'm not sure if I would have started with Paralytic Pleasant because he still has to hit the Shank one way or another to have even a tiny, tiny chance, and he would end up replacing the weapon.
Yeah, I guess this was the plan, right? He can always kill a minion for free, and he still get Shank and just re-equip it. Whereas if he started with the passage, then there's 7 minions on board, not 6. Might not make a difference in the grand scheme of things, as we can see. But I do understand the thought pattern, because in his hand now, he does have plenty of poisons and plenty of damage, right? He just needs to not die. So maybe the idea was, maybe if I kill 1 more minion, that's 1 less attack next turn, and it buys me 1 more potential turn.
I get the idea, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say I don't like the idea because there is no way he is individually clearing minions. He wasn't dead to Arbor up. Even if all of those glowflies were left on board, he'd be at 2 HP, which is working with this is essentially the same as 6, right? He has to cloak one way or another even to survive.
Yeah.
But even with the cloak, it's a long uphill battle. If he can draw into exactly the other cloak, then we are talking, right? Because he just has another 5 damage the next turn, double Wicked Stab and Sinister Strike in hand, cutting class for 0. The plan is not completely dead yet, Raven.
Yeah, and most importantly, as you pointed out, outside of Guff, there's no armor gain. Okay, and hero power, if people want to be very specific. But yeah, that is a bit of a rough one. I wonder if now this pick doesn't matter, and then he goes resizing pouch for Feral Rage, I guess.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely the plan. Good spot there. Instead goes Overgrowth, though.
Confidence.
Sure. This allows him to pouch now for Cenarian Ward, I guess, because he goes into 9 mana the next turn. But problem still stands for JP Mixter. He has quite a lot of damage in hand already. 11 from all of the Wicked Stabs and Sinister Strike. Doesn't have the mana to fit in the Guild Trader, though, so he's trading it to try and find Cloak. Unfortunately, cannot combo the Swindle and play a Cloak after that. So he's gonna swing the weapon. There's 1 Silver Leaf, and that is a Cloak from that draw. So clutch.
And then Scabs, if he gets it next turn.
Does he even need Scabs? We're just looking at Stab, Stab, Strike.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I guess I'm thinking about the fishing for armor working, and maybe that's the okay. But now I think Deads has to do everything absolutely possible to go for armor. So I guess he can start resizing. That puts him to 8 and miss, I suppose. And then he can get down to something like a different kind of number to fish for armor again.
Right. If he hit here, though, if this was Cenarian Ward, he drew the Bloom, so he could have actually gone Bloom, Solar, Cenarian just for the armor. Never mind the minions. He's seen the last Cloak, and that's fine. But he misses, so now I think he has to go for what you were talking about with the Feral Rage.
Is there any way he can try and get to 8 again? There isn't. Right.
Oh, yeah. So he spends the 4 just to get to the breakpoint of 3 for Feral Rage, misses. And that means JP Mixter, against all odds with that opening hand, is going to take this.
What is going on?
I mean, the mana's all there, right? He can go Stab, Stab, Strike, that's 11. With the Garrote, that's 13. And then the weapon swings for 5. So even if there's the armor hero power here from Deads, it's just enough.
Yeah, I'm trying to just triple check it, but it looks correct to me.
That's
Counting it up
crazy.
now. Yeah, 4, 4, 3, weapon swing. Yeah.
Right? It's actually exact as well.
Oh my. Oh
Unbelievable.
my. That's so insane, especially because even if Deads just somehow got to Guff that turn as well, that would have been fine, right? Without Scabs being drawn. So that's absolutely huge. What a win for JP Mixter. And this was the deck I was potentially worried about him getting a win with. And just like that, he just steals it away from Deads, who looked like in such a winning position for so much of that. Well, from turn 1 of that game basically onwards. What an incredible win for Mixter. And if I've ever seen a confidence booster, that was it, because that must have felt unwinnable in the first few turns for him there. But you know, great performance, honestly, from Mixer, keeping his cool, knowing what he had to do to potentially give him the good chance of winning that game.
Absolutely. It's just one of those nerve-wracking, heart-racing positions where you're in through to the top 8. You're playing your first, I believe, like great result in a Masters Tour, correct me if I'm wrong, and he has the chance to make it all the way through to an automatic qualification. I mean, he already has to the next Masters Tour. He could make it through to the Summer Championship. He could earn a whole lot of money, potentially make it to Worlds through the Summer Championship, and then you draw this terrible opening hand as Weapon Rogue with all burst, no weapons, no card draw, but manages to pull it together at the last second, and suddenly the lineup is looking a lot better because you and I were in agreement that this Weapon Rogue was going to be the struggle point, and now it's out of the way, so suddenly it's Deads who's sweating.
Yeah, and I think that now the hope would be that the Druid gets beaten up. Deads can do some work against the Druid from JP Mixer. But yeah, I agree. I think this series just got so much better and so much more than a 1-0 lead looks like, right? Just because of how these decks go. So that's got to be a rough one, just as much as it was a confidence booster, no doubt, for JP. I think that must have hurt a lot for Deads because the opening was perfect. The follow-up with the Fungal Fortunes and then getting the Arbor up to play on turn 5 was exactly what you want to do, but you know, even a nerfed Cloak of Shadows there was still more than enough to grab him the win. So a huge game number 1 for both these players. And just a reminder, because the Swiss rounds are over, this is single limb now. If you win, you move on. If you lose, you're done for the tournament. It's a good run to get to top 8, but it stops there. So big deal for both of these players.
Yeah, a huge deal indeed. And right now, Deads is potentially just going to try again with that Kaz Druid. I think it's one of those decks that is just capable of losing to itself, but also capable of completely annihilating their opponent with nothing they can do. In terms of JP Mixter's remaining decks, though, he does have the potential to disrupt this Druid by going for the Fell Demon Hunter. Glide always good against druids of any sort, and I do think that would be a better matchup for him than playing his own celestial druid, because in any druid mirror these days, like the first one to go for Glowfly, and especially if the other person doesn't even run Glowfly, the Glowfly runner wins very often because there's just not AoE anymore in druid. No swipe, they don't run Starfall or anything like that, but it will be the Fell Demon Hunter coming up first, and I think this one has a much better shot against the Kazakhstan, if that is what Deads wants to run again.
Yeah, and just very briefly touch on the Demon Hunters from both of these players, because they're both running a similar list with Jace, with Kurtrus Demon Render, but this one includes expendable performers, whereas Deads' doesn't. Do you have any big preference now that we've started to see this deck, you know, pretty consistently across the weekend?
I mean, for me, if I were going into this Masters Tour, I would have ended up with the expendable performers list because I feel like it lends so much flexibility to the deck that you can get so much burst here. But for Deads, having that more streamlined version without those combo pieces, but still relying on the heavy anti-aggro and being more consistent in that regard by running the double sigils in the place of the Fellfire and expendable performers, it looks like he's just hit his target on the head, right? He's gone for streamlined strategies and been rewarded for it so far, so I can definitely respect that still, even though personally I would have preferred a more flexible approach.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which one wins out in the end, because it's very odd that it's not that often in the past where we've seen two almost identical decks, but one has chosen to play a combo which is only a couple of cards versus the other one just not choosing that and not even playing like a different combo. They just don't play it at all. So I'm very interested once this Masters Tour is over to get looking at those stats, if they're out there, of which one of those two Demon Hunter builds has actually performed the best overall, because it is one of the more popular decks that we've seen submitted. But let's dive in. It's going to be Deads on that Druid on the bottom versus JP Mixter on the Demon Hunter on the top, currently leading the series 1-0 off the back of that incredible Rogue win.
I mean, you got a very brief glance at JP Mixter's webcam, but he did apply for an exemption, so whether or not he chooses to show that, it's not going to be any penalty to him. One of the new rules we implemented for the Masters Tour to make sure that we can actually stay in tune with all of our players' emotions running high here in the top 8. So Deads with the opening hand of double Bloom, but none of the hard ramp, which you usually like to see. And another Bloom. Okay.
It's so scary. It's so tempting to just play Scale, but the absolute second is Immolation Aura, you may as well concede.
Yep. I mean, this hand doesn't do anything else, so I would also be tempted, but I think the right thing for Deads to do is hold out. The second he gets some card draw, this could also be insta-Kazakhstan, right? Not even going to coin the fungal out. Wow.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at that. I thought that was an easy coin fungal because it just gives him a whole extra turn of something to do, but I guess he's just thinking, well, I think I talked to... Was it Derek about this? Yeah, it must have been. I'm not cast with anyone else. I think I talked about this earlier where the whole blooming out, like excessively blooming out, say, Kaz early on can be a bit of a detriment if you don't think 188 can carry the game because you're overloaded hard the turn after, and then a lot of the best cards are like 8 cost or more potentially, so it means that you're still not playing those treasures for a while yet. So I do understand holding back for that, and I guess Deads is just really prioritizing just having as many flexible options going forward as he possibly can.
It is true. I was just wondering a bit about the hand space because if you do wait to fungal like this turn, you could end up on the 10 cards, but it's not as though he has nothing dumpable. The hand is literally all mana gain for 0 by that point. Ooh.
Yes, I like the look of the Cenarian Ward because that is something I wouldn't mind throwing out early.
Yeah, absolutely agree. That's the... I mean, generally, if you land a good-sized minion, it's going to be tough for Fel Demon Hunter to deal with this early. But at this point, Deads is just praying. No glide, no glide, no glide. He has too many cards that are very bad to draw off the top and want those shuffled back in. And manages to dodge it for now. So we could be seeing early Cenarian Ward if Deads likes. And for now, I think that's his best game plan because Glide is still a threat from this point, and his hand is really not doing anything else. But now it is!
Choices.
Oy, 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 Raven. This has to be the Insta-Kaz, right? Although, now that I say that, it's kind of sketchy without any further card draw. Teacher? Is this a teacher angle?
Oh my. If he picked Teacher, he may as well have gone the Whelps early on, right?
True, yeah. I was just so excited to see Token Druid from 2014 coming back.
I'm even a little bit interested about that pouch usage because I get that if he was going to Bloom, he'd lose the discount anyway, but isn't Pouch potentially just way more impactful on more mana in this matchup? I don't know.
It could be. That's a very fair argument, right? Because the one thing going wrong with this hand... Okay, I would love to see him take Looming Presence here, I was going to say, because the one thing going wrong with this hand is it doesn't have any further card draw, right? So even though you've replaced your deck with absolutely nutty cards, treasures, Books of the Dead, which are still expensive at the moment, but will get down quite quickly because I think he took Bubba on the first pick. Not to mention JP Mixer could play minions of his own, and there's double scale in hand for Deads. So it's just card draw that he needs to play the treasures back to back and make sure that he can keep the threats going every single turn, right? Because if you land one of those dead treasures, which maybe buffs a board or copies something, but you don't have any minions, then you're doing the sort of scary spot that Lovestorm had in the previous series where he's just giving too much time to the combo deck on the other side. But with the Looming Presence, I think he makes the treasure stream a lot more consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just a strange one. I'm not sure what he was looking for a 4-drop, but most importantly, JP Mixter can deal with the Kaz, and this is just going to be a hard pass turn, and that Book of the Dead sitting at 12 mana. That is a long way off.
Maybe not as long as you think, because if Deads, whiffs on something better off the top, like next turn Locust, that would be ideal. He can still go Vate into Scale. That is still going to develop a board which JP Mixter has to answer, because from his perspective, there could still be an Arbor up in this natural hand, and then it's going to cheapen the Book of the Dead, and then Deads can curve into a Cenarian Ward if he doesn't hit the Locust by then. So JP Mixter here is caught in a really tough spot where even if he finds Glide, for example, to shuffle these back, then the hand could be replaced with treasures immediately.
Yeah, he is piecing together a good amount of damage, though. Now he just needs the time, right? He has this Performers, he has the Deadeye, and Kurtrus is live, so he just needs to keep up some kind of pressure. Looks like he's going to go for the Arcanist and Felbarage just to start pushing, and Deads is getting on relatively low health. And yeah, okay, I was going to say 6 mana next turn. Not strictly true, because he has access to Bloom and Innovate, so he can still get out this Cenarian Ward if he wants to. But That's close to all he could do this turn.
Yeah, I mean, for Mixter, I was honestly looking at just double Arcanist with that the Fel Barrage, your favorite play ever and the most satisfying of lethals. It wouldn't have been lethal, but would have set up a little bit more damage. Yes, you miss the squeeze in of the hero power, which is like kind of like missing a hunter hero power at this point. It's less damage over a longer amount of time, but more damage in a small window. And given that JP Mixer didn't guarantee have the setup without any minions sticking to refresh his hero power, I think the line he went for is fine as well. It's just hoping to survive till the Deadeye expendable performer's point, and he held on to the second Arcanist to maybe give him survivability to go along with the Fel Scream Blast.
Yeah, because to be fair, he's got no clue, right, what Deads is going to play this turn, because it could be one of many different treasures or a scale of Onyxia. So this is going to bump down this Book of the Dead pretty nicely, as you mentioned earlier. But JP Mixter must be sat thinking, I am so close to just ending this game. The Fel Scream Blast just on its own deals with a lot of these minions. Star Students, Delina?
That's very interesting.
Don't mind it.
Yeah, from JP Mixer's perspective, right, there's definitely 2 treasures in hand. He hasn't seen any yet, actually, and then just natural cards, including a discovery from Pouch. But he is just going to go for the Gunarg. Oh, wait.
It's one off, right? Unless I'm being stupid.
Yeah, it is one off. Yeah, okay. In any case, this is still just a lethal setup on the next turn. It means that he doesn't have to wait for the Deadeye Expendable Performer combo. Just has the lethal the next turn if there's no armor, no taunt. So he is praying that there's nothing there, but Deads will go for the Cenarian Ward to survive a little bit longer.
That's what's scary, right? And kind of the problem with the hand so far is he only has a Cenarian Ward to try and survive at the moment, and that is a whole lot of nothing in terms of minion power. Just a flat 5/5 from the Ward, 9 health on Deads now.
And just a Willow, not great.
Yeah.
And JP Mixter is in this awkward position where he does want to leave minions up so that he has rushing potential with the expendable performers, because right now he can deal 4 to Dead's face and then just call it a day. Deads will be at 5, maybe 6 if he hero powers, in which case you still need 2 minions to rush forward and refresh your hero power twice to get the lethal. So he is just going to leave these minions up and put Deads in a weird spot where, like, he can't just stay completely off board. He needs to gain armor, because staying off board means you're not racing JP Mixer, but that is an appropriate, Raven, the looming presence maybe gives him more time.
It is, but again, this is the problem I've started to really have with blooming out a Kaz super early, is that, well, Deads is on 8 mana, 6 because he's overloaded because of last turn. Even if he draws some good cards, he probably can't play them, right? So it's just really, really awkward. The Defender of Argus, you know, in Deads' view, comes in clutch, but we know with the expendables, this is just, if anything, helping out to an extent.
Yeah, it's true. Now that I look back on what treasures Deads discovered, there's nothing that really helps his problem, right? Like, ideally, he could gain armor and stay off board to play around this combo, but there's nothing like, say, Gnomish Army Knife to gain health, so that will just be lethal for JP Mixter with the Deadeye and the Performers. That is more than enough rush minions to go through the taunts, more than enough rush minions to refresh the hero power until he gets lethal. And just like that, JP Mixter is up 2-0 in what we thought would be a very favorable matchup overall for Deads.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge, and now it just means there is, it's just the Celestial Alignment or Anaconda Druid that's available now for JP Mixter to get a win with. And when we talked about, well, the Druid could get not targeted, but, you know, could struggle a little bit in this series against Deads' lineup, suddenly when Druid itself, which is a class that is very capable of doing silly things, gets to go 3 times to just get 1 single win, you start to really believe if you're JP Mixter, I think. And I think also he's just been playing really well. I think this is just extremely solid play, pushing enough damage when he can, so it's not like he has to pull off an incredible big sort of combo to finish the game. He just has to get enough damage through. And Deads, again, it's It is my main issue with this Kaz and Druid is going for it so early just limits what you can actually do, because it's, you know for a fact you can't draw any more ramp either unless it's already in hand because your deck gets replaced. So I think Dead's just put himself in a bit of an awkward position there when he maybe didn't have to.
Maybe, but it was really tough with that hand with all of the ramp. I still like the lines he went for overall. If the treasures had gone a bit differently, we could be talking a much different story as well, but that is not to detract from JP Mixter. I also think he's been playing on point, and he will have to continue that because the Celestial Druid is a doozy of a deck. It has a lot of disruption capability, care of that alignment card, but it's not going to be particularly useful against the Kaz Druid, I don't think, because one, the main thing you're worried about is the Glowfly Swarm with this version, and two, if you play alignment, that means all their treasures, if they've already played Kaz, are also very cheap. So if Mixer is going to go for an alignment at some point, he has to be absolutely sure he can, if not just win the game the very next turn, cement himself in a game-winning position, like with one of those giant boards.
Yeah, I think so. He does have the smite combo in there, of course, but there are so many ways to go, even though there are specific little combinations of cards you want to do. Really, it is just about that Celestial and Anaconda, reducing it all down, and we are going to kick it off with that Druid. I'm going to say Druid Mirror, because that's technically true, but not Mirror deck lists, of course, so let's see who gets the better end of the stick in these opening mulligans. Are both players more or less looking for the same things here, Gia, to start off the game?
Not quite. I would say this is similar to the Weapon Rogue matchup where Dead's is like main game plan, if I were him, would be look for Glowfly Swarm. Maybe not to the point where you toss an Overgrowth unless you already have the Glowfly, because the Overgrowth opens up your other game plan of trying to get to early Kazakhstan. But for now, he ends up with still a very decent hand in terms of card draw, and Mixer finds an Overgrowth of his own, and that on his version of the deck is an insta-keep every single time because it allows him to ramp up to those big threats.
Now Deads does have a very interesting choice because he can go capture Goldtooth Mine next turn to actually get the Lightning Bloom. So he has double Bloom Kazakhstan again.
Yep. Or you could just guess the weight, which I think is better on average, just to fill up the hand a little bit more, because I still think his main game plan would be Glowfly Swarm here. So filling up your hand with spells and drawing towards the Glowfly itself would be ideal. But there is a window in which the Glowfly will be most effective, and after we're past that window, like say when Mixer is putting forward too many threats of his own, then Deads maybe swaps over to a Kazakhstan game plan, or even Raid Boss Onyxia.
Yeah, really interesting as well, because this is once again put Deads in a weird spot where Fungal is actually awkward on turn 3, where normally Fungal on turn 3 is all you really want at the start of the game. But again, if he plays it, you then have to dump something else and or overdraw. So a little bit awkward there. Just ends up drawing one with a Goldtooth, but does have the double Bloom now.
Okay. Another studies over on Mixter's side this time, gets a pouch, sure. He can nourish for ramp. That would take him up to 9 mana next turn. It's a bit awkward. I guess you can still go Cenarian Ward and just play the pouch for a Bloom if you want to, or just float the mana, it's fine. But he actually goes for draw instead.
I like this a lot, right? Because depending on how Mixter wants to play this matchup, again, I'm not really super comfortable with the Celestial Alignment versus Kaz Druid matchup, believe it or not. But he does want to get probably to either alignment or at least to Anaconda and things like that, right?
It's true. I think he does have to think bigger. I was just too much in the headspace of tempo, tempo, tempo. But Dead's here with Wand into Embers. That's an amazing start. Looming Presence is card draw, but the fact that he saved the Fungal for post-Kazakhstan means that he doesn't necessarily actually even need to put more card draw in the deck, I think. It's just that the other options aren't particularly good. I don't think you could try for a puzzle box plus scale angle.
Glowfly? Yeah, easy. Oh, well, oh, sorry, he's not got a Glowfly, right? So it would have to be with scale.
Goes Exorciser, which does have utility against some of the threats Mixter might put forward, but my concern is that's not a spell, and so it's a whiff from the Fungal, right? Oh, wait, sorry. Fungal says discard minions, right? So it's fine to draw a weapon?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
My bad.
The same with Guff, right? Because Guff isn't a minion, it's fine, even though it's not a spell.
And then this Staff of Scales at the end, very, very useful for spot removal later on. Bit close because you could try and get greedy with the army knife. Say if something sticks, then it's just dealing lethal. But I think that's the more level-headed pick from Deads there. And the save on the fungal might be pretty clutch because you can start playing these spells back to back to back. For now, though, Mixter with not. I was gonna say probably not another ward because he already has that and doesn't seem like he has the time to play it, but it feels like his headspace is completely at, I need to draw alignment to win this game, and if he does get the alignment, then the ward goes down to 1, and of course it's even higher value.
There's also a chance that, again, it is difficult because obviously he doesn't know what Deads' druid hand is, not the Kaz cards.
Right.
But Kaz doesn't always get you the best cards to win a game, right? As we can see, that some of these picks were a little bit funky from Deads because that's just what he was offered. So he could also just try and overpower Deads, right? With Scenario wards, with Survival of the Fittest if he can get it off. He has now Null and Owl in hand that can be really strong with the combination of Survival or just the fact that if he removes this Kaz, then Deads has 6 mana, I guess 7 with the coin. Like, what's he going to do with 7 mana off the back of, if we're talking treasures?
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm concerned about this turn because this looks to me like just Null then Eclipse and you can fit in a Scenarian ward. But if he starts Lunar Eclipse, then the Null is too expensive. So, okay, it didn't really work with the Owl. It was a little bit short on damage, but it works now. He is starting that game plan of what you were talking about, of maybe overpowering. That's a Coil Fang. That's a lot of, stats, especially with the Death Rattle on there, and the 9 attack is going to be pretty threatening. I think he should trade the Null here, but could be mistaken. He could just say, there's a Death Rattle on this, so let me just keep as many minions on board as possible, especially since he has Survival. I can respect that.
Yeah, I think because exactly Survival's in hand and there's an Owl, again, he could just try and go really wide. And this turn looks okay from Deads. It's probably about as good as it was going to get with the Staff of Scales. But again, so he's got 2 Staff of Scales, before I trip over my words, and they're good cards, but they're not cards that win you the game, right? They're cards that stop you from losing a lot of the time. So again, it's an issue with these treasures sometimes where if you get a little bit unlucky with the Discovers, you might actually struggle to get the actual game-winning cards. Luckily for Deads, he does have Raid Boss Onyxia, he does have Scale, he does have Solar as well, which can combo very well with some of the even weaker treasures to make them a lot stronger.
That's right. And just the persistent poison landing on the board. JP Mixter doesn't run very much removal. Like, he's already used a Lunar Eclipse, so any big minions he wants to put forward are immediately threatened by the snakes. Deads here thinking whether he wanted to coin the Capture Cold Tooth mine to just keep cycling through, but I think he's maybe holding onto this coin to get down a relatively early raid boss Onyxia, because as far as I recall, the treasures that he discovered aren't really big individual threats. Like, he got the Embers, which is game-ending damage, but in terms of board presence, and especially something that you want to develop to copy with Banana Split, not much there. So maybe he's holding onto the coin for the cards in hand already. Meanwhile, Mixter drawing through the deck with the Malagos has finally hit the alignment. But what can he do with it? After he plays it next turn, he pops off with Anaconda, but that's still 2 turns time that he has to survive here. And meanwhile, the alignment will be cheapening whatever treasures and Onyxia type of thing in Dead's hand.
Yeah, I guess the positive is that if Mixter alignments, he knows he's only facing 1 treasure, right? Like, I don't think there's good ways to really double up on treasures on that first turn, so that's looking at least half positive.
This is a cool line. The Solar Banana Split, it's like, okay, sorry, I didn't know if it would be 5/5s copied, but it happens in this order. So you got 2 3/3s and 3 5/5s. That's a pretty good deal. Trade a 3/3? Unless that's a vision. Okay. He just wants to take the value trade because he's seen Lunar Eclipse already. So it's probably fine. And that's just a very, very annoying board to deal with for Mixter.
Yeah, and if Embers gets drawn, right, like, this is pretty scary indeed. Mixter needs to do something big here. But if he doesn't play alignment, he never plays it, I feel like. Maybe never's a bit strong, but it feels like he never plays it, which means does he ever actually win the game if he doesn't alignment now?
Yeah.
Oh, there you
wow.
go. Second Luna, that'll do.
That is very clutch to make sure that he can survive just a little bit longer. Another banana split can happen here for Deads or Tempo Raid Boss if he likes.
Yeah, so no Embers is a big deal there. Maybe it's just
True.
Raid Boss, just chuck everything on. The Onyxia is going to be immune, you'd imagine, for the whole turn.
What if?
Capture Cold Tooth can no longer tutor exactly their embers because everything costs 1 in the deck, but it is a chance to just get the embers itself, and the sooner he does, the quicker from his perspective he can end the game. But when an Anaconda comes online, you can't really rely on winning on board or winning through burst because they're going to build a board and they're going to gain a lot of armor. There's the embers. Would have been lethal if he just had the mana here, but JP Mixter took the leap of faith in that he wouldn't die this turn. He is alive and he gets to pop off now.
Yeah, I will say though, even with this, the turn has to be like Gabby levels of Anaconda turns because he still needs to do a lot of work to feel any kind of safety in this game, or potentially win, depending on what his draws are.
Right, I think it's possible to get lethal. If he gets Smite, he has Survival, Germination, Jerry Rig.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage moving forward, and the Solar Eclipses. No Smite though, and
ran
no
out of
further
cards.
card draw, but he does have a whole lot of armor with the Cenarian Ward, so it feels like he can survive the Embers now. And that's a Brass Wing. Doesn't quite kill anything on its own, but it's a good card still.
Reinforcements with me.
He could Germination it.
True. And then, but it's still awkward.
Yeah, he kills 1 if you Germination. Oh, wait, he could Solar Germination, right?
Oh, true. And then you deal 6 AoE, right? That's so hype. But he's gonna Solar Survival. That is still very sick. Oh
It's
my
still good, but less cool, let's be honest. We all wanted to see the triple dragon on the board. Still, this is about as good a turn as it was going to get. Use the Jerry Rig, I imagine, to... Oh, okay, he's just going to leave it. Okay, I thought he was going to use that Jerry Rig to trade, to try and just keep the dragon on board.
And I also thought he might trade the, I am so sorry, I forget the name of this, Templar Captain, the one on the right, and then you do get a 5/5 taunt, right, after that attacks, and then go for the survival after that trade. But
yeah,
I guess it's fine. It's just 1 poison left on board. I mean, I wanted to say that, but that's now the poison that's gonna go face and keep threatening because Deads has the second staff here. JP Mixter is gassed out. There's still Smite in his deck, but I don't think that's enough. Oh my goodness, it's an alignment, that's a whiff. And of course, he can't even play anything because he played double Bloom last turn. He's completely overloaded, and that means, okay, Bungle into Embers is guaranteed, right?
Oh wait, isn't it just lethal? Isn't that banana and the weapon?
Yeah, that could also be a way of going about it, but I want to Ragnaros them.
Sure, he's confident, that's fine. He's going to draw it, empty the deck. Deads wins the game. Holds on there. That was definitely a spicy one indeed. It looked so close. There was the chance as well that that big pop-off turn with Anaconda would have been enough. It definitely looked intimidating on board, but without hitting Smite meant that the Jerry Riggs, Smite combo for the extra damage wasn't going to happen. And just those snakes were just about enough. You've got to look there though. Some of the plays were really good. I really like the solar and then duplicate the snakes. I think that was potentially even game winning for Deads because it allowed him to actually put get a handle on board and actually push a lot of damage by itself.
Absolutely. I think he recognized that even if these are just fun ones, the fact that you can go solar with the banana split is enough stats to get there. GP Mixer did not have infinite health, and the fact that all of them had poison and could threaten this type of board from JP Mixter meant that it's enough pressure and survivability over a couple turns that he didn't have to bother with trying to copy Onyxia, not get too greedy. Very, very nicely done. A bit unfortunate for Mixer that the smite was all the way towards the end there. I think he did a very admirable admirable job of trying to put together a lethal, even though the alignment was very, very late, and that Deads had a relatively early Kazaka-san. But it's great to see Deads fighting back here. The series does not end in a 3-0. Deads has to win 2 more times, though, against this alignment druid. And I feel like that's kind of a tall ask if one of your decks is Control Warrior.
Yeah, well, it's actually the combo warrior, right? It's a charge. Well, it's kind of a
Sorry,
strange
I still call that
version.
Control.
Oh, really? That's...
I don't know. I mean, that's the
only-
main part of the deck, in my opinion. But it has that win condition on top.
I guess. I guess the difference, yeah, the reason I don't call it that anymore is because there is what I would deem a more control warrior. For example, a warrior that runs 2 brawls, not 1, and so on, with like the raid boss Onyxia version. This does have Rattlegore in it as well, so that is helpful for some more of these slower late game scenarios. Only running the 1 faceless as well, so it is a bit more of a mixed bag kind of list. I'm sure Sottel's getting very upset looking at 1 brawl, 1 faceless, 1 rancor, 1 blade storm. Ugh. Maybe not about the 1
True.
Battlemaster, let's be honest, but still. It's a definitely tough deck. I spoke about this earlier today, where I do think overall the more control-y version is better with the Kaz and the raid boss Onyxia. But still, we've seen this deck work, right? There's enough players bringing it. There's enough players that made it to top cut, actually bringing this similar list at least. So yeah, we'll have to see what it does. But you've got to think, if the alignment comes out sooner, like on plan, I guess, for Mixter, then it's going to be an uphill climb for Deads, because if Mixter makes that kind of board, suddenly the single brawl and the limited removal won't be enough to like guarantee that you can clear the big boards.
Absolutely. And I suppose the one thing Mixter has to be aware of is the fact that there is a Rattlegore there, and that faceless doesn't have to go on Galvangar. It can go on the Rattlegore, for example. So if Mixer does go alignment, he has to realize what is the worst case scenario on the very next turn. If they play a Rattlegore and the turn after copy it, am I fine with that? A lot of the time, the Druid will be fine, because they're doing much more powerful things if they have the Anaconda on top of that. But it's just a little something to keep in the back of your head. And right there, the alignment is available immediately. So that's already looking good for Mixter. Dead here, I mean, there is a win condition in this deck, but it is extremely slow, and in the early game, he's doing a whole load of nothing.
Yeah, Dead's going for, with the Rattlegore, very similar, if not an identical style of list that was a pre-mini set version of this warrior, with the Rattlegore in there. As obviously people couldn't play the new dragons, but we'll see how it pans out. Pretty good card draw available for Deads, just with the Outrider Axe. One of the problems is, though, not many targets against Druid to really grab the card draw. There's Guff.
Ooh.
Okay, things are looking good. That looks like a Lightning Bloom Guff, if I ever saw one.
That's keeping the cycle going forward. Again, the choice of weapon doesn't really matter, because exactly as you said, this Outrider's Axe is not getting any draw value this entire game. I'm just going to go ahead and say. I guess one thing that Mixer also has to be aware of, aside from Rattlegore, as soon as he plays alignment, is Mutinous. Let's say Mixer is in a position where like the hand is premium minions after alignment, it's Anaconda, Smite. Are you okay with the possibility of getting chomped the turn after you go alignment? And in most cases, it should still be yes. He already has another minion in hand that is okay for him to lose in the Gold Charnel. And right now, Deads doesn't even have a Mutinous. It just seems like a ticking time bomb right now.
Yeah, it comes down to like the basic rule when you ask a question like that is, well, is Mixer just not going to play the main strategy of his deck because a Mutinous exists? You know what I mean?
No.
So, and I do agree. I think just padding the hand with minions helps a lot with the likes of this Owl, the Null, as you mentioned. But Dead's going to make a fairly straightforward warrior turn I love against decks like Druid, where you equip the axe and just hit them in the face. It's the only thing to do.
Best thing. And I just cannot overstate how important finding Guff this early was for Mixter, because, well, a lot of the time when you go for alignment, your problem is, oh no, I don't have enough card draw to follow that up. But Guff doubles as being the ramp you might need or the card draw you might need after going for alignment. It's crazy, to the point where Mixter is like, fine, let me just use the Nourish for card draw. I don't need the ramp with this because I'm going to alignment next turn anyway. And then he just has Guff to keep going, or not ramp at all because he also just has Anaconda. This could pop off really, really quickly, but it's just which turn do you do it is the question for Mixter, because he still doesn't have like the immediate card draw right now, because after alignment, he's not going to have the mana to press the button with Guff just yet.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's going to be alignment and then just review the setup. I think in a perfect world, Mixter would want to start using Cenarian wards in the Anaconda turn to pull out any sort of AoE or removal from deads.
Malagos. Okay, that is card draw solved, but the problem is now hand space in a way, because even if he goes alignment and then Malagos next turn, he's not drawing that much. And again, you can sort of say, okay, what if I just set up the alignment and wait? Then you have to ask that question again is of are you okay with a Rattlegore potentially coming down or a Mutinous? And maybe that's still a little bit scary.
Yep.
So he's gonna stall a little bit more, plays one Jerry Rig, which sort of neuters the not neuters, but reduces the damage output from a Smite survival combo a bit later on, but definitely not the end of the world. He is just setting up very, very responsibly. I like the approach. And the Outrider's Axe is gonna get value. My mistake. Or not. He's going Minefield. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things where a target for Axe is great, but Deads also has a very full hand he needs to consider, right? So he's like, do I want to draw more cards? Which is a very unique scenario. A lot of the time, you are starving for cards as Warrior, right? You really want to take any possible card draw you can. Now a Cenarian Ward's been picked up. Pretty good for Mixter. Is he just not going to play alignment and just play a game of Druid? Where is that, right? Ooh.
Oh, Hala! Sorry, this is my favorite card.
Yeah, I believe you were familiar with this card, Gia.
Yeah, that can pew-pew a bit if he wants to use some spells, but unfortunately there's nothing that's dumpable other than Lunar Eclipse, and I don't think you would want to play that and damage your own minion.
It just needs to pop up. It just needs to survive, and then on the Anaconda after alignment turn, things get crazy.
And I called it. You'd only see Hala and Druid. Anyway, and now we're not going to see it at all because it's getting Blade Stormed, which is honestly a big win for Mixter. That's like one of the premium removal tools from Deads used on nothing but a Cenarian Ward minion. And Mixter, while he has been biding his time, I feel like we're starting to approach critical mass of mana, because he can go for a big card draw turn with that half of Nourish next turn if he goes alignment, and then he can also go for potentially the Anaconda Smite survival type of things. But it really does look like he's just not going to bother with it. I didn't think it would be this extreme, but all right.
Well, but the more I think about it, the more I'm just considering, like, well, does he, if he alignments, he gives Deads that kind of question of, well, do you have Rattlegore, do you have Mutinous, everything we've discussed so far. If he doesn't do that, yes, those questions still get asked, but Mixter just doesn't have to worry about them so early, because now he's just going to edge towards 20 mana, and he can do silly turns as well. So it's like the reverse alignment effect of playing Guff early. And I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen a Guff actually hit 20, which will be pretty crazy.
Oh, I guess
honestly, I've not. The games end beforehand.
I don't know, when it was first released, there were the days of like the A-bomb version of Druid. I don't know, it's very possible, but not since the mini set. I agree, it's very, very rare.
I've honestly, in any game, I've never seen it because the game's always over one way or the other.
All right, well, he is going for what you said now of popping off even without the alignment, but it's actually a mid-turn alignment. Oh my gosh, I just never see this, but oh my god, he got Taint Heart! What the heck? Deads can't even play Brawl! Hello?
That is huge. That is so...
That's just the game, Raven. There is literally nothing Deads can do. He has 1 mana. He can play a Barov, but he cannot proc the Barov.
He can...
Right?
Oh, let me think. He can go... Wait, is he dead this turn? I'm not going to talk if he's dead this turn. I'm just staring at Deads' hand because he can Bulwark, right?
Yes.
And then he can... No, I'm lost.
Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, the Bulwark is a good start, right? You can
Yeah.
say, okay, he has to sink 4 of these huge minions to eat all the charge. Or is it 5? Was it from the cache? But then there is enough minions, it looks like, that it's still going to be lethal.
Wait, can he Baseless get him anywhere this turn? I don't think
Baseless,
so.
The Taint Heart, that's cute.
Yeah,
but
the
I don't
problem
think-
is the Taunt's the biggest minion, so and that doesn't have rush or charge, so
Yep.
that doesn't do anything. And then they just trade and lose next turn. What a game! And honestly, I did not foresee Mixter playing like this, going up to, I'm going to call it 20 mana, I think it was 19, but whatever. And then just doing the alignment halfway through an Anaconda turn, so you just get to do it all at the same time, is pretty insane and pretty impressive, actually. And this is Alignment Druid winning again. I think that's both times we've cast it on stream, Gia. It's won. So fair play to that deck, and congratulations to Mixter. He does get the victory and move on. And what a series. That was one of the most unexpected outcomes to a series I've seen for a long time. I really did not think Mixter could do it, but I think he played very well. He played 2 outs, especially in that rogue game, and he's been rewarded for it. What a great series.
Yeah, I can't agree more. It's just so out of the box the way every single game in that series panned out, right from the Weapon Rogue at the beginning all the way to this Anaconda Druid at the end. It is very likely that Mixter, has just played this matchup a bunch of times. He has deemed that the mid-turn Anaconda into alignment, if you do get the Guff early enough, is the right way to go about it. But I do want to make a quick note here of the Taint Heart changed a lot towards the end, right? Because if you don't hit that, you don't go all in like this, because you get heavily punished by Brawl. I think he would still end up in a very good position even without a Taint Heart, because he just kind of plays maybe 2 or 3 threats instead of 6 and ends the game over 2 turns instead of 1, because Deads is only running the 1 Brawl, which is what you brought up at the beginning, and it's just knowledge of exactly what your opponent can do and adapting to what you get from the random effects, like the generation of the Taint Heart. It just allowed Mixter to end the game a whole turn sooner. Well recognized. Pretty sad to see Deads go like that, because he's quickly becoming one of the most consistent MT players. I've seen him on the Swiss rounds many, many times, and I expect to see him come back later on in the year. This is an automatic qualification to the next Masters Tour, and he's already cemented himself a good amount of wins leading into a possible seasonal championship qualification. You love to hear that, but for now, it is all about these 2 players.
Yeah, look at that bracket now. We've got JRS Lovestorm versus Mixter in the first semi-final, but then we've got, coming up very, very soon indeed, Luna versus Judgment, Unknown versus Dead Draw, the UK players all over the show, and I can't wait to watch. We are going to go to a break while we set up the next match, though, but as you can see, we've got tons of great Hearthstone to carry on throughout the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the quarterfinal matches here at Masters Tour and Onyxia's Lair. Very spicy game coming up now between Judgment, a player who is a previous semi-final player at a Masters Tour. So despite being a still fairly unknown player to the wider Hearthstone community, is starting to build a reputation for himself as a very, very consistent Masters Tour player. And then Luna on the other side, who is just one of the most famous, the most celebrated, the most trophied Hearthstone players in its competitive history. And so if nothing else, I think we're guaranteed some very, very high level of play here, Gia.
Yeah, completely agree. Luna, honestly, is one of the players I expected to do very, very well throughout the entire tournament. Not because I'm good at predictions or anything, but because I like to lurk in the Pony Dojo and watch people do their practice, watch them destroy others on ladder. And Luna was among the first, kind of realizing that Kazakus Druid is absolutely nuts. This specific build, which she credits to Fino, I believe, with the armor and not the glowflies, kind of streamlining all in on the Kazakus game plan, and all you want aside from that is to gain armor, not die too hard to aggro. And she was just destroying even aggro decks with this deck and saying that, oh my gosh, if people bring Shadow Priest to the tournament, I'm going to be so happy. And she just did absolutely what she was promising. Went very well in the Swiss, has been doing well until now, and that Druid has warranted a ban from her side. Not to mention, I mean, that's not to say that the rest of her lineup isn't good, though. These are just some very high overall power level decks, and she has that sort of combo with, I mean, it's hard to say combo because the shell of all her three remaining decks are anti-aggro, but they still have win conditions at the end, right? Like, there's so much removal potential in the Charge Warrior, in the Fell Demon Hunter, in the Owl Warlock, but they also have game-winning potential at the end with their respective top-end cards. So I think it's just a very, very clever way of approaching a lineup, and so far she's been rewarded for it.
No, I agree completely. I think the distribution of Demon Hunter in the top 16 has proven it to be just a really, really smart bring to this tournament. Like you say, if you're ever afraid of a few players in the field just going full on aggro, that can take care of it very handsomely. And again, it's just Glide. Glide is so potent in these combo mirrors, even these control matchups for the deck where you just decimate your opponent's game plan and are able to very cleanly move towards your own win condition in your own right. However, here for Luna, she is starting things off with the Charge Warrior, which, like you say, is mainly a control-ish deck, heavy on removal, with a little bit of a combo at the end to take out the control decks and some of the combo matchups. But against Priest, things get a little bit interesting. Do you find that Control Warrior, from the games you've seen so far, has that density of removal to be able to fight back against Priest's development? Or do you think they just kind of get steamrolled by the generation and mana cheat that Priest can do in the mid game?
I do think that if the Warrior is able to see enough of their deck, there is definitely enough removal in there, theoretically, to get rid of all of the main threats from Priest, including like 2 additional dragons from the studies, if none of those are Kazakusan, right? Because that's just plus 10 cards and then the Warrior is crying. But the difference maker also is that the Warrior generally doesn't get to see all of their deck in this matchup because their main card draw engine of the Outrider's Axe just doesn't have any good targets. When Miracle Priest gets on board, they tend to build very, very big minions and just go all in and say, if you have the Brawl, okay, well played. And if not, then they end the game on the very next turn, usually with the help of Bless. Luna is only running 1 copy of Brawl, which is probably standard in the Charge Warriors these days, but there's also some additional spice in here. There's a Magtheridon, which is another way of dealing with these huge boards that the Miracle Priest can put together, and of course the Lord Barov. So it's a very close matchup, I would say. It just doesn't look close the way it pans out because the Priest is very much all in and forces the Warrior to have the answers.
Interesting starting hand here for Judgment. Nazmani is definitely the kind of thing you're holding on to. Zyrella, you know, even though it's a minion and it increases your chances of finding, obviously, another Nazmani or the Malagos off of your horn, I do agree that it should be tossed back. It's just a little bit too useless against what is, as we've said, essentially a control deck for the first half of the game. And now it's really just going to be looking for palm readings, any way to start setting up these pop-off turns and making the kind of board that, like you said, forces Luna to find that brawl.
I do think that the way your average Miracle Priest should approach the matchup is very similar to what we saw in the first quarterfinal of the day from Lovestorm, which is you have the combo pieces, just play them all, pray that they don't have their one-off brawl, and get there that way. Because the more sort of hedging you try to do with maybe I just play one Nazmani at a time, maybe I don't put together all of my threats, then they have other answers that open up, right? Like suddenly just one Bladestorm can deal with your one threat. There's always going to be some form of answer from the warrior. So I believe the best way that the Miracle Priest can approach it is like put together the board that also has a specific answer, but can actually end the game on the very next turn, which is going all in. Right now, though, it's going to take quite some time to set up because Judgment is still lacking enough cheap spells to fuel the Nazmani and ideally a palm reading to cheapen everything.
Yeah, just holding off for the moment. No nonsense with coining out the Horn, coining out the Nazmani, anything like that necessary. It's going to be a little bit tougher of a road, I think, to get there for Judgment when we compare it to Lovestorm's build of the deck that I think is, for me, the perfect... Sorry, pretty much the perfect 30-card build of the list. Judgment does have Xyrella and the Netherdrake slotted in there as well, that obviously dilute his draws off this second Horn quite substantially. But even having said that, to be honest, this is still just looking fine. Palm readings, if it can find Psych Split, Insight, another Horn, Gift of Luminance, any way to start generating more mana cheat. And he's looking to be able to get both the immediate strong board and, of course, the follow-up as well. And that's where Luna might start to struggle, is with the continual waves of threats.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be continual waves as in like on separate turns. This still, to me, looks like it's going to be all in on one with the problem, the caveat that a lot of these cards in hand for Judgment are actually super expensive, the Malagos and the Elec Mount, and that's kind of the reason why some builds cut Elec Mount altogether, is that generally when you go all in, you want to be able to play your dragon immediately and then draw a refill and keep discounting. But if there's something else that's expensive that's eating discounts, then you might not be able to do everything all at once. Just depends on how many Nazmanis, how many zero-cost spells you have in hand. And I would think that this is an insta-Shadow Word Devourer for that reason, because it's actually fuel rather than a card that eats the discounts.
Do you not think there was any consideration to go with the Idol of Yashaj, for example, just because, you know, maybe if you pick an individually powerful card like that, you actually can start to get those multiple waves of threats that Warrior maybe doesn't have all the tools to answer?
It is a consideration, but think about like what turn you're gonna play the Idol of Yasharaj. Like it goes down to 7 and then you could coin it out on 6, but then it means you're still not doing anything on 5 and you have to use the coin, which is a very valuable tool with the Nazmani. And then that minion that you summon is very easily answered by a shield slam by that point, right? I'm not sure. It's definitely worth thinking about, though, because you do have to get some unconventional strategies to win this matchup. I agree.
Right.
And with that in mind, Luna has actually preloaded her Magtheridon here, and pretty much at any point she can blow up the board now because she has Barov into Shield Slam to blow up all of these tokens. I guess the one thing to be aware of is if a Divine Shield lands on these tokens, but that's fine. She also still has Rancor, or just equip the weapon next turn if she has to swing to remove a Divine Shield. It all works out. Right now she's just kind of denying Judgment from board space if he had somehow like 4 copy effects.
Wow, looks like just the coin is coming down, which is a deceptively big expenditure, right? When you're trying to hit that critical mass with Nazmani effects to discount your Malagos down to 0 and then obviously draw the rest of your deck. The benefit is pretty clear because this is a single card and it's a board that kind of wants to be answered. If they play Psych Split on this minion, it actually becomes quite scary for Luna. So even though it's an expensive turn in one regard for Judgment, I think it's well warranted because now Luna is in that really awkward spot where she doesn't want to use these key removal pieces on a board that has none of the Nazmani or Malagos goodness in there.
Yeah, completely agreed. Judgment pivoting away from saving every cheap spell possible, but also, you know, not wrecking his combo, because by using Alec Mount, you actually get rid of an expensive card that can eat your discounts, which thereby makes it more likely to keep discounting Malagos instead and being able to pop off with the Nazmani and Mali on the same turn. So Luna there is forced off of using both shields. Well, she wasn't forced to use both, but one seemed warranted, and then she just used the other to get rid of the second half of the Alec Mount as well, in order to prevent any relevant minion from being a possible Psyche split target. But with that draw of Gift of Luminance, Judgment says, all right, it's time to go off. I've just seen 2 shield slams. Has to be right now. And it's very, very sketchy with these acolytes left on board, but we've talked about how I think, at least, that the Miracle Priest has to go all in. He is trying his best here to go all in. If there's no removal, maybe he wins the game, but we can already see this Rancor.
Oh, it's so risky, and I've got to be honest, I think I actually would have rather seen him wait another turn before he goes in here, because even ignoring the acolytes that can activate the Magtheridon on the other side, he doesn't actually have that much in terms of discounts. Like, I suppose you can look at this as a setup turn rather than necessarily the pop-off turn, is a way to frame it in a more positive manner, get the cheap Malagos, draw the rest of your deck, and then go for a pop-off. But quite clearly here, he didn't have enough to go all in.
Although it is still a board that warrants removal from Luna, maybe not to the point of popping both the 1/2s, but then again, there's no way to kill the Nazmanis without killing the 1/2s here, I don't think, because of the Divine Shields. So Judgment has actually navigated himself into a position where, yes, Magtheridon can clear everything, and that's a big threat, but he does sort of have another wave of threats in Malagos plus Psyche split.
True.
I don't know if that's enough to warrant, I mean, if that's enough to win him the game, but it will draw him at least towards Draconic Studies, which is now the main win condition for him, the way I see it, just scamming somehow with the discovery of Kazakhstan. And I also want to note, for anybody who kind of thought about what does Focus Will do with the Acolytes, it does not shut off the Magtheridon, because that is not a silenceable effect.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure copying them doesn't work either, because it's not like all acolytes just have to die. It's those specific 3 tokens that need to die for it to be able to resurrect. And so, yeah, it's very, very difficult for Priest to bounce or transform to actually deny it. And so, yeah, Luna Love here clearly not baited into clearing it all off. Like you say, it's a threatening board, but unless you're actually dying from like a straight up 36-0, you can just clear it next turn. You can go for Barrow of plus Brawl then, or, you know, just a Rancor, sorry, Barrow of Rancor, or just a Rancor on its own in order to clear off the Acolyte. And quite clearly, again, in this game of chicken, Luna is definitely not going to be the first one to blink.
It's also sort of playing into the fact that she's seen the one of Alec Mount, which is, in a way, combined with Bless, the most threatening burst that Miracle Priest can put together, the most amount of health you can gain on a single minion off of one spell. So she's really not scared of taking damage here, and I think it is fine so far. These insights, drawing, that's the last minion in the deck, I believe. Oh no, sorry, he's running Lightmon Nether Drake, I forgot.
Yeah, exactly.
Studies. There's the alternate win condition if he wants to try and go for it. Doesn't have to be this turn, because he actually has what he needs now to go for a second pop-off if he likes, with Nazmani and Gift again.
Yeah, Nazmani, Gift, Psych Split, that Draconic Studies that you're talking about as well. In one form or another, though, I think he needs a little bit extra. Something discovered has to be very, very powerful. Like you say, Kazakhstan #1. Maybe Raid Boss Onyxia if a big clear is used by Luna. Maybe Skeletal Dragon. One of these effects that can maybe get you there. But for the most part, I think Luna can just quite happily keep on chugging through her deck, drawing her combo, and most importantly, having all the removal in the world.
Yeah, very big deal that the cutting class gets cycle, and a big deal that the Outriders Axe got a decent amount of value as well. Generally not that many targets versus Priest, but the Acolytes actually provided them for her. Nice use of Magtheridon in that sense. But here we go again for Judgment, second round of Nazmanis. He will be able to play the entire hand, I think, regardless of what dragon he discovers. Okay.
Okay.
That can still get Kazakhstan in a roundabout way.
Just an extra step.
Psyche split to get yourself a Magtheridon. Very creative stuff. Unfortunately, there are 0 damage characters here, so you can't really trigger Zyrella in any way.
Yeah, I mean, he could go light more. Oh no, it still doesn't do it then, does it? But yeah, death to clear off the opposing Magtheridon. Absolutely clutch here to keep him well and truly ahead on board. I think you probably don't want to get down the Skeletal Dragon on the same turn here, right? This is probably threatening enough. And so I can respect starting to slow down on the turn here and not necessarily go too much more all in.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. This is enough threats to warrant either a brawl or just some sort of big removal from Luna. And even though it's a one-off brawl, Luna can sort of just piece together exactly what Judgment has left, right? This is the last Nazmani. It's the last Divine or Gift of Luminance that has been used. Of course, there's still going to be discovered spells, and she knows about there being one more dragon. So it just depends how many layers deep you want to think. Like, if there's a Kazakhstan in hand, do you need to save a Brawl then for like a Nanoya Horn or Locust type of board? Or do you just say, no, overthinking that much is just going to lose me percentage against every other dragon? It's a really tough spot to be in. The one thing that needs to happen though for sure is to clear off the 13-14.
And for Luna here, although I'm looking at most likely Barov Rancor to just clear the board, would you ever consider just smacking into the Magtheridon, making it so you need one less combo piece in order to be able to get there? Like, 13 damage really starts to lower them down.
That is a very interesting line. I don't know if I'm getting baited by it, but Luna does not want to take any risks here. This is Priest we're talking about, so that damage is not permanent. I think this is the more level-headed play for sure, but I like the way you think, Derek.
It's a bonker. You got to bonk with Rakara. That's the point.
Well, looking very grim for Judgment, but like we said, the Skeletal Dragon can still get Kazakhstan.
I hate that that's our new Yogg or our new puzzle box. Like, that's just the card you always have to bear in mind as an out.
Oh my goodness. That just means it's going to be the entire APAC GM meta for the next few weeks.
God,
Why do you have to put it that
no.
way?
Let me die. I'll take Glowfly Swarm back any day.
That's the counter to Kazakhstan. A druid.
God, that might actually just be the meta.
Well, here we go. One dragon, and then the other. What is in the box? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Nope, that's a Dreaming Drake. That is not a win condition. There's still one more studies, right? For Judgment? Again, really hard to find a win condition.
Yes, I think so, right? No other dragons have been discovered. And outside of that, there's like another Palm readings, is there? I think he's only played one of those as well, which, I don't know. I mean, you know, maybe that's another route to get Kazakhstan. Outside of that, I'm not really seeing much.
Right. It all roads lead back to Kazakhstan. And it's not even a joke, right? That's really the only thing he can do that's relevant enough to outlast Luna at this point because, well, she still has removal. She has a ton of armor. She has card draw with the new Outrider's Axe equipped, and she is inching towards her combo herself. There's the studies.
Oh!
Brood Mother is a board at least, but Luna still has her Brawl.
He even gets Laymanix here. He doesn't even get Coolanix here.
True. Imagine being a Brood Mother when you can be a raid boss. It's still the only pick though, right? I mean, if he had, say, like a copy effect left, I'd look at the Sky Stalker. Just being annoying with death rattles is generally a good way to go about beating Warrior. But since it's by itself, I'd rather he just go for the full board with the Onyxia.
Yes. I'm trying to think if there's any other better synergies you can get, like copying it later on, but that, I mean, doesn't even really work because it fills up the board anyway. So I agree. Just dump down the biggest idiot you can each turn and hope that somehow Luna, I don't know, just has a brain fart and forgets to clear it for 7 turns.
I mean, I'll tell you what synergy he got. He finally corrupted the Dreaming Drake. There was nothing else in hand that could have done it. Woohoo.
That Dreaming Drake is me casting pre and post can of Red Bull in this Masters tour.
Yeah, he gave it wings.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, from Luna's perspective, there's still one dragon she doesn't know about in hand. That is from the Skeletal Drake. So it is somewhat painful to part with the Brawl because that dragon could still be a Kazakusan and it could still generate more boards. But I think she is at the point in the game where if there is a Kazakusan, she actually doesn't have enough removals to outlast all of that. So her priority should shift to just getting her own combo online. So I like the usage of Brawl. The Onyxia has happily provided her another target to get draws with the Outrider's Axe. And Judgment is well and truly gassed out.
Yep, still just holding on for that miracle. He is, I don't know, nothing if not persistent here. And I respect him holding in there. Again, like looking back on his game plan here, I think for the most part, when I look at it retrospectively, I do actually like the way he was approaching it because the turn where it looked like he was going in while the Magtheridon was still dormant, I think was actually a pretty nice setup. Because he didn't have any way to deal with the Acolytes to kill them off in his own right. Luna was clearly not going to clear them. And so by cheapening his Malagos rather than necessarily going all in with the Nazmanis, I think that probably gave him the best chance of finding some kind of an early board after the Magtheridon had been procced. But clearly in this instance, it didn't matter anyway. The removal was just too plentiful.
It certainly opened my eyes to a different way of approaching the matchup rather than all in on one turn. I have a question as to whether he could have maybe like freed up more hand space before going for Malagos, because technically there is still one more possible very, very heavy coping out here with the palm reading into studies, into a Kazakusan or something like that. But that out is best achieved if you can go for all of the discovers back to back and not give Luna free time to find her own combo. So if there is a way to maybe draw more cards with Malagos, I believe most of the cheap spells in hand were discovers there, so it was difficult to go about it still. But I'm just looking for any way to improve what looks like a very, very disastrous matchup indeed.
All right. There's the Kazakusan.
This time for real?
Step 1. Oh, come on.
I think you can go ahead and concede now.
I agree. Psych Split is like the most stats on just a Zyrella. You can get yourself a couple of 4/6s.
Get in there for 38.
Plus the Bulwark. Come on.
Yeah, plus the Bulwark.
I wonder.
Judgment is just powering through at whatever time it is in the UK right now.
Time has lost all meaning here in the UK. Okay.
7/8, my bad. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Luna doesn't have like a way to clear them both right now. But she really doesn't
shivering in
need
her
to.
boots.
Yeah, with all of these frost cards in hand. Ooh.
So that's lethal
combo next
now?
turn.
Next turn? Yeah, okay.
But don't worry, these Zyrellas can get in there for 38 plus the Bulwark.
These Zellas are bossing. Fortunately, not quite enough.
Not a third one.
Okay, Golden Zyrella. Maybe that can do something.
Oh yeah, triple discover a 5-drop. That would still not be an out to Kazakusan, so unfortunately, it's not enough.
Yeah, there we go. Luna going to take the first game. It's a long and arduous process to get there, reminding me why I've been so happy that Control Warrior has not been in the metagame up until this point. But gets the win. Luna getting over the finish line with that deck. It will, I suppose, somewhat of a question mark in this matchup because Judgment is not running aggro, which is really what this Control Warrior is absolutely best against. And some of the slower decks, maybe it could struggle to get a win against, like the Mage, for example, if it gets off to a nice quick start. But if nothing else, just getting it over the finish line nice and quickly puts Luna in a fantastic position, as I think the rest of her decks in the Warlock and the Hunter, if I'm not mistaken, are just two powerful decks right now. Like, against the Priest, I think they might struggle a little bit because it's proven their removal isn't quite strong enough to get through these very, very large minions. But outside of that specific matchup, I do think that Luna's in a good spot.
For sure, with this first win, I am a little bit worried about the spot of the Warlock. I think Judgment's best chance in this matchup is to actually prey on this Owl Warlock because he has actually three very reasonable decks to do so with. Just having Glide and any Demon Hunter is very good against any viable Warlock right now. Mozaki Mage, I think, on average, can still beat the Warlock before they get their combo online. And then the Miracle Priest can, you know, go all in and not be punished by just one card in a brawl. They can build the size of minions that is very, very difficult for the Owl Lock to remove, even if they do have the things like Morg, Artificer, and Grimoire of Sacrifice. Doesn't matter if the Nazmanis have 12 health or something like that.
Yes, quite right. And I do think, like you say, that this is the problem deck for Luna. I still feel personally that Handlock, if not better, maybe should deserved a little bit more representation here in the top 16. But with Casey having taken a loss, who I believe was the last player to have brought Handlock in this tournament, I will perhaps admit that I'm in the wrong on this particular one. As I just thought with the number of decks running spells at the core of their strategy, going for very few minion builds, being able to play a whole bunch of neophytes would be a very, very strong strategy in this metagame. But Owl Warlock does seem to have prevailed, even if, like you said, it has looked a little bit shaky, in all honesty, in some of the series we've seen it in.
Yeah, I guess the upside for Luna, though, in this matchup is that there's no Vipers to be found in the list from Judgment. They simply do not fit in this deck. Oh, sorry, there's one in the Demon Hunter, but obviously you cannot run that in Mage. And that means that at least in one matchup, the Rune Mithril Rods will go uninterrupted. And that's the card that really allows him to potentially race a little bit later on. I am looking again at JP Mixer's decks because I actually think he does have a Handlock, but I don't blame you for not remembering that because it got banned in the last series. So there's still a chance for you to come back with the other form of Warlock here. But I do like Luna's list. Her Owlock, I think, has served her very, very well throughout the entire tournament and could continue to do so if it just gets through these last couple hurdles. Judgment queuing up the Mozaki Mage, which is decidedly a good matchup, in my opinion, for the Mozaki. There's just going to be a whole lot of nothing happening on board in the first few turns. But I think the Mozaki has, you know, much less combo pieces that they actually have to get. It's pretty much just Mozaki Cram Session, and then you're going to see the end of your deck and deal enough damage. Whereas the Warlock has to gather, you know, having the Owl played and in the Death Rattle pool to play around Devolving Missiles generated, and then they have to go for minions and Phylactery and all of that. It's just a lot more they have to put together to actually get the win.
Yeah, you've fallen into the exact same trap I did earlier on in the day's broadcast. I said the exact same very logical bunch of things about this matchup, that I do think Mage gets there quicker, and then Luna just dumpsters it against Max with the Owl Warlock. And from how she was playing, it seemed like she was just incredibly well versed in the matchup, knew exactly what she was looking for throughout. And even though Max was able to try and go for the combo one turn before Luna got hers herself, it was not quite enough to get the lethal because, like you say, I think on average the Mage should get there like 1 turn faster, maybe 2 turns faster, but it really is razor thin. Even though that small 1 turn difference does boost the win rate quite a lot, if you slip up, if you don't find those key combos in time, the Mage can suffer very quickly.
However, I find the games where Mage suffers is when they just cannot find the Mazaki on time. It's somehow buried in the last 5 cards, for example. But this is a matchup where it's very realistic that you can just keep this and say, this is my win condition.
True.
I'm not going to be punished for having less anti-aggro cards in the early game. So right now, all Judgment really wants to see is card draw. Flow would be nice, but like multicaster, I would say, is an even higher priority at this moment.
Yeah, like you say, multicaster, spring water. Rune Door, like even these discover options are not truly terrible either. It's very unlikely that Judgment Draw is completely dead here. It's just getting some amount of flexibility or mana discount that should be propelling him forward to being in a truly unlosable position. However, Luna's hand in her own right is pretty good here, right? With the Rod, even the Phylactery is not bad. This is a very flexible and a very quick hand. This could get there quite easily for lethal on turn 8, I would say.
It's a very good hand. Not only is the Rod coming down on turn 4, there's also just so many cheap minions that she can keep her hand space nice and narrowed, right? That the second she picks up a Backfire or even Tamsin, Dreadlich, she won't have to delay a turn to get those big effects because she can dump all of these minions so efficiently once they're discounted by the Rune Mithril Rod. The turn for Judgment slowing down just a little bit. He's actually playing 1 Cram Session just to keep some amount of cycle going. He's saying all he needs is the 1 with the Mazaki in hand. Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, I guess just really didn't want to slow down and go for a effectively complete pass on this turn. I think with like 1 Spring Water in hand, it's reasonable to assume you won't need to use the Cram Session as a medium draw before you pop off with the big Mazaki turn later on. And with the second one picked up, I think that further confirms that theory. And so I definitely don't hate it. And even just dumping the Flurry here while you can, yeah, hand space is going to be a concern. So just get rid of it while you're cycling through your deck.
It was actually a close decision, I think, because Luna could still be playing minions in the near future, but not this specific upcoming turn where you do expect a Coin Rod, right? So I do like the call from Judgment. He can go Spring Water, and with the Flurry played, he also just has another Spell School by the time he picks up a Multicaster. Hey, there's a flow.
Yeah.
That is perfect for this turn. My goodness.
That is the juice, the exact speed that Judgment needed to start getting this one going, because again, this is just a straight up and down race. And if I had to put my money on it, I would say Luna is in the lead at the moment, just about, because of this Rod being so perfect with all the rest of her card draw heavy hand. The Thalnos, the tap, the Mana Feeder Panthara all working together so beautifully. But again, Judgment with that flow picked up does start to equalize things, especially with Mazaki and Cram Session and a Mana Biscuit already in hand.
Getting real close, Derek. Luna has also picked up both Baby and Dreadlich Tamsin here. She has dumpable cards so that Tamsin can be played for another 3 card draws, which would in turn proc the second half of the Rune Mithril Rod. So she really starts to ramp up every part of her combo next turn. Judgment this turn has the second Spring Water. That second Biscuit, oh my gosh, can he just pop off next turn? Maybe not by missing out on the refresh here. He cannot quite play the Multicaster already, but the important thing is he has a decision here as to whether he wants to give up a Biscuit in order to get a Siphon Mana activation, because it's available, right, with the ping.
Yes, exactly, but that's kind of what I was looking at from the start of this turn, which is why the Spring Water was not necessarily something I instantly agreed on. If he hit 2 spells, it would be perfect. You could then just follow up with Ping, Siphon, Mana. But because he hit the Multicaster, he does now have to make a choice. Goes for the Mana Biscuit, which I do think is worth it here. But I don't know. I think the Refreshing Spring Water could have maybe just been saved 1 turn later to guarantee this a bit more smoothly.
I don't know. I like this, even though it looks greedy, like most of the time it works out. But I do have a question about that last part of this turn from Judgment, because what he did was use a 1 mana, generate a Mana Biscuit, and then played that Biscuit, and then went for the ping and the Siphon, which triggers. But my question is, why not just ping, use the original Biscuit in your hand, and then Siphon, and then you have a 0-mana Conjure Biscuit in hand, which is another spell that can go with Mozaki, and it's going to cost 0 anyway because you played Siphon.
That is a good point. Yeah, the only way that that could conceivably be worse is if you're worried about overdrawing with Cram Session. But I think that's fringe enough to the point where, yes, you are correct. It would have been better to do it the other way.
It would feel bad, though, because you would float 1 mana in that turn. Spend your mana, that's the answer. Well, anyways, Luna is just going to dump the mana feeder for no draw and a Grimoire. You don't need both of them, it's fine. Just to free up enough hand space for the Dreadlich Tamsin. And if she picks up any cheap minion here, she can also dump that with the Drain Soul. That's a tour guide, I believe. Very, very clutch. Because if you end up with a full hand, it's very scary if you haven't hit an owl just yet. Although, oh yeah, Luna is just running the 1 copy of the owl, so it's very important not to leave any room for overdraw.
And so because, speaking of Owl, it has not been played yet, I think Judgment has 1 more turn of just free setup here. He does not need to risk it with a Mozaki quite yet, when I think it's, you know, close. Maybe he could hit lethal on this turn, but it's just not necessary. Go with the multicaster instead. Draw more of your deck. Discount more if you can by picking up another flow, and then just go for it next turn instead.
The awkward bit with Judgment's hand is that a lot of the fuel for Mozaki in terms of 0-cost spells are actually First Flames, and they regenerate cards in hand that actually cost something, which will take up hand space for the Cram Session, and he very likely won't have targets. Okay, a spell damage minion could be a target, but it does start to get a little bit confusing here. I'm honestly not sure if you're supposed to like dump 1 First Flame and Second Flame, but this looks right to me. Just having hand space in mind as a huge consideration. Like, this doesn't look intuitive because those are cheap spells that would technically be free with Mozaki, but I think it's very good forward thinking.
Yeah, I agree completely. One of the things we saw from Max earlier on in the day was that he actually struggled to play all the minion targeting spells on his Mozaki turn because his opponent didn't have anything to target them. So First Flame can be a little bit of a fickle friend in terms of going for the combo, not necessarily granting you the number of spell damage activations that you would expect from such a cheap spell. But, I mean, weirdly enough here for Judgment, even though this is probably lethal on this turn, I think if you don't mess anything up, and he should go for it. Again, with no owl being played, he doesn't necessarily have to go in here. He could take a risk, even though with the discounts from the Rod, he is maybe dead.
Yeah, I mean, from his perspective, like, there could be a double discounted owl in hand here still, but maybe Luna's digging for some other combo piece. And in that regard, maybe the owl can get killed and the Phylactery played with the shipment all together on 1 turn. I honestly don't know if that's possible, but the breakpoints are just so hard to kind of figure out in your head without any prior knowledge, right? It's something I feel that you only learn by playing against Owl Warlock many, many times. But in any case, this should be very, very cleanly lethal for Judgment here. So I do like that he's going in this turn. And Luna has kindly provided some minion targets for Judgment, so he'll have no problems freeing up hand space as well.
Oh, how gracious of her to help him along his way. But yes, like you say, Cram Session, as long as you're not drawing yourself literally to death, it doesn't really matter if you're overdrawing cards even. And with, oh my goodness, Ruined Orb, Siphon Mana, Ignite, it's like 4 or 5 spells you can target face. This is mega lethal.
Yep, as we call it in the business. That'll be Judgment tying up the series 1-1, and the first loss for Luna's Owl Warlock. The first, like, one of the ones that I might have expected it to take a loss against, but I still can't stress how worried I still am, because I really feel that this deck in this particular series and in the matchup versus Judgment could continue to have a hard time finding victory.
Yeah, absolutely true. With his mage taking a win, he now has the priest and the warrior left over. And even though, you know, I've tried to make the argument a couple times that Owl Warlock does have surprisingly high amounts of removal with the Moargs, the spell damage from Blood Mage Thalnos, plus the Grimoire of Sacrifice, or the School Spirits if you have enough mana as well. it's impressive, but it's not like 20 health impressive. You're going to struggle to be able to kill off those big Nazmanis, especially with Divine Shield. Malagos as well can be a huge threat that's very difficult to answer. So I think if the Warlock lines up against the Priest, that could be another problem as you were laying out for Luna. For Luna going up against Judgment's lineup. It's really that Warrior where I think things get interesting. Right, because they're both combo decks in a sense, the Owl Warlock more so than the Warrior. But the removal for Warrior becomes completely pointless in that matchup. You basically have nothing to ever bother killing. And although I think the combo on average is a bit slower, do you think that armor and maybe even the Bulwark of Azeroth can be enough to buy you the time in the Warrior? Or are you on average just kind of dead to the relentless damage of owls and all that?
It's really close because honestly, I haven't gone through all of the breakpoints myself, but there is definitely a world where Luna can greed her combo as much as possible with the maximum trades on the Wicked Shipment to completely fill the board. You could have Tamsin positioned with Phylactery to double the Death Rattles on an entire board, and that should be enough to get through even a ton of armor and a Bulwark, I think. But there's also the fact that this Warrior runs a Viper, which means that a potential setup Runed Mithril Rod could be destroyed. And without that round of discounts, or potentially even 2 rounds of discounts denied, maybe Luna can't get to those lofty heights of enough damage to get through all the armor and the Bulwark. There's just so many different ways it can pan out, and on top of that, the Warrior is also threatening their own combo. So it's a close one for sure, and I'm excited to see how it pans out.
The thing I'm going to be looking for here for Luna in the early game, aside from all the obvious stuff, you know, drawing cards, getting Rod, finding your combo pieces and discounting them as much as possible, is disruption, which for the most part here, I think means not leaving any minions on board. Whenever you have the opportunity to go Tour Guide plus Touch, Tour Guide plus Mortal Coil, or Armor Vendor plus Drain Soul, one of these kind of combos, anything to deny the Outriders acts from drawing cards is, I think, absolutely where Luna's head should be in the matchup, and is a great way to slow down your opponent's combo, slow down their armor gain as well, because they're less likely to draw the heavy plates and frozen bucklers. And then at that point, I think Luna should be able to get the combo done way quicker than Judgment.
Completely agree, and it's just nice to get some of these tour guides down before Outriders acts is ever a possibility, to the point that she's actually not even going to tap with the natural mana this turn and then go tap Tour Guide on turn 3, which is kind of like the standard curve, I would say. But this is actually a pretty good spot because she already has Backfire in hand for next turn, and we talked about how she could maybe try and greed the Wicked Shipments as much as possible in order to get the most damage from the combo later on. But the other X factor that we didn't even talk about is the fact that there is a Mutinous in the list for Judgment and in the hand for Judgment, and so is the Owl for Luna already currently there, and that's the one of copy that she's running. If that manages to chomp the Owl, the game is over.
Yep, simply ends on the spot. And honestly, even if you can just eat Tamsin, things get a lot closer because, you know, Owl damage with just one activation of Phylactery, you know, you're potentially getting in the range where you can out-armor it then, even if it's still a little bit shaky. But either way, for Judgment, even with Outriders Axe in hand here, I think I'm leaning towards saving the coin for Mutinous instead. I think it's just too valuable, even though you can get yourself a nice extra card draw here and lead up to the cutting class.
I think I agree. So it does end up just being, oh, okay, a Shield Slam committed as well, sure. Not that there's going to be very many other targets, but I definitely like that he's not trading the Viper. That is there for one purpose only, and that is to chomp a Runed Mithril Rod at the best possible timing, which is, you know, ideally if your opponent was setting up for it and then you deny the charge right as they're going to get the final draw, but you can't often be that greedy. Like, you don't know when they're going to complete it. So as soon as the Mithril Rod is equipped, I think that's when Judgment should go for the Viper. As for this turn, like you said, Luna removing her own tour guide to free up hand space and deny the Outriders Axe, very heads up.
Yeah, she knows exactly what's going on here. I love as well that Judgment is just equipping the Outriders Axe. If your opponent deigns to go for their Snake here, the Rustrot Viper, you're so happy because it's not hitting Bulwark, which is by far the more important card in terms of disrupting your opponent's combo. And so it's very safe here. Swinging Face as well, absolutely. Luna is clearly not going to give you any targets to draw off of on the board. And quite nicely now for Judgment, his game plan is just very proactively strong here. He destroys the weapon, gets his own online, sets up Coin Mutinous on the following turn, which is something that Luna absolutely has to be aware of, and which is why I would love to see this Mana Feeder just sit there in hand for nothing else than bait.
True, and the Moarg picked up off the tap is very clutch as well. It's a minion that she absolutely doesn't need for the combo to go off safely. So for Judgment here, it's a question of whether he just wants to go in. And, you know, honestly, even if he misses, like, the Mutinous is still just a threat by itself. Like, he's just been putting Luna down to not the healthiest life total at the moment. He could follow up with Rakara, which is another 10 damage just from the weapon. And even if he doesn't have like the full to the front combo, just Galvangar and Faceless is a lot of damage. So
here we go.
1 of 3 of going right immediately. Even if it does go wrong, just like this, it's still a good position for Judgment and a very nice stat line on the Mutinous.
Yeah, very much so. But the game plan continues now for Luna. It's not going perfectly, obviously, because her Mithril Rod ended up being hit by the Rustrot Viper. But, I mean, can you just play Owl here? I know the 6/9 is threatening, but you're not dead, and you do need to still focus on your own game plan most of all.
Yeah, I think I would lean towards Owl here as well. I don't think there's any more effects that can silence here. Not that because it would feel good to play, like, but because she just doesn't have any great alternatives the way I saw it. Like, she would keep damaging herself and still not remove the Mutinous, but she says no, maybe looking for a bigger swing to come back, like picking up this Baby Tamsin here, and maybe if she gets Drain Soul or something like that, but not available at the moment. So she is gonna continue to tank a lot of damage. I think Judgment is just gonna straight up Rakara, put Luna down to 2 HP, and could like play natural Galvangar for lethal.
Right, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's active yet, right? Because no Buckler has been played, Rakara hasn't been played. But next turn, it's... oh, maybe not necessarily, because a Buckler hasn't been played either, so I don't know if he's actually spent enough mana on hero powers to have activated the Galvangar yet. We'll see, yeah.
To the front, Galvangar Faceless is a thing. There's a heavy plate as well. That's surely enough armor by now, right? Well, first of all, Luna has to handle the immediate problem at hand, which is the 6/7 and the 5 attack weapon. She is just dying.
I mean, it's one of those ridiculous games, right, where despite me laying out that she should use her own removal on her own minions, and her also being very clearly cognizant of that fact, it turns out that that's like left her in a position where she's just dying to tempo from Judgment. Like a 7-mana 6/9 turns out is enough to just beat the Warlock down here with its removal just absolutely non-existent.
I mean, turns out Mutinous is the win condition, just not in the way we thought. Right? Denying Morg has also been so huge here because that helps Luna's removal and the stats get added to the Mutinous. It's just crazy. Right now, how does she even kill the Mutinous? It looks very, very ugly the way I currently see it, like using Hysteria and Grimoire. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it.
It's horrible, right? You're in some kind of weird place of Tamsin Grimoire, or Tamsin Scholar Grimoire. I don't know. Some kind of horrible combination.
Yeah. And it looks like she's not even going to remove it. I don't fault her for that whatsoever. The resources she had to use to get rid of it was just not going to win the game anyway, and that is going to be an unconventional way of winning the matchup, but I think a very, very clever one from Judgment. He just saw the lines, holding onto the coin even though he could have gone for more card draw with the Outrider's Axe on turn 3. He says, no, this is not my main win condition. This hand says, coin Mutinous into Rakara, beat them down, and he absolutely did.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players clearly knew what they were going to allow the other to do. The Axe was never going to draw cards. Like you say, it goes face. Just hope that that's good enough. And it quite clearly was here as Judgment just got on the tempo game plan, showing again just the flexibility of this warrior. It's always the hallmark of a good combo deck, right? Where it has this ultimate combo if you need it, but individually the cards in its deck are just pretty flexible. Like you can go for just a tempo Galvangar. Faceless Manipulator is just a Hearthstone card. You can play that and it's not bad in a lot of these matchups. And of course, Rakara really starting to show her true colors ever since the buff up to 10 armor, because that 10 damage that you get just goes such a long way in these matchups. You really start to melt down your opponent's health. And if they don't have the answers, they suffer the consequences. And so here we are seeing again, as you predicted, Gia, the Warlock really struggling as she's going to try it for the 3rd time in a row. 3rd time's a charm. But as we've been laying out, I mean, if your removal can't even deal with a single Mutinous, how can it deal with like a 2020 Nazmani Bloodweaver with the Divine Shield on it as well? Like, this is surely impossible to answer.
Yeah, spoiler, they can't really deal with that. So the hope is that the priest doesn't do that soon enough that the warlock can't threaten a counter lethal, or maybe at least stay alive because they have enough healing in hand, and maybe they gain some armor from playing Dreadlich Tamsin. The benefit of facing off against the Miracle Priest, at least, or at least the one silver lining, is that even if they do have that face-up 20 health Bloodweaver, sometimes you're only able to add +2 to the total amount of burst available because of Bless. So Luna maybe has even one more turn after a big potential pop-off from Judgment, and also the hope that the Miracle Priest does what it does sometimes, and it loses to itself with a very bad draw. But that is not the case for Judgment. He has Nazmani and 2 horns, so very likely that he'll be able to find enough resources to put together a combo.
Not a bad starting hand again. Luna is great at finding that ruined Mithril Rod, but not great at finding a win shortly thereafter. Do you like this hand for Judgment? Like, it's one of those really weird ones where you've drawn the minions, which is generally what you want to do with this deck, because they're the I don't know, the part that's missing, the rare part of the deck compared to all the spells. But there's not really actually anything to synergize with it right now.
Right. I mean, I'm just gonna say this is a can't complain hand because you have found Nazmani, but it is definitely not a game-winning hand just yet. Like, it can get there. The Horn can draw him another Nazmani, or just continue to thin the deck, right? So he gets closer and closer to palm reading. That's the big one. And the palm reading can discount whatever spells he's drawn in the meantime and follow up from there. But I agree, the synergy is absolutely not here with this hand, because in order to pop off with Combo Priest, you want cheap spells. Why did I call it Combo Priest? with Miracle Priest, you want the cheap spells, and any additional minions that enter the hand that are not Nazmani eat too many discounts, especially when they're all there together.
Okay, still, again, coming together nicely for Luna. I like everything she's doing with her turns here, leading up into the ruined Mithril Rod. Judgment can now thin his deck of every minion, with Nazmani and Zyrella being the last 2 remaining in deck.
And Malagos.
Well, Malagos in hand right now on the right-hand side. But
What? That's the Nether trick.
Malagos is in hand.
Am I blind?
Yes.
Okay, whatever. Sorry. Oh, my feed froze. Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was wondering why Luna's turn wasn't over yet. Okay, my bad. Okay, let me refresh. There it is. Okay, I see everything now. He's popping off already. My goodness, I just missed 2 whole turns.
And just thought, this looks great. I love everything I'm seeing from these players here. But yes, it's finally happening here for Judgment. It's questionable as to whether or not this will be enough. Like you said, Elic Mount is a huge mana sink, and unless it's like exactly double Psych Split discounted into Horn of Rathian, it looks like it's coming to a grinding halt. And he's just going to have to hope that something sticks so that he can get this Elec mount down.
Oh yeah, this is a pretty miserable pop-off turn. This is peanuts for Warlock to be able to clear off, honestly, with one Morg. I mean, the good thing for Judgment is that he hasn't seen a proc of the Rune Mithril Rod yet, so it is still a decent amount of stats for only 5 mana to work with. But Luna can discount even more by just going for tap and the Mana Feeder Panthera. But is that actually able to clear everything? So she'll have Morg playable, Touch, and Mortal Coil, and Drain Soul.
Yeah, without the Grimoire, it's a little funky, isn't it?
She can get the clear on 1 of the Nazmanis, which is actually pretty problematic if you're not able to get rid of both altogether. Because now any copy effect is super threatening, and we can see the Psyche split right there and the Malagos.
Oh, that's a nice draw.
Huge.
Yeah, I guess you do go in. I was wondering if you still just go with the Elec and then hope to pop off with the Malagos later on, but I think quite rightly here, Judgment is making the judgment call of just carrying on going all in. I think you smack face twice, right, and then just take an extra draw off the gift as well.
You could say that you don't want whatever draw you get to eat up discounts here, because there is a world where Judgment can play... Wait, can he play Malagos this turn? If both the discounts go on the horn, it's not particularly likely, but at least if he gets the Elec mount here down, it's just even more threats, and I think that's a very good outcome still.
Yeah, I guess the Malagos was never going to happen on this turn. It was just about setting up the most amount of health on board possible, which this does. My goodness, this does. With a 7-14 on board, it's already very, very much at that point where Luna is going to struggle to answer it. And therefore, I think her best plan is just to weather this storm. You could say that while this may be difficult to actually clear the board, or maybe you can with the
Super
Hysteria,
doable,
actually.
right? Yeah, the one of Hysteria.
Never mind.
That means that the Nazmani at 14 is going down to only 5, and then very clearable by a Morg after. Alternatively, Luna could go for some sort of like School Spirits and touch game plan, but I don't think that's necessary. This is probably the best Hysteria she's ever gonna get. I like that she saves the other resources.
If you were to go for Hap, you could then fit in Moarg, Touch.
True.
And even a Mana Feeder. That's pretty disgusting.
Oh, my bad. Actually, she still has to use the resources that I thought she could get away with saving with this line as well. It was just very awkward because you couldn't quite leverage the Thalnos for the damage you needed post-Hysteria because it was going to die. But it's fine, right? I mean, she doesn't need all of the School Spirits and all of the touches. She will still leave an Elec on the board, which is a little bit scary with the threat of Bless, but it's not going to have that much health. So the next storm she has to weather is the Malagos, first and foremost.
Yeah, Malagos first. I'm not interested in drawing the Xyrella from my deck right now. And in terms of 1-mana cards you can get, nothing going to be all too impressive given that Bless can't be played. And you're just hoping to ride this elephant and this dragon to victory.
Yeah, Daenerys and... No, I don't know anyone else from Game of Thrones that rode elephants. But that Shadower Devourer is actually pretty clutch there for Judgment to be able to trade down the Morg very nicely. I don't think he wanted to use a shard just to silence that. And the Morg being off board, of course, heavily limits the amount of removal potential available to Luna. But she could go for the play that you were talking about last turn of sort of just leaving it there and praying you don't die. Doesn't seem particularly likely because with the Dreadlich Tamsin played, she'll be able to put the Malagos max health down a little bit as well. Granted, it can still be healed up and blessed, but it's not going to deal 31.
Exactly, yeah. Bless may have brought back the power of Inner Fire, but Divine Spirit not being there is really what stops it from being those absurd levels of damage that we remember from back in the combo priest days. But now for Luna, it's really starting to come together, right? Owl next turn, lethal so easily on turn 10. I think she might be getting away with this one.
The double Mithril Rod proc on one turn. Absolutely, it's coming together. The Judgment needs a real miracle from the Miracle Priest right now. You're looking at double palm reading, but I don't think ever since Ilusha left the viable card pool for that anything game-winning can be discovered here.
Yeah, Shadow Devour, even if you get like 3 of them, still doesn't get there with the Bless in hand.
Nope.
No way to get Madness, I don't think, as I see it.
Death Rattle minions.
I can't think of anything.
Yeah, if you could discover Warlock cards, maybe like the one that discards a minion from your opponent's hand, but obviously that's not available to Priest.
Right.
I think Judgment is racking his brain just as much as we are, but can't really find a way of stopping combo, can't find a way of getting the lethal immediately. The initial pop-off was just not enough in order to threaten Luna, and she was able to get both of the Rune Mithril Rod discounts on a premium hand. Dusty's got 16-16.
Yeah, as you say, he's doing everything he can, but this is just lethal right now, isn't it? It doesn't even need a turn of setup because of the double rod proc on the previous turn. Tamsin, Shipment, Tamsin's Phylactery, yeah. It's all there.
Dual Spirits, it is for sure going to be enough. 4 rounds of 8 times 2. That is well enough to get through the Malagos and the 38 health on Judgment here. And that means that Luna ties up the series, finally getting a win with the deck that we thought would be most problematic for her. And suddenly things look to be turning around. Although, I will say she's still got a pretty tough matchup left over in the Demon Hunter, isn't it? Versus this Miracle Priest, because Demon Hunter is also not particularly good at dealing with very, very tall, high HP minions. However, if it hits Glide, it's a different story.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It kind of has to go for a similar plan as the Warlock there, where you hope they don't get necessarily too powerful of a start. And then honestly, you know, unless they hit exactly Bless on a huge minion, if they have like, I don't know, 10, maybe even like 15 power on board, you can happily ignore that for a turn, maybe even 2 if you have one of those powerful heal plays in the meantime. And then afterwards, as long as you're not leaving yourself too vulnerable to all the damage, you can quite happily complete the quest, get Kurtrus down, and then hope for some kind of a surprise lethal with all the health that will be left on board. So like you say, I think Luna, I don't know if I'd put her in the lead, but again, I'm just constantly impressed with this new build of Quest Demon Hunter. I think it's got so much going for it.
Yeah, agreed. It is just such a flexible deck. And the Magtheridon in there is also a very, very big deal to be able to answer one of those priest boards outside of just trying to disrupt their combo from hand. You have one way of still deleting their board. So it's going to be up to Judgment to find a way to pressure Luna enough in the early game. I will say that his particular build of the Miracle Priest this is not the matchup that he's built it for, though. He has the one Nether Dragon there and the Zyrella, which I believe is standard, but not if you're Lovestorm, just going all in on the streamlined Nazmani game plan. And this is the type of matchup that Lovestorm has built his priest for, but Judgment will not be happy if one of his Insights or Horns draws anything but a Nazmani.
Yes, quite right. It's really where diluting your deck down is very, very painful, which again is just why I like Lovestorm's slightly cleaner build. I think against aggro, it's honestly not even that much worse, because just making a big Nazmani at the start and then going proactive in terms of finding your own lethal is slightly worse, sure, than a Zyrella or a Nether Drake, but I think it can still get there a lot of the time. And like you say, here in this matchup, you just don't want any of those cards whatsoever. We were talking about the glide obviously being a very crucial part of the game plan for Luna. Do you think it's the kind of matchup where you're just throwing away combo pieces? Like, for example, Deadeye on 2. Is that the kind of play you would make if you had it in your starting hand?
I think it's very viable, but if Luna had the option to say progress her quest instead, then I think that should still be her priority. Like, I thought honestly when you started that sentence you were gonna ask if it's the kind of matchup where you can even just throw down a Nazmani on 2 if you have coin, or on 3 if you don't. And I actually have had a bit of success on ladder trying that strategy. I'm not sure, I'm not by any means saying that that automatically makes it good, but there is a way you can approach the matchup where a lot of the time just uncontested, it's really tough for the Demon Hunter to remove Nazmani outside of exactly Fel Barrage on curve. If they do have that, then maybe you can play the other one because you have all of these tutor effects with the Horn and the Insight. And even if they get through that wave, eventually you're going to hit your Malagos. And then they've used so much removal by that point that potentially you can get there with copying and blessing Malagos. So it is a way, a possibility that you can deconstruct the combo once again, and that option is is available to Judgment as early as now.
Yeah, I think in this instance, you can't afford to go for it just because Fel Barrage is so backbreaking. A single card, if they have it, shuts down, honestly, your entire game. Like, you are losing by quite a margin at that point. Which is why Judgment, after giving me a heart attack, ends up on the Horn of Rathion instead of the Nazmani Bloodweaver, which, I don't know, I still have qualms about this play because it's a very fast play in a matchup where I feel like you don't necessarily need to be so fast. It's used the coin in a hand that really wanted the coin, and it drew him what was half the time, I think, just a pretty much useless card.
I mean, I wouldn't be so hard on him because it is definitely a fast play when you would rather save coin for Nazmani, you'd rather wait till you get palm reading, but it's not, you don't have all the time in the world because there's still the threat of glide above all else, because you can either choose to play around Fel Barrage by saving your minions and not playing them out on curve, or you can play around glide by keeping your hand relatively trimmed and playing stuff out on curve, and both of those really mess up your game plan. Really difficult to figure out which line to take. And honestly, I'm still looking at just playing Nazmani into Zyrella as a curve because this hand is not comboing anytime soon either. No palm reading. So is the line here truly just to wait until like turn 6, being generous, if he has drawn the Gift of Luminance and then do a mini pop-off? Or is the game plan to just not be so weak to glide, hope that something sticks eventually, and maybe you can get to Malagos later?
A really interesting way of approaching the matchup. I hadn't really thought of it because, you know, in my head it is still Miracle Priest. That's what you want to do, especially in this matchup where the removal is very limited. But like you say, even if Fel Barrage is pretty backbreaking, if they don't have it, you can start to pull into the lead. I think I would say because the benefit of sticking Nazmani Bloodweaver is kind of non-existent on the following turn for Judgment. Like, all he gets to do is play Zyrella. I appreciate the theory of playing a bit more liberally with your combo pieces, but I think waiting one extra turn to try and get Psych Split the turn after you play Nazmani is probably a way I would prefer.
Sure, I can see that, but by that point, without playing the Nazmani, I think I'd prefer to see Zyrella here instead, actually. Okay, the palm reading changes things. Now you can actually potentially pop off, and it seems that Judgment is not really playing around glide this entire time. And that's a very valid way to approach it. You could just say, my deck doesn't function if I tear it apart by playing my combo pieces one at a time, and it doesn't function if I get Glidden, so I just have to play as if both those things are not happening. And it looks like he is going for the matchup with this approach. As for the pick here, it's actually not Insta Studies because that's the one cheap spell that actually generates something else that can eat discounts. So I wonder if it's actually going to be Infusion even, because the horn also puts another minion in your hand. Maybe I'm going to next level.
No, I'm there with you. +2, +6 is really hard for Demon Hunter to answer, and Judgment agrees. I really like it with Psych Split in hand as well. If you can find yourself another Nazmani, a Gift of Luminance, this Power Infusion plus Psych Split could just be an instantly game-winning combo.
He's been letting it stew for quite some time, and in the meantime, Luna has just been progressing the quest. She can get yet another tick done with the double jump and the Chaos Strike if she wants. Hand space starts to become a little bit of an issue, but she could easily dump a Fury here, no problem.
Yep, tradable, even better. Perfect way to progress this quest.
You always like to see that order, right? You can go Chaos Strike before the double jump because there's tradables, and save that double jump for maybe a glide on demand if she wants it later. I do think it's worth dumping a Fury.
Yes, you are at 10 cards, so I agree. Oh, is she considering not attacking at all because of Gift of whatever that one's called?
Naru.
Yeah.
That is true. I forget about that.
Wow.
Very clever stuff. Maximum denial here. She is not about trying to get incremental damage because Judgment can heal that up very easily. And that's absolutely the case here, that the Naru would have drawn him a card. But in a weird roundabout way, I think Judgment is sort of happy he doesn't even draw anything because he wants to just keep discounting the hand he has right now. It's a very small pop-off. That's a Kazaka-san.
Come on. You have to do it. Please.
Like, this is honestly a very good win condition in many other situations than this, but this is one of the toughest like spots to pick it in because he has so many other expensive cards that he wants to cheapen first. But we are here in the quarterfinal of the MT. 2-all. Judgment takes it. That is a line that Fury Hunter would respect to.
The blessing of the seems like a meme, but is probably actually good play has been bestowed from Fury onto Judgment. As Luna, I have to imagine, has a way to clear it here with the Talented Arcanist plus the Fell Barrage. That's a clean 8 to start things off, and then Fell Scream, Immolation, Hero Power, another Fell Barrage. There's just plenty of ways to answer.
Yeah, it's probably going to end up being the other Fell Barrage. I'm honestly not sure, but this is not the kind of matchup where you try and land the Fell Barrage's face and win that way because Priest can heal a lot, right? The Demon Hunter just wants to remove threat after threat. The only inconvenient thing is that Luna can't quite fit in the Aldraki Warblades plus Hero Power for maximum efficiency, but that's all well and good here. Can you repeat the name of the blessing you were talking about here? I'm sure when Fury Hunter wins the World Championship, that's going to be the name of his card. Or Paladin. Blessing of Kings, Blessing of...
Seems like a meme, but is actually good.
Rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Well...
okay, so Judgment drawing the insight here is pretty good, even though it doesn't do much right now. It just, I think, guarantees activation for Kazaka-san next turn.
There's still one more Nazmani in his deck, right?
Right, so he can just thin it out.
Right, but if you don't get the Nazmani, then there's still a minion in your deck that's not a dragon, so it's not guaranteed activation?
Well, with Horn as well, right? You just go Horn inside,
true.
the Nazmani and the Mali.
Okay, true. I was looking at what Zyrella Psyche Split does this turn just because you've seen double Fell Barrage, but that does seem pretty counterintuitive to the Kazaka-san game plan. However, Judgment is still going to go for it. This is a board-based game plan that's better against Glide once again. It gives him high odds of having an Elec mount target, and maybe he's just looking for Kazaka-san to be like, after all these threats are exhausted, then you go for the Kazaka-san. It doesn't have to be right now. And the glide appears for Luna.
Yeah, a really awkward glide. Like, you know, it's good. It's obviously progressing your quest nicely, but you're losing a lot of cards from your own hand. You're still not answering these minions here, and you're, of course, giving your opponent the same amount of cards back into their hand. But either way, I do fully agree with Luna that it's glide time. Hope that you draw something good back, and hope that you have the time to play the Kurtrus next turn off of the quest reward.
It's getting close, Derek. The Insight returns for Judgment, which can now pick up Kazaka-san itself at 6 mana, but of course it still won't be active for some time because of the Nasmani still in the deck. But more importantly than that, there's an Alec mount returning to the hand, and one Zyrella is going to stick on board. That means that Judgment can just continue this onslaught of big minions. And yes, Luna can play Kurtrus and still not immediately die, but we're looking at Bless and all of these healing spells in hand. That can be a big Zyrella next turn.
Yeah, it's got to be very, very scary for Luna, but I think unless she top decks exactly a way to proc this Magtheridon, which I can't really think of a single card that would do it, you kind of just have to slam Kurtrus and pray that that's enough.
Leech,
especially with Spectral.
Yeah, the Leech is just short with Hero Power and Warblades of being able to kill the Zyrella, so it's really not even an argument here. She's just going for the Spectral. Granted, it's still really hard for Judgment to kill Luna here. And let me tell you, something I struggle with the most on Miracle Priest is remembering the maximum health on your minion here. But this Zyrella was a 5/6, right? And then it had an Alec mount on it, so 13 is the max health on it. And then Bless can take it all the way up to 15 most, so it's not lethal, if I'm keeping track correctly.
Yes,
Buddy?
I think you're right.
What does Gift of Luminance do? Not very much. Like, you can put a Divine Shield on the Zyrella, which is maybe relevant when there's a lifesteal minion, but I feel like Judgment needs more than that.
Yeah, I'm thinking Draconic, because you can try and go for Alexstrasza for 8 burst damage, but the mana's not quite there on this turn. Maybe it's enough to push you over the edge next turn, though. It's really close on all counts.
Okay, so he's going Lesser Heal and then Bless. Yep, 15 is the most he can do. Going to put the Divine Shield on. Luna down to 3. Divine Shield's in the way. Make this pretty awkward to heal back up with Eldraki, not to mention she doesn't even have that much attack on it.
Oh, that's a lovely top deck, though. The card draw keeps rolling in. Immolation Aura is the clear with Magtheridon if she wants to go for it that way.
But then there's still the Death Rattle, Alec.
Both of them, yeah.
True. Oh yeah, I forgot that that's the benefit of copying. It also gets the 4/7 Death Rattle on the 1/1. So, but at least she can go for Fury after all of that.
Right.
Oh, and sorry, this first round of Immolation will kill the Zyrella, right? So it's only gonna be, it'll kill the 1/1 Zyrella, so it's only gonna be 1 Alec.
I think she's using the low attack minion as an opportunity to attack into. Otherwise, she'd have to smack into the high attack Alec, which I really don't think is something you want to do. I think this is very, very nicely played by Luna to leave her technically alive, which in this matchup is often good enough.
Yeah, very clever stuff. Because if she didn't take the smack into the 1/1 Zyrella first, then she had no way of going face, given that the Alec that spawns has taunt. Okay, praying for no burst for Judgment, and he does only run 1 Bless, but there are Discover effects still left, I think. If the Thride gets him palm reading into Bless, that's the game. Because he can like heal his Alec back up to 7 if he wants.
And then even then, there's other discovers you can get, like just, I don't know, Apo, Psyche Split. Like, they're all small attack buffs, but they get him that little bit closer if used in conjunction. Palm readings
there's the
does give him that out.
Is it a Bless? It's a Bless! That's a point shard that runs through! Oh my god!
Oh, absolutely heartbreaking for Luna. I thought she played this series so well. I'm so glad she got the win on the Warlock. And at the end there, I think it was a miracle to find a way to even potentially survive that game. And she actually gave herself a really good shot at taking the win there. I'd argue it was like above 50% with the number of draws that needed to happen for Judgment to be able to claw that one back in. But he does get it. Void Shard or Bless, 2 ways to close out the game. Pick your poison for him there. And while it's heartbreaking for Luna, Judgment has just got himself through to his 2nd Masters Tour semi-final. This man is forcing himself onto the Hearthstone map, and we can see why. He's playing some really solid Hearthstone.
Incredible stuff there. While my heart goes out to Luna, I'm always a fan of watching her play. I think Judgment approached this matchup in particular in such an eye-opening way for me. Like, I think you and I have 2 very extreme ways of approaching Miracle Priest in this matchup, where you were kind of like never play around Glide, greed out the combo, build a minion that they can't remove. And I was like saying, maybe Nazmani as soon as possible can get there. Judgment met halfway in between, where he did go for coin usage early on to maybe try and play around Glide that way. Didn't go for Nazmani right away, like he went for a mini pop-off, but just used Zyrella as a tempo minion. The copy effects with the scarce amount of discounts he got from Nazmani being just enough to play Zyrella with the Psyche split, which is just the shape of board that after you've seen double Fel Barrage is very difficult to get rid of. And Luna fought back with the Magtheridon, did her best to heal up and clear the board, but the copy for the Elec Mount Death Rattle was just the clutch last piece of the puzzle for Judgment there. Just such strong play, and I love to see it.
I love to see it as well. Really good stuff from Judgment, cementing himself as one of the new guard of really strong UK Hearthstone players. You know, we're past the glory days of Ball Control and Green Sheep way back when, who were very, very potent in their own right, of course. But now with Jambray, Dead Draw, Meaty, Pocket Train, and now, of course, Judgment, and even Unknown as well, rounding it out really nicely. It's clearly a force to be reckoned with, and it guarantees us a 50% bruv semi-finals. Both Dead Draw and Unknown in the semi-finals, which means we're guaranteed a UK player in the finals as well, which, of course, I personally love to see. And if nothing else, it's going to be a cracker of a final semi-final match, as Dead Draw finally getting that shot to win his Masters Tour after so many strong performances.
Should I try and do what you do and just jump onto the Cheer for Europe, or specifically UK train this time? I mean, there are quite a few people from the UK that I get along with, right? Mainly Nina is Noob, and then a bunch of casters, I suppose. Sure, I guess.
Great, thanks, Gia. Let's go to a break before we come back with our next semi-final game, quarter-final game, sorry, the final quarter-final before we head into those semis. We're really getting to the crunch time here in Masters Tour and Onyxia's Lair, and we'll see how it goes after this.
He's fist pumping, he did it! Oh my gosh! 72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board. Oh no! Where is cards green? Right from where is cards green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour, Onyxia's Lair. My name is TJ. I'm joined by, well, my constant co-caster. Maybe not for this whole weekend, but for the most part in America's Grandmasters. It's Neil Lorindabond. Neil, how you doing, buddy?
I am doing great, TJ. And if you notice, the tournament is now parallel to the casters. We have 3 British players left in the event out of 5. We've got 3 British casters out of 5. So I might have to just do a swerve on the whole Americas thing for today and just, you know, support the British people.
You can't. How dare you, Neil? All last year, you were American. You would message me before every broadcast and say, make sure you remind all of the viewers that I'm American. You would say it, and you would say it on broadcast, us Americans. Now,
us Americans, TJ.
As soon as there's 3 British players in the top 5, I guess, since we still haven't played it out, you jump ship. And
I haven't jumped ship. I'm on both ships at the same time.
You got one leg on each. You're kind of straddling them.
Neil, 2 ships bond, like just sailing different ways. They're slowly going apart, but I'm keeping it together. I learned it from Derek. Like he's been doing this for years in APAC. So, doing my best. But we have got to lose one of those British players now. We have the relative unknown player in Unknown, and one of the biggest Masters Tours names ever in Dead Draw. Unknown, I believe, from what Derek was telling me earlier, is a practice partner with Judgment. So interesting that they came up with slightly different lineups, but I think Unknown has it to do here, TJ, personally.
Yeah, the only aggro, Love Storm. They're not aggro decks, but he plays them like they're aggro decks.
Right.
Brute Demon Hunter is effectively an aggro deck for all intents and purposes. But the only aggro player left in the field, which is kind of amazing, honestly, because there was so much of this type of lineup sprinkled throughout the top 16 that we're seeing from Dead Draw, and even at those like upper range of Swiss rankings. So Unknown has had an uphill battle for quite some time, probably the last 2 days, and has been weathering the storm. But this is the big storm. Actually, no, Love Storm is the big storm. This is the second biggest storm in Dead Draw before he even gets to have an opportunity to face the final boss. So I'm excited for this one, but it certainly is going to be a tough road for Unknown based on the matchup.
Yeah, I run out of ridiculous things to write about Dead Draw. He's just done almost everything in this. 4 top 8s in Masters Tours. That's not top 16s, that's top 8s, just, for those who struggle with numbers. But he took a break at the end of last year, played a lot of Battlegrounds, got on the leaderboard there, and came back on January the 29th and qualified for this event through ladder, just because why not? Why wouldn't you? And he also just got there by the skin of his teeth as well, like literally didn't think he'd made it, but when you factor in all the drop downs and the ineligible players, etc., because they qualified through other means, he did make it to the event. And here he is once again doing incredibly well. And he does have the lineup here that just destroys aggro, let's face it.
He's just straight up proficient at slinging cards. Like it's just what it boils down to. These stats are incredible, to be honest. And the fact that we haven't really got to see him in many other places, GM, it is a downright shame. So I hope with the changes this year that we are going to get to see more of Dead Draw, because he is just an exceptional player. And maybe, who knows, maybe a year from now, we'll be saying the same thing about Unknown. And he'll also have to change his name to Known.
Yeah, against world champion Dead Draw, potentially. Because the winner of this tournament goes straight into the Summer Championships, and then that's a chance to get into the World Championships this year. In previous years, that was not available, but now you can just start off on the 29th of the month, qualify for Masters Tour, and end up in the World Championships.
Yeah, quite cool, honestly, quite cool. One of my favorite parts of the new system. But Dead Draw is going to be opening with the Burn Shaman, and this deck can have a tendency to get run over by some of the more aggressive decks, right? I would say this is probably the weak spot in the lineup for Dead Draw. Everything else is just straight up like I have a million pieces of removal. I have a ton of healing. Whereas this one is, well, if it's not a board-based aggressive deck, then, you know, Snowfall Guardian and the Brilliant Macaw follow-up is not going to be as potent. But, you know, Landslide, it can be a great card in the early game to clean things up, and you can get through your deck pretty quickly and mount a counter-offensive against some of these aggressive decks, and I think that's where the opportunity lies for Dead Draw.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for those of you who want to play Burn Shaman. Yeah, I'm sure that everybody's just can't wait to play more Burn Shaman, to see how to play against aggro, because if you don't draw those landslides, you quite often have to play in a slightly weird way, making sure you just stay alive, control some board, maybe throw some minions under the bus to stay alive longer until you do get into a position to be okay. And you also have to be very careful with your health total. You just cannot take too much early damage. Oh well, ignore all that. Look at this hand.
Which one?
The bottom one. The top. Well, yeah, so the Unknown has got an awful hand and Dead Draw's got a pretty good hand, although I'm not sure if you keep all three.
Yeah, Landslide and Wild Paw Cavern, yes. The Lightning Bolt is kind of the question mark. You need Overload to actually, you know, get the activation from Landslide, which is usually what you need to clear these early game boards. You'd much rather have like Zapper or Primordial Studies to be able to get the Zapper, because that's like an automatic clear essentially.
Yeah,
you get the Overload, the spell damage for the land. Oh, that's a much better
changed. Unknown's hand changed from garbage into very, very nice indeed. Going to be able to get 2 minions down turn 1, Doggy Biscuit them up on turn 2, and that's going to provide a lot of defense. Obviously, Dead Draw did keep all 3 of those cards we were talking about, and has top decked the Guardian, which if he can protect his health total long enough, this Snowfall Guardian could be absolutely key in finishing off the game later on. But there's a lot of work to do between here and there.
Yep.
Oh, interesting decision as well here now already.
Yeah. Do you take the 5 damage in order to set up a clear on everything next turn?
Or just play your 2/1 drops and wait. Or split the difference. Because you know there's another cub coming.
Or is there?
Or is there indeed? This Doggy Biscuit. Chunky damage. Hard to remove.
Yeah. This is going to get in there for a little bit more damage too. Currently, Dead Draw does not have the reach. Oh!
Okay.
Nailed
Good roll. Tempted to quick shot this, just because it fits the curve nicely.
It's 3 damage, right? Like, it's always going to be 3 damage. Sometimes it's 3 damage, draw a card.
I think the fact it activates the Initiate is really tempting here.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's going to be going for the value. Let's see that.
Weave it in. Oh, okay. Can go Zapper plus Serpent Shrine here in order to kill off the 3/4. Then we'll take some more damage. Could just clear this off. We're sort of reaching that point now where Unknown is going to stop playing minions. Or at least minions where Landslide would be relevant. Or secret option, number 3, Wild Paw Cavern. Because if you're not playing it now, when are you going to play it?
Right. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. You know you're taking 6 from the board almost certainly this turn. but this repeated 3/4 generator, after you clear next turn with Zapper Landslide, it's going to start winning the board back. This is going to be tight. This is a lot of damage Dead Draw is going to take here over the next turn or two while this gets set up. And the Hunter does have that huge amount of reach. It's got the piercing shot. It's got the Cub for the piercing shot. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, well, just going to use the piercing shot here to push some more damage. Efficient mana utilization as well.
Once again, decisions for Dead Draw. If he does go for the fairly obvious-looking Zapper Landslide play, means that he won't be able to play the Guardian next turn. But with removal in hand, it's probably still tempting for him to just do that. A couple of minions on the board. Next turn, he can Portal Frostbite. And then on turn 7, maybe shoot the Guardian into the Macaw. And if he's still alive, he'll have lethal. But he is going to take damage between now and then.
Oh, yeah. But the Wildpaw Cavern was kind of necessary to even have a chance at establishing, you know, like a race scenario. Because otherwise, it probably would have never come down because Dead Draw's attention would have had to be on the board at all times. But now Wildpaw Cavern is going to keep summoning those minions, so Dead Draw can focus his attention on trying to get this minion damage face or assembling burn, assembling damage.
That's a giga miss on those secrets as well. No ice and no explosive. Second landslide for Dead Draw. It's all going Dead Draw's way so far. And this is massive if you can take this first game down, because his lineup, like you said, this is kind of, it's not even the weak point, right? It's the slightly weaker point in the lineup. It's not a weak point like we normally talk about. And it looks like he's going to get over the line here. He's inflicting so much pain now.
Yeah, it's still going to be close, though, because there is a lot of damage in Unknown's hand. But the fact that the Rindling's Rifle can no longer attack, that was about the last opportunity. And there's not lethal setup right now, so there's going to be a couple turns. But this is going to have to be quite a bit. I was curious if there was ever like, this is going to be a 2-turn lethal. If you ever just unload both the quick shots there.
Yes.
And a hero power, that would have pushed 8, so it would have been 6 more. It would have set up for aim shot hero power as an out for lethal.
Also, if you're not going to do that, I quite like playing the true aim. Your weapons are never doing anything this game, so just get it out your hand so your quick shot might draw you a card.
Well, no, not even trading. Just going hero power, quick shot. Because you're
sure, that's your option, yeah.
Yeah, you're never living 2 turns. You just don't have the removal. So he needed to set up a 2-turn kill there. And there was an opportunity to do so because it would have put Dead Draw at 7.
So aim shot.
Aim shot hero power, yeah.
Yeah. And now you just don't overload as Dead Draw. I mean, there's no way this goes wrong anyway, but does technically nice because you get to Buchan and heal for a minute.
He drew the aim shot!
And he did it! He would have won it!
He would have won!
Oof. And he's working out. Don't work it out. Don't think about it. Get on with your next game. You don't want to know.
Yeah, forget about it. Move on to the next one. He traded the doggy biscuit so fast, right? He didn't even take a second to count damage or count outs. With that much damage on board, your face frozen, and you have no minions. You're not living 2 turns. The doggy biscuit's just not trading is not doing anything. You have to just trust in your deck. And he wouldn't have won, right? Actually, well,
what if he hits a Rhino on that trade?
He still would have had the doggy biscuit, and he would have had mana for it. So no, he still would have won, given the exact same payout. So I was like, well, the tradable wouldn't have happened, the doggy biscuit trade. So he would have been 1 card less deep.
Right.
However,
if
you unload double quick shot hero power, you have 7 mana. You only need to use 5 of it. So he could have traded again, and that would have landed the aim shot in a results-oriented world, right?
Yeah.
Which is a world that I love to live in, actually, Neil, as we both know.
I mean, results are what we're here for, right? If we didn't care about the results, we'd just list the players, show you all their decks, and say, that was the tournament. Did you enjoy it? That was great. We're not going to have any results for you.
Yeah, based on stats, you're a 51-49 favorite.
Yep.
You're just awarded the win.
You get like 2.7% of the prize pool. Go home. That's it. That was your value. Right. 1-0 to dead draw, and not the result Unknown would want, obviously, but really desperate situation for him now, because now the next two decks are just full of removal. Forget what they do. They just remove all your things, and then they'll find a way to beat you.
Yeah, remove all your things, and in this particular case, for the Kurtrus Demon Hunter, I thought we were calling it Fell. Whatever.
I've been calling it Fell.
Okay.
But then we let Raven loose on things sometimes, and he calls it... He looks at the cards and goes, that card is in the deck, therefore it's that card Demon Hunter.
Just makes a completely new archetype in the sheet and just calls it that. What a guy. What a guy. But yeah, it also can heal up a considerable amount. So not only is it removing your stuff, it's also bouncing its health back up, which is tough, like for Face Hunter. So we'll see, though. Anything can happen. We've seen players draw the wrong side of this deck quite often. If you get a lot of the support pieces, but none of the juice.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't checked his match, but there's... I refuse to believe that Unknown has played 9 matches and not overcome something like this along the way.
Oh, yeah. It's almost a given.
So, you know, or I in particular, because that's what I do, I'm sort of writing him off a little here, but he's obviously been beating these decks consistently to get this far.
Yeah.
Good looking start, but Fell Barrage, Spectral Sight is going to be in the outcast position.
And now the big decision, right? Normally with this deck, you'd Hero Power 1 and then Quest Hero Power on 2. But against like a aggro decks, you want to just get the quest out of the way so that way you have mana to be able to deal with whatever your opponent's going to play.
Yeah, especially with this particular hand, it's a beautiful looking hand for turn 2, kill some things, turn 3, draw some cards, and complete a quest. Yeah. Pretty nice for dead draw. He's going to be up against constant pressure this time, though.
Yeah.
Probably just considering just tradabling and hero powering here. It's one of the options. Like the Fell Barrage would kill bigger things, but, you know, no hurry against 2 1/1s just yet.
Yeah.
Time grows short.
Yeah. He's not sure. I'm not sure. That's for sure.
I'm just trying to think of what the alternative is. I don't think Fell Barrage would ever come out. There's like, you could go like Spectral Sight. But then if there's not much pressure from Unknown side, Dead Draw could actually go for quest completion next turn with Spectral Sight plus Need for Greed. So I think holding on to that is important also.
Yep. Again, there's a bit of health gain. This is a bit different with the Shaman. You have to be so careful not to go too low on health and just get burned down. But health gain is pretty inevitable here at some point for Dead Draw. So a little bit less scary when you're taking that chunky damage from these minions, or this minion. So many cards.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and Dead Draw, I like this. Just taking the opportunity to get that quest completion out of the way while he can, while there's like not too much pressure on board. Obviously going to take some damage, but this deck is perfectly fine with taking damage.
Yep.
Find
And
some
obviously-
Completion Aura, Talented Arcanist, like all the removal in the world.
Unknown making the decision now, like, if my opponent has that, I lose, but what's this 1/1 doing? It is piercing shot food, but...
But aggro deck took a risk with the lineup. You got to take a risk with the plays.
Yeah, also, if there's a fell screen blast, this actually forces your opponent to actually use their hero power and take an extra damage or something along the way. Probably heals back up, probably irrelevant.
I grow impatient.
I think the only question here that I can see is whether to cycle the Viper or keep it for a weapon.
I bet you can do this.
Good. Fellbrush as well, because there will be the 2/2 left over, but just going to use the Hero Power in order to get rid of it, or the Fury, sorry, in order to get rid of it, which I think is fine.
And then I guess the next question is, do you just plop the Deadeye on the table, occupy some board? It is something that the Rhino can bump into later, but that's 2 turns away. That's forever.
Still a lack of healing for dead draw, but
Yeah.
plenty of time to find it in a glide in hand, which would be quest completion as well, to be able to reduce whatever the pieces are, and just hoping that this Deadeye will maybe buy some time, get some resources.
Yeah, if he does Wrangler here, which is kind of the level 1 play, the first play you see, Dead Draw does have the ability to just get rid of that Rhino.
Oh yeah.
There it goes. Always a bit scary gliding against a hunter, but you know that in general they've got their damage in their hand at this point, so just give them some 1/1s and stuff.
Yeah, and it does reset the buff on one of the Rhinos. The one that was picked up. The second one never got shuffled back. It was still in the deck, wherever it is. So still opportunity to draw a buffed one. But just reducing the power and, knowing that the Rhino can't come down on the Fellfire Deadeye next turn to deal 4 damage. But that's a great pickup from Unknown from that glide, the Barracuda Bane. Obviously, another glide is always a chance for that.
Oh, it's got so much going on. No buff for the Fell Screen Blast, so no super healing available just yet. It's so tempting to say Dreadlord's Bite here, but from painful experience, it just gets buried in the middle of your hand, right?
Yeah.
Release me, and I will grant you a merciful death.
Gonna make a 12-12. Wait, no.
Yes, because of Fell Barrage and the trade.
Oh, the Fellfire Deadeye. Okay, yeah. I forgot about the minion.
Yep, 12-12's end games quite quickly, I hear. And does play the Sigil Run. I thought he might hold it because of Rhinos and piercing shots, but just wanted the card and the efficiency.
All right, so Unknown has 2 turns, effectively, in order to get this done. And 23 is a lot.
12 a turn.
Get through. Yeah. Or just set up a massive board that can't get dealt with. There has been a good amount of removal used from dead draw.
Yeah, just roll charge on all your demon companions. No, not the other one.
Yeah, just play all the minions, I think is what we're doing here.
Yeah, because you got the taunt. Might want to take a chance and weave in a hero power, but she's going to shoot the 1/1, right?
That's an upgrade.
Yep, and Neophyte. Tell Dreaddraw to have it, or he might actually die next turn. Oh, he might actually die next turn. No I-beam or anything like that in there to heal with.
We'll start with the trade. Chaos Strike is...
That allows him to kill the 1/2, which is quite a big deal. That takes so much damage off the board.
Can't need for greed because of the Cult Neophyte, even though it's been drawn this turn. Got to trade it away, but what are you even looking for? Because now, because of the Cult Neophyte, he's outside of range of...
Second Fell Scream will do.
I guess second Fell Scream, yeah. I was going to say outside of the range of like Illidari studies plus I-beam. So it's going to reduce a ton of the damage on the board. Complete Kurtrus and does have Jace going into the next turn. This is 5, 6, 7 damage.
15 needed. So not possible.
Little too much, but I think you just ship it all face and then hope, right?
Yep.
Quick shot, aim shot, hero power probably. Actually, no. Doggy Biscuit, quick shot, aim shot. So you isolate the quick shot in your hand. Because you're probably never going to have a minion again. So the 2 damage from hero power is the same as the 2 damage from Doggy Biscuit. The only argument you could make, I guess you could use the Doggy Biscuit instead of one of the quick shots. Like you could make the argument that Doggy Biscuit could be traded for something that deals more damage. But I think that's unlikely at this point.
It's actually relevant as well, because there's a Fellscream Blast in the Jace.
Yeah. And awkwardly enough, the Fellscream Blast from the Jace will have to hit all 3 minions. It can't target anything on the outside, so it'll have to target one of the ones in the middle. And it'll have to happen first before anything else happens. Or else Unknown has lethal from hand. We can see that, obviously Deaddraw can't.
Yeah.
So it's actually really unlikely that he survives. It has to be like Fellscream Blast first. And it's not, so I think he's dead.
Yeah, unless we've miscounted how much damage there is coming from this, but I don't think it's enough.
It's not enough. It's Immolation Aura, I think, is the last one. Yeah. And yeah, Unknown scraping by.
Taking it to 1 apiece. Ooh, just for a second there, I was getting worried. Yep.
Nah.
Sweetly done. Making that huge board that couldn't be dealt with. We got a match, TJ.
We do, yeah. And I think the big thing there was, you know, post glide, Unknown being able to pick up that Barrack Kodobane, and then the next turn, just sort of understanding like, okay, this turn I just need to go all in with minions and just hope that the additional removal isn't there. And then utilizing the Doggy Biscuit for damage while it was still there, and not trying to get fancy by trading it for something that could deal more damage. Just taking maximum damage while he could holding on to damage from hand that wasn't relying on a board was key.
And just to clear up, because we've implied it, we've tactically implied it all game, but the Druid for Unknown is the Beast Druid, and the Priest is the Shadow Priest. In case people are saying, oh, it's not all, you know, it's not that difficult. Yeah, he has got all of the aggro things going on.
Yep. Have we even seen a single Shadow Priest on stream?
I feel like we have, but I couldn't tell you who had it. Like on day one somewhere.
Yeah.
There's been a few around. There's quite a few in the tournament, but they didn't do too great, I don't think.
Yeah. It does feel like the aggro decks can kind of fall flat on their face in this metagame, and also there's a bunch of decks in the field that are anti-aggro, that are combo and anti-aggro. But there it is. A lot of fun new things in the Shadow Priest compared to the last time we see it. You probably played against it on ladder though, but in tournament play, I suppose it's been quite some time since we've seen it. So the Defiers Lepers, the Hexen, and Mr. Smite. It took a while, I think, to get into the deck once it was released. But I think players just realized, like, hey, sometimes I just need that extra damage.
Yeah, messing around with void shards and stuff, not for me. I'm just going to hit you with Mr. Smite. No more, turning my 1/1s, getting the back raised dead and making them 4/4s. Just put a 6/5 on the board and slap them.
Yeah, or what about both?
Mr.
Void
Slap.
Shards and Mr. Smite. Mr. Slap.
Just put him on the board and he slaps you. That's it. All right, Owl Lock for dead draw. I think this has been, for some people at least, the most surprising. How do I call it? A revelation. It's not a revelation. We know about this deck, but I don't think people expect there to be as much of this around this tournament as we've seen.
Yeah, and I think that the Knoll is just such a good card in the deck that not every player that brought it caught on to in time. Like just to there's that weird point in the game where you want to just kind of buy time, I guess, but buy time by kind of taking up your opponent's resources. It sort of acts as a removal in the sense that a lot of your early game removal doesn't hit some of the bigger, more important minions that can come down on curve.
Right.
Drain Soul only deals 3. You have to have double piece of removal to hit something that has 5 health. And it has come in clutch for dead draw so many times, being able to do that. And many of the other Owl Locks that we've seen have not included Knolls. So I think that's been a nice little addition to the deck for dead draw.
Unknown, they're throwing away the Org Merchant, obviously looking for something a bit beefier to go on turn 2. No, not that beefy, a bit less beefy than that. Somewhere in between beefy and sort of not beefy. And he gets the Org Merchant back, so not looking too great on this opening hand.
Yeah, Void Shard, Benedictus, not what you want to see, unfortunately.
That's better. And you don't get to mess around with this neophyte. Yeah. Just plop numbers on the board.
Yep. Just tap, just keep it simple. Not that there was really many other plays there besides like Tour Guide and not tap. Like, and I'll take the damage. Okay. Yeah, his hand is being saved by the draws off the top from Unknown currently. This is becoming a pretty big deal. Hysteria is not terrible here.
Sometimes it's really good here, and sometimes it's just okay.
Yeah, it's going to take, at the very minimum, 4 damage off the board, right? And that would be if it hits the Divine Shield of the Cult Neophyte and then slams it to a 2/1, or vice versa.
You play it on the Neophyte, and then you take away 6,
or if it hits the... oh, yeah, you would. Yeah.
You take away at least 6, and you might get 8.
Yeah. So on the cold Neophyte would be better. I mean, there's other options here, though, right? At the same time, could just fit another tap and then Grimoire plus Mortal Coil, and that takes off 6 as well, and you also get to fit in a tap.
Sure, yeah. I love how Warlock's so terrifying to me. It's like you get to fit in a way to take even more damage. Like, I understand, you need the cards, but you get to fit in a tap. You take all this damage off the board and then you hurt yourself anyway.
Well, he's got to get through the deck.
Yes.
Got to find more
absolutely.
things to use to take damage.
Definitely looking for some more healing. A Tamsin would be nice, obviously. But he has got rid of the large part of the opposing beatdown, which is obviously a massive deal.
Yep.
So important to be incredibly efficient with your removal when you're playing this sort of deck, of course.
And kind of predicting what your opponent's going to do next, and you know, holding on to potential removal for that. Dead Draw has seen Unknown play from the top of the deck quite often. There's a lot of cards in this specific version that would be held. We're talking Void Shards, Benedictus, which are the ones, Mr. Smite, Hexen, right? There's a lot of things that could be stuck there, so it's hard to get a good grasp of what it could be. Dead Draw has a perfect answer already for the Benedictus, which is the very likely play. So Unknown, I think the ship may have sailed.
Oh no! I'll have to get back on the other ship quickly.
No, don't worry. Both ships are sailing parallel to each other. You can still straddle both if you'd like.
For the time being.
And it's just want to officially fit in hero power, and also the earlier you can get the Mankrik on the board, the better. Because he is playing the Thrive in the Shadows, just one copy. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. This hand is something.
And horribly enough, like the obvious mana play is just Void Shard, face, hero power, hope for the best, but he might just have to Benedictus because any slower might just be, I mean, it's too slow anyway, but any slower, I don't think he ever gets there. So he might just have to wedge the Benedictus on the board and hope it all goes away.
Yeah. I was even thinking you're like, you know, Void Shard of Moarg, but that feels terrible. So, well, Dead Draw currently doesn't, does have a way to answer it, but it's not ideal. This at least does draw a card. Oh wait, no. Spell damage. Yeah, I forgot about the. Even if you kill it, it still has the spell damage. Picks up Broad, which honestly is like not that great for the time being because his hand is so empty.
I guess.
But he's so healthy. There's still 2 backfires in the deck that it's going to become good really quickly. He just needs to find that draw. And even like an Owl off the top wouldn't be terrible in this instance.
Right.
Because Unknown's kind of past the point where the board even matters. And this is just, what else are you going to do? Like,
yep. Dead Draw will just play massively around Mr. Smite if he has to here, but yeah, all under control for him right now. Excuse me. There's an Owl. Okay. I mean, it's not okay, is it? It's horrible.
yeah, like, Moarg's effect is still there, even if you...
Yeah.
He can take it and then give it health. Give the Hexen health. But it just doesn't make much sense right now.
Oh dear.
Oh, bother.
Careful.
Hey, it's a new year, okay?
You get one a year. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's already at 37 though, that's the problem. So much health gain here from this drain.
It's gonna end the game at full life. Could armor actually more than full life. Had the option there to armor vendor and then touch.
Just to finish on 31 to sort of assert dominance.
I've got plenty of mojo to go around.
Okay.
All right, well,
Better.
this is about the best use that you could hope for from it. At least you get to kill something.
Yeah.
But it just feels like Unknown's not going to get anywhere close.
What's the final deck he's got to beat?
The Demon Hunter.
Oh yeah, the demon, the Demon Hunter.
That one I can see, right? That one
Yeah.
doable.
But he's also got to beat the Demon Hunter with the Beast Druid, which is pretty rough as well, I think.
Yep. I mean, they're all pretty rough.
That's assuming that he loses this game, of course, TJ. We're making assumptions.
Yeah. And I do like how, you know, we're making assumptions because we're afforded that luxury, but, you know, this is another quarterfinal for Dead Draw, so he's just making sure that everything is buttoned up. And planning out these turns the best he can, given like what the worst case scenario could possibly be from the side of Unknown. I mean, Unknown could piece together a good amount of burst damage from hand with like Void Touch Attendants and, you know, like a Mr. Smite if you were to pick it up. There's also the opportunity to get the Man Crick.
Okay. I'll take some of the armor off. Yeah. Mr. Smite. Do I ever sound convincing when I do that in the history of Hearthstone?
This is a Pyroblast.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the comment.
Oh, yeah, it's a Pyroblast.
Whoa!
Look at him get Pyroblasted.
Oh.
Bam! 18.
Fact.
Take that.
Fun fact. Well, it's not really a fun fact. In fact, it's also probably not even relevant to most people here because they probably already knew. I found out way too late that, as Dead Draw does have lethal here. With the
I want to know what you found out.
that multicaster is a pirate.
I always forget that. I did know, but I always forget it.
Yeah, I may have known it also and forgot, but I relearned it.
Excuse me.
Because of Mr. Smite. Thanks, Mr. Smite. So, if you didn't know, now you know. But for the 99% that did know, just completely ignore what I just said because...
The way to remember it is that it should have been called Multitasker. And then you can remember that it does more than one thing.
Well, it draws more than one thing, so I would never remember that it does more than one thing because I just would have...
And it goes in more than one deck.
Multitasker meant that it drew multiple things.
I guess that's also true. Why isn't it called Multitasker then? It goes in multiple decks, it's a pirate, it draws multiple cards. Multicast. Well, it doesn't cast anything. That's why they don't let me make names. Of course, it would take weeks to design one card after I've analysed all the options of calling it the wrong name anyway. And we'd have one card in the expansion. and it ended up being called like
want to know
Gloop.
what if you had to like create the names of cards in a mini set. I would be incredibly frightened.
I think they should let
The only other
just once.
The only other caster who I'd be more scared of creating names for cards in a mini set would be Soddle. Because they would all just be literal.
Yeah. It's like 1-3
Soddle would just call it
2-6 girl.
Like they'd just be like, I'm just gonna create a simple card here. It's a 1/3 that it has a battle cry, deal 1 damage, and Soddle would just call it 1/3 deal a damage, just so he could remember it. He could remember the card name.
Wow. So how do we name these cards? Cult Neophyte would just be cost more card. Chaos Strike would be to attack.
Cult Neophyte
spell.
would be called spells cost more. Just
spells cost more, which is one word.
Yeah.
It'd be like a dragon's more, but it's spells cost more. Yeah. Chaos Strike, 2 attack cantrip. Immolation Horror, do 1 twice. We got this. You probably cast like that sometime. All right, this is actually the game, not the replay, and it is going to be the final deck for Dead Draw that he needs to win with. It is this Fell Demon Hunter, and he's going to be up against a pretty turbo-looking start here from Unknown, and this time he might actually have some agency in when to play the Neophyte.
Yeah, try and protect the board. You know, there are like specific removal, unlike the Warlock, where okay, sure, there's specific removal, but there's so many different kinds of it that you never know like which one's possible on any given turn or which one's likely on any given turn. So it's going to start off with damage. Makes sense. This is a very difficult board state to deal with, because if you want to use like a Chaos Strike or a Fury to deal with the Trog, then it's going to summon another Trog. So just a hero power and a hit to set it up for an Immolation Aura would be
not the most subtle. Would, yeah.
But it's going to be a decent amount of damage that Unknown's going to net, even if Immolation Aura is there. Cold Neophyte doesn't protect it. I wonder if you just go hero power here.
You might well just do that.
Or Twilight Deceptor while you have the mana. It would force the hero power out after the Immolation Aura in order to clear off the 2/3, so that's even more damage.
Sure.
Ooh, and Raise Dead. Always like to see Raise Dead.
Yeah, especially with this board. You can see that Dead Draw's really struggled to clear this, partly because it was turn 2, and Trogs are notoriously difficult to mess around with that early. But even so, doing it all again when you've seen Dead Draw have troubles, quite nice.
All right, 8 damage. Nice.
It's the first game with the Priest that's felt like there's any progress happening. Yeah, a little shake of the head there from Dead Draw.
He's got to do this whole dance again.
Yep. Yeah, put that Trog back before there's potential ways of getting rid of it. I mean, you can get rid of it, but it's just not fun. The problem here, right, if he hero powers and Fell Screen Blasts, which is the way to get rid of the Trog, he gets nothing from the Fell Screen Blast, and he basically doesn't touch the board.
Yeah.
You just play the Fellfire and kind of just pass. Like hero power something for one and just
glide.
Oh, but I think the hands.
I mean, it's the best an Outcast glide is getting. Like, I think it's glide.
He's gonna.
You're only putting 1 extra damage on board. You saw both of the cards from the Raise dead, so you know that there's not a Void Touch Attendant to add more damage to this. We got back almost the same cards. Kurtrus is huge, especially discounted.
Yes. Yeah, Kurtrus into the War Blades with Chaos Strike in hand feels like a very good way to stabilize. I don't know. I really don't know how to play this hand at this point. You can't play around everything, right? You just got to do something.
Damage plus damage equals damage. That's yeah. That's the play. And then you can load up another tour guide. Even Kurtrus doesn't seem fantastic here. It's going to take off 2 minions. I guess the 5 armor is worthwhile, and like you said, the Eldraki Warblades to try and heal back up.
The Kurtrus first. Are they going to be 2 attack?
Yeah, I believe 2 attack.
That's okay, right? I mean, he's not in the greatest of spots, but then next turn you get to go full of Draki nonsense. You still, they're 3/4s. That's even better, obviously.
Oh yeah, because he had to attack the Twilight Deceptor as well. Pre-bumped the Void Touch Attendant, and then had 1 attack on the Deceptor in order to kill it after the Immolation Ore. So yeah, 3/4. Maybe he's...
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, the Trogs are the most threatening, so he actually has options next turn. Like you can Eldraki Warblade's Chaos Strike to try and heal up more in case this stuff gets removed.
And also the way they value trade means these are 3/3s.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're saying about Unknown?
I like, do you try and play fancy here and go like Thrive? Is it even worth trading anything, or do you just play the Dark Bishop Benedictus and then everything face?
You play the Dark Bishop, you definitely attack face with the 3 minions on the left, and then you've got to decide whether you want to trade the 3/2 to protect your Dark Bishop, I guess.
Well, you have a free hero power as well, so you could trade off both. Awkwardly enough, like having minions on the board with Dead Draw's hand, he could go Fellfire Deadeye, Eldraki Warblades, Hero Power Attack, Hero Power Attack, and just get more efficient healing because the minions are left up on board. It actually ends
he's got a Fury as well.
Healing. Yeah, so this is
a lot.
It's lethal. No, it's not lethal. Okay.
It's not lethal, but it is a metric lot of damage.
3, 9, 10, 11, plus 6, 17. 17 damage.
Just 17 healing.
Yeah. No, it's 11 healing. It's 17 damage with this 6 from the minion.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah.
Just 11. As we like to understate it in the trade.
Shadows grow long.
The little void shard who could. Gonna have to do it all.
They will never catch me.
There is no measure to my fury.
Doesn't go for the full efficient healing. Instead decides to go for a little bit more.
Give them fell.
Yep.
Clears the board at 12. Eldraki Warblade's still equipped. Minions still on board that likely aren't getting touched, which means that more healing is possible next turn. So this has become awkward for Unknown, because now the Aldraki Warblades is a known quantity, so he doesn't want to leave minions on board because that every minion you leave on board is an extra 2 life for dead draw.
I mean, what are you supposed to do here?
Start throwing stuff into minions, I guess. I don't know.
12 though, but you know you're healing for 1 million. No Viper or anything crazy in the deck to worry about. Yeah, you've got to throw it into the minions. I think you're right. That just sounds so miserable that I was hoping it wasn't correct.
Not even a choice.
That works. Nicely worked out. Okay.
Hey.
Yeah. Needs to maximize this because where he sat, he could just be in trouble, I guess. But not trouble, but there could be errors that happen.
The big question maybe is whether or not you trade the Need for Greed or if you just straight up cast it. Because you have the Felfire Deadeye to take out like the Void Touch Attendant, and you'd gain. That would just be 6 life. Actually, no, it would only be 4 life because you'd attack into the Void Touch Attendant. So maybe it is a little bit scary, but just gonna trade it away. Finds Glide. So it doesn't want to play the Talented Arcanist because it doesn't want to outcast the Glide. It wants to have that as an option next turn. So this is still good. Puts a minion on board as well in the Rust-Rot Viper.
Yep.
To 16. Not out of the woods completely.
Not quite, right?
Yeah, but this is a much better situation. I feel like the tough part here is for Unknown, right? Trying to find, okay, what's the best opportunity? There's no more Aldraki Warblades. Dead Draw only has 2 cards in hand and floated 2 mana last turn. I don't think you ever try and protect the Peasant. I think you just try and get the minion attacks. From Unknown's perspective, like Void Shard to the face right now sets up for a Mr. Smite lethal. And
and the Peasant buys you a card anyway.
Ship it. Yeah.
It might buy you a card anyway because your opponent has to trade into it, so it might buy you the time to draw 1 more card. He redraws the Need for Greed. Of course you trade it away if you're going to redraw it. Is correct. Any sort of health gain will just about end this game. Yeah, that ends it, I think.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's a way Unknown can come back now. A valiant effort, right? This would be 6 life, so Dead Draw would go up to 13, and with these minions on board, it's starting to become very difficult as well for Unknown to have the time in order to do anything else, right? This is putting a pretty big clock on him because every turn this is going to be 8 damage with 3 minions on board, 8 additional damage. So it's 5, 6. Plus 8, 14. So not dead completely.
Mr. Smite exists.
Your power,
I guess is
okay. So there is still an out if there's no more healing from Dead Draw. It would be Ogre into Mr. Smite next turn, and that would be 11 damage. That's 1 off, right? 14. No, Fury. That's exact lethal. That's 17. Because there's 6 on board, you can get 8 from the hero powers, and then Fury, which is 17. Yes, that's exact lethal, I believe, for Dead Draw. So if I counted that correctly, I believe that means Dead Draw.
He's left his up.
It's moving up. He's left what up?
The 3/4 though.
He's dead.
Oh, it's lethal now. I see. I thought you meant next turn, TJ. Oh my goodness.
No, right now. Yeah,
Counted it quite clearly for me. It's my bad.
Whew.
Yeah.
So Dead improves the win rate again for Dead Draw. Top 4 and just continuing to impress. And we kind of painted that picture right at the very beginning that it was an uphill climb for Unknown. Bad matchups across the board. Was able to squeak one by, and even then, like if Fury didn't come off the top, and it was like a dead draw. There was a small out for Lethal. A very small out for Lethal. It existed, but it was very small. So it could have been very close, but the Fury was just there to finish the game.
Wow. Dead Draw, a semi-finalist in a Masters Tour. Who would have thought it? Just 2 wins away from finally taking one down, going to a championship event, which, you know, it's hard. We shouldn't have favourites, but if Dead Draw gets there, I don't think there'll be anybody begrudges at him, not probably even his opponents.
Yeah. It just continues to... Oh. Was animated. At first it wasn't, nothing was there. And there you have it. There's the top 4, Lovestorm, JP Mixer, Judgment, and Dead Draw. We have 1 player from the Americas, 1 player from China, and 2 players from the UK.
Yeah, and one of those players is going to the final. We're going to have a UK finalist.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Judgment
How does that
also,
work?
Is that Judgment's second top 4 in a row at a Masters Tour?
No, there was one interspersed.
Because it happened so long ago. There was one in between.
Yeah, there was one in between. Yeah.
All right, well, second top 4 out of 3 Masters Tours. Pretty impressive.
How rubbish. Yeah.
The new age Dead Draw, as it were. So pretty exciting setup here. And, you know, unfortunate for Unknown, that first Masters Tour, by the way. That's a very impressive feat. Taking a lineup that was honestly, not his specifically, but just as a whole, getting crushed in the field because of all this anti-aggro that's existed in some of the best lineups, and bring it to a top 8 in first ever Masters Tour. Very impressive. And even though it's a little jarring for me to just see the name Unknown, because there used to be like this weird thing where every opponent that you had used to show up as Unknown. So it just feels a little wrong in my head. I'm like, there's an error on the screen. Something broke in our graphics because his name is just showing up as Unknown. No, that's actually his name. Okay, I have to do that almost every time I looked at the top left of the screen there. So,
and now, if the graphics break again, we're going to have real trouble because we're going to think he's qualified 8 times. He'll be in all the slots. You just go unknown, unknown, unknown. Like, he's having a good tournament.
Yeah.
You'll have the opposite problem.
Does break, yeah. Yeah, so... but yeah, our top 4 is set up. That's the final quarterfinal in the books. So before we jump into the next one, we are going to have to take a quick break while we get things set up and ready. So don't go anywhere. More action continues here from Masters Tour and Onyxia's Lair right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. I know, could be a jarring experience. You see Raven on the screen, but I'm the one who intros us after a break. Raven doesn't even know what to do with himself.
I actually
right now.
thought...
He's distraught.
I actually thought for a second you were just playing a joke on me and you wouldn't do the intro and just sit there in silence and then try and throw me under the bus. But you did it. Good job, TJ. Thank you for that lovely introduction. I was scared, though. It's something you would do to me, I think.
I thought about it for a moment. It was of many options that ran through my head at the time. But it's time for us to get into our semi-final matches here. Inside of Onyxia's Lair. It's Love Storm, probably my new favorite Hearthstone player, versus JP Mixter, who is one of very few America's players to make it to a semifinal of a Masters Tour in recent history, which, you know, my heart is torn on who to root for in this matchup because of those two things.
Yeah, and he's done so in a very different way. Definitely gone his own route here. Just talking about his lineup, he's got the Weapon Rogue, which, yeah, you know, fine. Weapon Rogue's a good deck, we know. But then he's gone for the OTK. Sorry, the Handlock, apologies. And then the biggest one of all, like the Celestial Alignment Druid, which I'll be honest, one I think I've cast every Celestial Alignment Druid match on stream now. And also, it's just a deck with all of the different types of Druid that are popular at the moment. I didn't see this one coming, TJ, but he looks like he's very experienced with it from what I've seen. So I'm excited to see if, you know, that comes out to play again and he can, you know, show us what else he's got with this deck. But another deck I didn't really expect, TJ, was the Bound Brute deck. I thought we were done with Brute Me Dude, but we're clearly not.
And hopefully we will never be. It is one of, if not my favorite deck of all time. One of my favorites, if not my favorite deck of all time. It's just so cool. Like the actual win condition of the deck, which is, there's two, right? Either getting a bunch of early brutes that can connect a bunch of times, or the Lion's Frenzy after drawing and potentially redrawing all the cards in your deck to beef it up. And Love Storm has not lost a match. He's got the weirdest lineup ever, and nobody's been able to beat him.
It is a strange, isn't it? And I'm not saying there's anything against Love Storm with this, but I just mean, like, how varied the lineups have been, and we get a lineup like this, you know, basically has a chance at going into the final and a chance of just winning the whole thing. I think it would, you know, finish off the event in the way it started, and just everyone with a mixed bag of no one expecting what's going to happen. And I will say, I think it's the class identity for Demon Hunter now is it's not Outcast, it's not weapons, it's not card draw, it's it being nerfed, and the archetypes are just still playable and will never go away. I think that's what I've decided is the identity for Demon Hunter at this point.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. But kind of on that train of thought, if you look at every player that's in the top four now with Dead Draw making it through, we almost have pretty unique lineups across the board. Like when you compare them to each other, with JP Mixter having a JP mixture of decks, Judgment having like Miracle Priest, Mazaki Mage, and then Dead Draw going with, you know, some similarities, but more of like this kind of anti-aggro strategy. It ends up being, you know, pretty unique. The only deck that's like super represented at the top end is this one, right? Fell Demon Hunters in 3 out of the 4 players lineups that are in the top 4, with the Brute Demon Hunter from Love Storm being the only odd man out. But it is cool to see just the lineup diversity that we have in the top 8 or top.
Yeah, 100%. And also, there's some surprises in just, even if you could take the approach of, okay, looking at different deck lists is pretty difficult this Masters Tour because there were so many different builds of every class. But even if you look at classes, out of both of these players, there's no Shaman. Out of these two in this semi-final, which again, I think if you asked people, you know, 3 days ago, what class would you expect to make it up there as one class for everyone, I think Shaman would have been up there with a lot of people's guesses, and it's just not in either of these players' lineups with 2 rogues, 2 demon hunters, and then with the warlock and the priest as well in there is a little bit different. So again, I just think it's already been probably my favorite Masters Tour ever so far, just because of how much variety we've seen. I feel like I'm casting something completely different every single time I'm on camera.
It's actually only 1 shaman period in the top 4.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone would have guessed that, right? I think it's fair to say that everyone would have expected, you know, let's say maybe 2 at least, 3 on average in the top 4, but no, just 1. It's pretty nutty.
Yeah. But taking a look at the actual list here from JP Mixter, it's pretty standard, right? We've seen players cut expendable performers, but I feel like just having that kind of win condition in your back pocket against some of the board-based decks is quite crucial. And then there was like Youth, who had Fel Il'gynoth OTK, kind of. I don't know. It felt combo-esque with...
Yeah.
It had Il'gynoth with a bunch of weapon buffs and Aldraki Warblades in order to like sneak wins like that, but with the rest. So more akin to almost like the old Fel Demon Hunter, or what we used to call Fel Demon Hunter. It's changed, right? This is the archetype that we've gone with. And then when you do key cards, it's Kurtrus Demon Hunter. So who even knows what it's called?
Just called Stuff Demon Hunter, it's fine. One thing that I will say as the game obviously starts now is I think I like the Expendables list a bit more, because even just having the threat of that card feels very powerful, right? Your opponent has to consider, can I play minions? How many minions can I play? Or do I have to just slow down because if they have it, I'm dead? Like that kind of threat I think is pretty valuable in obviously like an open deck list tournament, right? Where people are aware of the tech you have. So I think for me, now that we're edging towards the end of the weekend, I do like the Expendables in the list overall. But both players getting off to a quick start here, TJ.
Yeah, Lovestorm's hand is decent. It came together with that glide, I think. The only problem is it's probably not going to be able to be outcasted. This turn is most likely going to be just a trade on the Librarian and then Spectral Sight for easy first quest completion. And the glide being buried by the Lion's Frenzy is one of the worst cards in the deck for it to be hidden behind, just because you can't afford to dump it. So, but picks up plenty of card draw to continue the quest, and could always self-glide just to get 1 extra quest completion done.
Yeah, both players running a single Rustdrop Viper in their list, so it's not like Lovestorm can realistically just say, well, what if I equip the Lion's Frenzy to just get it out of the way, and then just not swing it until needed? With the threat of Rustdrop, of course, that is not what Lovestorm will want to be able to do here. But yeah, both players just activating their quest in turn. Not too bad getting the Kurtrus in hand for JP Mixter now. Does mean he's got a fairly straightforward turn 5 if he wants it, right? Just get it equipped, get it done, because there's no real drawback of not doing it if he doesn't have anything better to do.
Yeah.
They will never catch me.
Ooh.
The Brute.
Oh. There is a big Brute possibility here. The Brute was drawn in the sequence, so it's now going to cost 2. The trade's going to make it cost 1. Philosophy, perhaps? Or there it is. He's playing so fast, I can't even see what he's doing. Yeah. Was it 3 Brutes? Did he draw a Brute and then a Philosophy? No, it's 2 Brutes.
Yeah, it's 2. It's 2.
Okay.
Still, that's a board.
So quickly, it was hard.
Yeah, that is
certainly a board.
Big board. And even a way to get close to this. I'm not actually sure how big the demons are, but they can't be that big from Kurtrus, right? Not this early.
4 4s, or yeah, they might be 4 4s.
That's the case, then it probably is just Kurtrus, right? play Kurtrus, kill one, and then know you're not realistically going to die next turn, right? And then try and just build up a way to AoE down the rest of the board next turn. It looks like Mixter's got a different idea.
This is going to hit a 1/1 and then a Brute, and then you can Fury and clear one?
Okay.
And then Kurtrus to clean up next turn?
This is just one way to do it. I think if he went Kurtrus and then went for an AoE afterwards, that's very similar in how much damage he'll take over the course of 2 turns.
Yeah.
With the benefit, of course, that if he only killed one this turn with the Kurtrus, next turn his AoE might kill more stuff, right? So you have that kind of swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, it's just how much JP Mixture values the Immolation Aura. This dumps more cards in case of Glide. That's another upside.
Now though, just very quickly now got his other Kurtrus, or his main Kurtrus, I guess, active in hand. Can drop that down pretty easily, not under any real pressure whatsoever from JP Mixter so far. Now Mixter's got his own Glide, and he knows Kurtrus is in hand, so
sure,
potentially a no-brainer. It does mean he loses his own Kurtrus hero in the process, but I think that's a fine payoff to remove Lovestorm's quest progression.
Yeah, it also means he leaves this Brute alive in a lot of scenarios.
Oh, just got it back.
Actually, the first card.
Easy. Not even a question.
So now JP Mixter has made his hand just worse, and Lovestorm's actually just
it just
better.
Overall better, because look at this outcast potential, right? 1-drop, studies, double jump. Like, he could just draw through his deck now. Oh my.
Yeah.
That is a problem.
Yep.
Ace is a whole lot of nothing. Does this have to be another Glide? I don't even know what would really dig him out of this.
Some way to clear with Magtheridon, but then you still have to worry about the possibility of Lion's Frenzy. He's at 12 health. At the moment, he's just dead on board. Still just dead on board. Have to be Chaos Strike into Talented Arcanist.
Still.
Noble Performers.
Just dead on board.
Dead on board.
Wow. Was Brutes correct all along? Yeah, was this just the deck of the tournament? Why over?
That would have been a different game if the Kurtrus had not come back into the hand literally immediately.
Yeah, and honestly, even if the clear was there that turn, I felt like he was still just in such a good position. Even if like the board got cleaned up, fine, whatever, there's still all of that card draw. Like I said, it wasn't just the fact he got the Kurtrus back, but the rest of his hand was insane. It was all just like 1 mana cycle to go through the deck, and then with that Kurtrus buff, makes it even stronger.
Yeah, quite the game one.
Yeah, big deal there as well. I know that was pointed out from our lovely friend Sottle, that he could have actually just killed the 6 health one instead, which meant that there would have been more potential options to clear off the board a little bit easier. So if you saw that, he did pick
that Brute would have been dead.
Yeah, because it was on 2 health, right? So
yeah. Because he fell barrage right before he glid, so it would have been at 4 health, so it would have died, and so then he would have been alive at least on board. So maybe there's a world where Lovestorm doesn't find the Lion's Frenzy, but probably does. So most likely dead no matter which way you slice it, but could have been a slight optimization potential there. So Lovestorm just has that effect on people. Me included. I forget how to count when he's playing brutes. I was going to say that in a lot more aggressive way, but decided against it.
Yeah, I've honestly only just noticed as well, it's actually double Rogue banned away. So both players just respecting Rogue and knowing how much damage it can do. But it does mean that we've got Druid Warlock, Druid Warlock Demon Hunter still, with the Druid Priest on Lovestorm's side. So already Lovestorm looking pretty great to just take hold of this series and maybe even run away with it, TJ. Especially if he gets a nice easy win with this Miracle Priest.
Yeah, and one thing I'll say about Lovestorm's play on the Miracle Priest is that he's just bold. Like, he just goes for it. That's kind of how you have to play the deck at times, right? We've seen players play timid with it and just not get the job done. There's an inherent level of risk that you need to be okay with when playing this deck. And just hope that you find a way. And Lovestorm seems to be the one that has the most faith that he'll find the way.
Yeah, I completely agree. And this is going to sound worse than I mean it to be, but Miracle Priest is a bit of a silly deck. And I don't mean it's a bad deck. I just mean what it does is very silly, right? So I think you have to just accept that and sort of play into that, right? You want to make the big plays that just win games out of nowhere, because that's what the deck does. It's not your standard Hearthstone deck. It's not really planning on just playing your average curve out, or it's not got some, late game power that you're working towards. You stick a minion, reduce your whole hand, draw 1 million cards, do it again, and then punch them for 1 million. It is that stupid, but it works. So I do agree. I think you have to just realize that and then go for the big plays.
Yep.
How difficult do you think it is setting up with this Miracle Priest against a deck like this Demon Hunter that has access to, some pretty big removal if you start looking at like Arcanist Fel Barrage, potentially for like single minion kills? Because it's not like the Priest often is able to start off by going wide, right?
Yeah, well, there's some breakpoints, right, that you can play around. Like you said, 8 health is one, 6 health is another, which is just the Arcanist plus Immolation Aura. So if you can confidently get a minion above that health threshold and force them to have multiple pieces of removal in order to deal with it, then I think you're okay. First step is actually finding a minion to play for Lovestorm. Pomeranian is going to help quite a bit to be able to try and curate the hand to do what he wants.
Really tough though, right? Because Pomeranian, you normally really want to save that afterwards. With nothing there. Well, Horn of Rathian will help him out, right? That'll just guarantee a draw.
Yep.
There's a constant fear as well. Something that Lovestorm has to be thinking about at all times is what effect Glide has. I'll be very interested to see whether he kind of plays as if it doesn't exist and that's just how you've got to approach it with specifically Miracle Priest, or whether he tries to just throw out as many cards as possible and not try and keep hold of anything too much for the rest of the game. Just try and just say, I'll kind of play all in at my first opportunity to stop Glide being a disaster.
Yeah, but is there a way for him to go all in? Because no matter what, if you're like going all in and like in this instance, Horn of Rathian, getting the Nasmani Bloodweaver and then just playing all your spells, he doesn't have a way to copy it, 1. 2, if Glide does come out, then all the cards that he's discounting, like the Malagos, are being put back in the deck also. Yeah. I just don't think there's a good way to play around it no matter which way you look at it.
I think he might plan to get a dragon to corrupt the Insight this turn. Then he has Insight Psyche Split and then a potential pop-off after that.
Okay.
Oh, he's just making a big dragon. I mean, that's reasonable. 14 health. Fairly big ask, right? I like this a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, this is good. Because even if a Glide does come out, you still have a 7/14 on board.
Yeah.
And your hand is likely to synergize with that even further.
We can kill it though, right? Coin expendable.
Yeah, it's perfect.
He needed more to at least pull out the weapon attack. Does mean that Lovestorm can now at least not worry about that card anymore, right? It was used up on this this dragon, so it does mean that if he does get to land Nazmani, that this sort of 14 damage from one hand with one card just isn't available anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point. It does have an Outcast Glide available at any point now.
Yep.
If he'll feel like he needs it.
Insight is corrupt, so it will be able to draw him if he wants.
Can go both. Like Horn plus Insight.
Yeah. The worry with both is if there's a glide, would you rather have the Insight in the deck?
Yeah, well, I was thinking you Insight first, pick up the Bloodweaver, and then Horn, and then play a couple spells to discount the second Bloodweaver. I don't know. I guess that wouldn't work.
Yeah, I think Lovestorm would have really liked the Wave of Apathy or the other shard to be hit then by that Bloodweaver, just to dump a couple more spells and get a few more reductions in hand. But here comes the glide.
Yeah.
We were waiting for this for a while. Bit of a shake of the head from Lovestorm, but you have to expect it at some point in the game, right? I think with the way Demon Hunter plays and the level of card draw, like hoping to dodge a glide, you know, there's always a hope, but it's never realistically going to happen.
Yeah. Conic Studies, no, palm rating. Wants to have the palm rating for the Bloodweaver turn.
Never seen the card Insight more than I have this weekend.
I know. It's insane.
Do you think now, like, Lovestorm ever just waits and just plays Malagos? Tries to use that as like his big minion. He only has his one Bloodweaver. Yes, he can play it next turn, try and reduce Malagos, which is fine. But I wonder whether it's like play Malagos first, hope it sticks, and then play Bloodweaver afterwards. Try and pop off that way. He still has the two Bless in the deck, right? So it's easier to stack on like a potentially attacking Malagos than it would be to just stack a minion and hope for next turn.
The only problem is he just would have to pass a turn, essentially.
Yeah.
If he didn't want to play the Nazmani. But doesn't matter now. It gets an Insight back.
The thing is, though, I'm going to be seeing them when I go to sleep. The thing is with passing a turn, I think against specifically this deck, on full health, it's not the end of the world, right? Like, expendable performance is gone anyway. Like, yes, it would mean, for example, this Kurtrus could get played fine, but I just wonder whether it would potentially be worthwhile. I mean, he's effectively had to pass a turn anyway, right? So.
True, yeah. Lovestorm just really wants to do cool things.
Yeah, I don't know.
JP Mixer's deck just really does not want him to do cool things.
I don't know why that made me laugh so much, but it looked like Lovestorm like had a sip of a drink, but it was so fast, it looked fake. like extras do in films sometimes where they're just blatantly not drinking. But it was so fast, it looked like he just put it up to his mouth and then put it down straight away. I was like, what's he drinking? What could you possibly drink that fast? Or how full is that cup? Or how empty is it?
It's an empty coffee cup.
It's all for the camera.
Yep. He's drinking love juice.
Brewing up a storm. Malygos is a problem now, though. Again, it's the fear with we've had this style of priest in there historically, where if they stick a big minion, you feel like you have to kill it. If you leave it up, you might just be dead. So yeah, we do see JP mix to respect to the Malygos, but now options.
I mean, Onyx Mage Scribe is just the best.
Better, right?
He just doesn't have the hand space right now. Oh no, he does. He just needs to play something that doesn't add a card to his hand. So Shard, I guess. Not really anything to silence. Sure.
Oh, he's going
to trade it. All right.
And the thing with this is, both minions were 9 health, except this one cost way less, which allows him to combo and generates more threats, because Lovestorm's like more concerned with health on these dragons than he is with the attack, right? Because he can deal with the attack side.
Raised Dead was an option there.
Fortitude is just better, though. We've seen JP Mixter kill 2 huge minions so far. Can he realistically kill a third? Is that something you're going to expect? No expendable performers left. He put a ton of damage into the Malygos in the previous turn. Like, are you really expecting your opponent at this point to be able to deal another 14 damage?
Yeah, he can't. He can't kill it. He can deal 11, 12, and that's if he uses his entire hand.
Now there's Psyche Split, there's Bless. Whoo! There's Alec.
Yeah, probably wants to get the Alec down so then he can Psyche Split the Alec. I mean, at this point, that doesn't matter. Yeah, like setting up for anything doesn't matter because it's just going to be a 2-turn.
Not true. He's just set up lethal. He did set up.
All right, how many times okay, they're only 6'4", so I was going to say, how big are these demons? They're not that big.
Not big enough.
Yeah.
And again, I'm getting flashbacks from old sort of combo priest days where if you don't kill every minion, you feel like you're dead. And this is true. It just rings true every time. Like, yes, JP Mixter did a great job in killing the first 2 big threats, but Lovestorm just made another one. And again, even with this Jace, even with this Fury, it just doesn't matter. He can't face tank 23 damage, and I just don't think it's there unless I'm missing something, TJ. 13 with Jace. Surely he's not done 13 with.
Fel Barrage is 8. Immolation Aura is 10. The second Immolation Aura is 11.
But then there's the Alec, right? So it won't. We know it just doesn't really matter. He has to face tank it.
Yeah.
Wow. Just like that, Lovestorm's going to go 2-0 up so far versus JP Mixter. And he's looking unstoppable, TJ.
Yeah. Hasn't lost a match and doesn't look like that's going to be the case, at least not for this one. Still some Hearthstone left to be played. The last deck for Lovestorm is just the Kazakhstan Druid, which can get beat, can also beat itself, as we've seen. Though I feel like given 3 chances with how powerful it is, it's probably going to get there. But we shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, stranger things have happened, but I'm with you in general that just Druid right now, not even specifically any particular type, but Druid in general with its power level, if you have 3 goes at it, I think it should be fine, especially because one's kind of a mirror match, kind of not. And then this Demon Hunter's very manageable as Druid as well. So, yes, I think that Lovestorm should be feeling quite confident, although I personally, as you may have heard multiple times over this weekend, I'm not a huge fan of this exact build. This is not what I would prefer, but who am I to question Lovestorm after this incredible run through this Masters Tour?
Yeah, it's kind of similar to, honestly, all of his decks seem super similar where they're all in on like a very specific strategy. that like they all revolve around a single card, or like a moment in the game where they're like, all right, this is where I win or I lose. Whether it be like Brutes / Lion's Frenzy, right? Miracle Priest, which you just play a bit in and dump everything onto it and hope it lives, or Kazakhstan, where you ramp up and then play Kazakhstan and hope your treasures can just get you there. Because this isn't even the version that plays the like Arbor Up and Glowfly
Right.
combination.
Exactly,
Have that extra angle of attack.
Well,
It's just get my Kazakhstan, get the mana to play it, and then play it.
That's it. When you look at the lineup overall, including the weapon rogue, they all have one strategy to win games of Hearthstone. There isn't any flexible way. It's not like, say you brought warrior. Well, sometimes you can just be aggro because you're warrior and you run removal, right? Like you don't have to do your combo or finish with a certain specific like minion or anything like that. You could just win because you're anti-aggro in general. Whereas every single deck from Lovestorm, it's just, this is my one strategy. I am going to make it work. But let's take a look at JP Mixter's Warlock. And what do you make of these Curse of Agonies, TJ?
So I've played against like similar variations of this deck on ladder, and the Curse of Agonies, I think, is secondary. I think the Altar of Fire is the big one. Especially when you look at the lineup from, we just talked about it for like 10 minutes. It's all in on a specific strategy, which oftentimes revolves around a single card or very few cards. Well, Altar of Fire can just completely ruin that. Especially in this one. If Altar of Fire just rips the Kazakhstan, then there's just nothing left for Lovestorm to be able to do. So
I don't know.
I am curious.
Lovestorm's got the backup of just resizing Pouch into a Kazakhstan. It'll be easy. Just resizing Pouch a way to win. That's the only deck with a backup plan.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh, never mind. Can't burn it if it's in the hand.
Yeah.
Played
Honestly,
around it.
like,
Easy.
not terrible.
Oh, yeah, I'm being serious. Like, Fungal Fortunes it's good for as well, right? Because he knows he won't discard it.
Yeah, and
solid
I was
opening.
afforded the luxury of just being able to capture Cold Tooth Mine for lowest cost, just to get a Innervator or Lightning Bloom to get the Kazakhstan out even faster.
Yep.
Has ramp with Overgrowth as well. Follow up for Kazakhstan with Fungal Fortunes, which is important a lot of the time.
Yeah, and now Wild Growth. Was this the perfect opening for this exact matchup, TJ? I feel like it was. Or close to it, at least. You could argue about the scale of Onyxia, but still.
That's just to clean up the Flesh Giant or the Anetheron that comes out.
I was just going to say, it's actually useful. One thing I think people get used to more and more is working out the value of the Druid cards you have in your hand when you play Kazakhstan, which means that when you might actually delay playing it if you're looking for specific answers from the actual Druid card side, right? Here's Ultra Fire. Or resizing Pouch.
Yeah.
Big hit. I guess realistically,
With how fast he ripped the Fungal Fortunes, is there a world where you just say Kazakhstan's already in hand? I don't know. That's too tough of a read to make. Because Lovestorm plays fast no matter what.
It's true, but I don't think in this exact build it only has Kaz, right? So I would even question whether you play Fungal at all, because if it burns it, how do you win a game of Hearthstone? Like, it's very, very difficult. So I do wonder if just the fact Fungal was played should, as a very general rule, just tell you that Kaz is in hand.
In which case, do you ever hold the Altar Fire for post-Kazakhstan to get rid of the treasures?
I could see it, yeah. Because if you play
and even though you're not fatiguing them out, you still get an idea of what treasures could possibly be in the deck, so you know what type of removal or whatever you need to hold on to.
And also as well, like if you, it could just help finish the game in general, right? If they get a Kaz with a relatively low threat count, which can happen, well, if you might remove one of the locusts, for example, like that's a huge deal, right? That could win you the game.
Yeah.
It could be enough.
Hard to make that read, I guess, though.
Yep.
He's playing it in his deck. Doesn't really give him much information if when he jams it. But here's Kazaka-san.
I think Fangs was a decent choice there.
Probably.
Just to eat up any giants or anything, right? Because, again, I think Lovestorm delayed for a second. He was working out if a Battleground Battlemaster kills him or not.
Yeah.
With this turn, he has options because he has Bloom and Luna. But I think he was just sitting there thinking, what happens if Battlemaster's played next turn? Oh, pure cold, right? He has solar. Oh, holy
Yeah,
book.
it's just straight
Solar
up
can be
damage.
really good as well.
Yeah.
Was Lovestorm actually offered any big AoE removal, like the snakes or the silence destruction one? I don't think so, was he?
No. Got Bangs, Crustacean.
That's the only problem he's got now is this turn, right? Like the follow-up of having to deal with this board.
Yeah, but yeah,
Oh,
lowest
that helps.
cost is
Yep.
Bangs. Yep.
And then he gets to go with
And a
the
nice little Bubba.
Bubba.
Perfect banding utilization too. Obviously planned out to be able to deal with that board, and I would say it influenced the choices as well. But honestly, a lot of the options he was given alongside each of these picks was pretty poor.
Yeah,
in the situation.
mediocre
Right,
at best, right?
Yeah. Alter Fire to get rid of some of the treasures. Ooh, Bristleback.
Bristleback's nice. He has the Drained Soul as well to be able to just finish it off. Yeah, he did pick Holy Book. Yeah, both of them gone. There's a Crustacean gone as well. A big deal because Solar Eclipse Holy Book is like a very, very big swing.
Yes.
Because thanks to No Hands Gamer, I learned that it does summon 2 copies.
More bones to gnaw on.
This is 8 damage taken this turn. Also, by the way, clean Bubba kill with the Slinger. Very nice turn there.
Yeah, and
With
also
everything being able to be squeezed in.
these Curse of Agony might actually come into play, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're like
4 cards left.
we're getting there, TJ. We are getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like hovering it. It's like, oh yeah, it's my time to shine.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Apologies, Aggie. Frightened easily.
a little bit scary as well because JP Mixter burnt 2 Holy Books. It means that he has slightly less information, right? He knows it's Holy Book. He knows it's the Devour one. He knows it was a Crustacean and a Bubba. So is there one card he doesn't know? I think so.
Holy Book. Yeah.
Gonna heal up to full, which is obviously a massive help. Just don't want to try and avoid any kind of solar burst, but now we can see that it's actually the Anoia board.
Build a board in a horn.
what's a little bit scary and what I feel like always happens to me? I end up looking at my treasures and going, no, I can't actually win the game. I don't have any threats or any damage. Like sometimes it just doesn't work out too well. And this is gonna be one of the last pushes Lovestorm can realistically do this game now.
Yep. Well, has one more Annoya board.
Yeah. Such low attack, like he does have Solar Moon touched, which is something, but not great. Relatively low power Annoya board, right? Would have preferred more of the 3/4s, of course.
There was a clear before the tap, right?
Haven't heard of me.
Showstopper, kill it, Soul Rend, but wanted the last card. And now it's just going to go
Curse of Agonies.
Some of these Curse of Agonies, yep.
Well, I guess now he knows all of the cards, right?
You get accustomed.
So he knows he can't die? I think that's correct.
Yeah, and there's a possibility that Lovestorm can die this turn. It would be five Agony draws. Pretty low, but...
1, 2.
2.
We're doing it.
3.
Ooh.
Nope. Bubba coming to the rescue.
Pretty pointless draw though right now, right? Can't actually kill off any of his minions to utilize the rush. Does have the heal with the treasure as well, which I think is going to come down now. He just has to push face, right?
Can you afford to leave Tamsin up is the question?
I think so, because I don't think Mixed has got anything left, has he?
Soul Rend?
Yes. Either way, he has to Soul Touch and Moon Touch, right? Soul Touch, yes. The combo. Solar Eclipse, Moon Touched Amulet. Apologies.
Yeah.
Time goes short.
Every time, DJ.
What is happening?
I was like, what's the last card? And then it just shows us this. We've got to guess. Is there a second Tamsin in the deck, TJ? I don't know anymore. I'm done.
Okay, so it was cursed. So yes, it probably needed to be kill off the Tamsin, or else there'd be more curses in the deck. There would have been 3, 6. It would have been 9 curses left in the deck at that point, because 6 more would be added, and there's 3 in the deck currently. Last 2 cards for Lovestorm besides the curses are the Annoyo plus Crustacean, the Crustacean.
Yeah. Bit of a weird turn. I've not decided yet if I think it's a bad turn, but it was a weird turn there from JP Mixer, because just the way it played out, right? He didn't play Tamsin, he didn't play the other Tamsin, and he's kind of just off mana of getting Blightborn down. A little bit tricky, but with these Agonies, I feel pretty good.
Yeah, the other Tamsin would have put him real far into fatigue is the problem.
Yeah.
All right, there's still 3 more left. Just needs 1 more.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and that'll do it.
What a strange game. JP Mixer.
Very bizarre, but yeah.
Still staying in the series though, right? He's still got a chance.
Yeah, that deck actually seems cool, because it's not like the handlock that we've come to expect, right? It does run that additional disruption, which comes in handy against a lot of decks. Obviously, against some decks, those cards end up just becoming a liability, right? Or not a liability, because Altar of Fire still can get you closer, like against an aggro deck, for instance. It can still get you closer to that 10 or less cards threshold that you need for your defensive cards. but like Curse of Agony, for instance, against an aggressive deck is just not really going to be doing anything for the entire game.
Yeah, there was one of the issues is really just highlighted in the fact that when you do go all in with the Kaz Druid, you don't guarantee the burst treasures, right? Which is really what you're after as Druid because you have Solar, and that's just one of the drawbacks. And that's I feel like that happens to me a lot, which is why I don't personally like the list. But it's just really scary because you see what happens where. If he got like the snakes, Bubba, which he did, the boards, because they're not that threatening, and your opponent's got like inevitability on their time, like with that handlock, it's just a huge problem, right? Because you need at least one of the burst cards, like whether it's the Deal 8, whether it's the Embers, just something, the Locust, to finish out the game. And if you miss on all of them, the treasures actually don't add up to being anything that good, right? Or anything unmanageable for your opponent. It's a little bit scary, but I doubt that's going to happen 3 times in a row, which is what I imagine Lovestorm is banking on. He was like, okay, my treasures weren't great that game. There's you know, most 2 more.
Yeah. Well, if it goes to game 5, it doesn't matter what happened previously. It doesn't matter that this is the 3rd game of Kazakhstan Druid in a row. It all comes down to that one game.
No, that's how it works, right? Percentages.
The 1 game sample size. Yep. Nothing else matters. But JP Mixter going to go over to the Celestial Druid. Much different than the Kazakhstan Druid. But still, you know, kind of on that singular win condition of make a bunch of minions and make them large. Or make your minions large and then charge at them with large minions.
Yeah, just large, basically.
Yeah, large.
Keyword large.
Yeah. Celestial Alignment obviously can provide that disruption, but I feel like there's a less amount of disruptible decks. Maybe I'm wrong. Decks can still function properly, more so than they could in previous metagames post-alignment. And it's more expensive than what we've come to expect in the past, back when it was 7 mana.
Yeah, one thing I really did like that JP Mixer did earlier, I don't know if you caught it or not, but he was playing this deck against, I think it was Warrior, and he played Guff more or less on curve. And he actually had Celestial, Anaconda, and all the big combo pieces. He actually just ramped all the way up to, I think, 19 mana. Played
in the same turn. Yeah,
played the Anaconda first, did some stuff, then played Alignment, and then continued to pop off afterwards. I was like, wow, I have never seen that before, and I am very impressed. So that's something I just didn't really cross my mind. Again, I've not really been thinking about Celestial Druid before this tournament. But the fact that, yeah, you can just ramp up that high and then do the turn in kind of reverse order, and it just pays off because you don't have to play Celestial and then hope they don't have a good like next turn response while you wait for your turn.
Yeah. The best of both worlds. Also, the Kazakhstan Druid just doesn't pick it. I was gonna say it doesn't. Outside of Scale of Onyxia, it doesn't feel like it would deal with Glowfly Swarm that well.
Yeah, I mean, Best in Shell would be the only real card, right?
Yeah. But
looks like Lovestorm
ramp game plan.
Yeah, and I really like what Lovestorm's doing here, actually. This is really nice. In the Druid Mirror, even if you both play it, normally whoever lands a Glowfly is very, very favored. And even though Lovestorm doesn't naturally run this, the fact that he's just like found it, he's just working towards that game plan, right? He's done the solar and the card draw to fill up the hand even more, and he can potentially go for an innovate into Glowfly next turn, or just wait even longer, and knowing that JP Mixture, unless he discovers one, also doesn't run Glowfly naturally in the deck.
Yep.
Yeah, even now he could just go Glowfly, you know, whatever, and then still have Scale of Onyxia as a follow-up too. JP Mixer does get that Guff though, which is so strong because of this like exact style of turn is you play Guff, gain the mana, and can still do stuff afterwards.
Ooh. Oh.
This must be the way.
I was thinking Cold Tooth Mine could be pretty good.
Another
but
solar.
I guess it would be a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah.
You just end up hitting what, like second Celestial? Oh no, it would be Null or Survival of the Fittest. Which aren't really doing anything in this hand, I suppose. Yikes.
We can just Luna. He probably doesn't even want to Celestial at this point, right? Doesn't have Anaconda. Does have the Nourish. So maybe he thinks that's enough because he can then follow up with the Owl this turn as well.
Has Jerry Rig as well.
To heavenly star.
True. This is scary though, and this is why I really like what Lovestorm's done here and just completely gone away from his normal plan. You saw him rip the Fungal Fortunes, and you know, seems to be doing at least okay for now.
Yeah. Capture Cold is mine. Post alignment.
Hey, 1 mana draw a card, okay? Seems good.
Yeah.
That's a great card, TJ.
And you also get to make a completely arbitrary decision along the way.
That sounds like perfect card
Your
design.
highest cost card or your lowest cost card? Which one?
Yeah, would you like to draw a card, or would you like to take a card from your deck off the top? AP going for the big card draw here. There are so many good things he can hit. The Null's fine, the Luna, a second Null. There's Survival as well. This might just be too much, TJ.
Yeah. Just, I was thinking, like, Survival and then end the turn with, like, alignment to like put enough stats in play to where Lovestorm couldn't deal with it with the mana and then kill him the next turn. But I don't think it would have been enough damage. So just going with the double survival, even with mana. Okay.
Did he pick highest or lowest? What if Goldtooth Mine remembers, right? Well, I wouldn't know. Has anyone tested it?
That seems like a waste of time. You'd have to get a pretty big sample size. I guess you wouldn't. No, it'll just be one. It's going to put stuff in the way, but... Love Storm. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. That's not a storm of love.
I really dislike that he has an additional beverage. I want him to just do the Insta coffee sips or something every time from his empty cup.
He's actually got 6 beverages that he just rotates between. Yeah. Keeps them all level.
Flavors fresh.
Yeah.
Or they're all empty. It's just he's going really deep. Yeah, this just like looks like too much to recover from. I don't even know what best case scenario would be. I don't think a 3-drop's gonna cut it.
Double scale? I don't know. It's still not even close to enough.
No.
$62 health on the board.
At least.
And the problem now is that the Lovestorm just doesn't have the mana. Like, sure, Kazakhstan is 1, but the treasures are not.
And also, apart from very specific treasures, one treasure a turn doesn't really cut it against a board like this either, right?
Time goes short.
Not technically lethal on board now. The double whelps got it done.
Sure.
Only one card left.
Right off the top.
I
Yep,
hope it's good.
that'll do it.
Yep.
Go for the cool kids play of solar germination. Oh, Lovestorm's not even giving him a chance. Gonna be game. What's that? Game 4 now. Going to JP Mixter, TJ, and we might be going all. Well, we are going all the way here, but specifically, JP Mixter might make a full comeback, which honestly I didn't think was going to happen. The fact he's got this far is super impressive. Now he's just got his Demon Hunter to grab a win with, and a close one, TJ. I'm questioning the Kaz Druid yet again.
Yeah, and now, like I said, the 3 chances are out the window. It's just down to 1 chance. And I guess this is probably the better matchup for it in the spread, because there's not like these crazy things that the Fell Demon Hunter can do, right? Like they can't make just giant unanswerable boards. Everything is, you can calculate, you know, every move that they could possibly make in any given scenario.
Yeah.
And like the max damage, right? The max reach, if we're talking about Fellfire, Deadeye plus expendable performers post Kurtrus. So this one seems to be the most manageable. But
yeah, and
we'll see, because again, Kazakhstan Druid can beat itself at times.
Yeah, the benefit here for this matchup for Lovestorm is what he wants to do directly doesn't flow with what JP Mixter wants to do, right? Lovestorm doesn't have to really play minions for most of the game, right? So, you know, Mixter's not going to get the benefit of that. The expendable performers would have to come out on exactly the turn, potentially, that Kaz is played, which is just one of those things that if it happens, it happens. But a lot of things would have to align for JP Mixter to actually get like an on-curve big kill with the expendables turn, and it's just unlikely. And everything else in the deck, like all the removal, all the AoE, just won't matter to Lovestorm's game plan, right? Because he's probably not planning on playing the Whelps and hoping they live to win the game, right? Because they're never going to live. They're always going to die, so he probably won't even end up playing them unless it's to remove something. So yeah, I do agree. I think if Lovestorm's going to take the series, it was always going to be the Demon Hunter that was going to be the easiest matchup. It was just a question of when he would face the Demon Hunter.
Yeah. But it does just come down to that. The first spot in the finals on the line. And again, I said at the beginning, but it's hard for me to know who to root for. I shouldn't be rooting for anybody because I'm casting the match, so I should be casting it from a point of complete non-bias. But both these players have brought something interesting to the table. And it's been a heck of a minute, Raven, since we've seen an America's player not even win a Masters Tour, get to the finals of a Masters Tour. So,
and also, as we get into this one, I think it's really important to just remind everyone watching that there's actually kind of more on the line, right, for this Masters Tour and the rest of the Masters Tour this year, because the actual winner just goes straight to the Summer Championship. And that then qualifies potentially the top 4 of the Summer Championship just go to Worlds, right? That is huge. It means whoever wins this doesn't feel the pressure of having to nail the next 2 Masters Tours, and then they have to top 4 at Champs to be able to go to Worlds. Like, the win is worth so much more than just a single Masters Tour win. So a lot of extra pressure on these players here to be able to make it not only to the finals, but then obviously progress from there.
you speak great truths, Sir Raven.
Now, Are we going to see fungal? I'm going to say no, TJ.
Well, he doesn't even have the hand space. There you go.
There you go.
That makes a lot of sense.
We didn't see fungal. 100% correct. I'm taking it.
Wow. Raven, you're so smart.
Thank you. I don't know why it's taken this long for everyone to realize. Oh, another glide, yeah. Obviously, the auto outcast position is going to help. But Lovestorm probably not massively upset. He got the ramp off. Yes, he loses the fungal in hand, but I think he just wants Kaz now, right? He's only a few turns away from being able to play it.
Yep. Ooh. Ooh. He really doesn't want to.
Pouch for more ramp or something. He just won't play fungal. He literally cannot win the game if he burns Kaz.
Yeah.
He just can't win. Oh, he did it. He burnt it.
Oh, he discarded it. I know 100%. 100%. Oh, no.
And also, let's just bear in mind, he has burnt Kaz, and he just used a resizing pouch to get an elephant. That's not enough, is it?
No.
And he also used the nature studies to get Pride's Fury. Like, that's two cards that could potentially dig you out of a terrible situation that he's in right now with that Kaz being burnt. So he's down Kaz, he's down one resizing pouch, and he's down a nature studies. That is a huge problem. And I'm shocked he played it. I know his discovers weren't great, but like I said, if you're going to play the Kaz Druid, you cannot just rip it. You can't just, at least in my opinion, you can't just play it and say, oh, I hope I don't discard it. Yes, it's unlikely to discard like a 1 in whatever, however many cards he had in his deck. And you might think, well, the odds are there. But to me, throw that out the window, because if you do discard it, you just lose the game. Like, to me, that was a risk that was not worth taking. Rant over. All yours, TJ.
There's just no follow-up.
And like I said, -1 resizing.
It wasn't a high chance.
No, I agree that it wasn't a high chance, but for me, if your deck revolves around one card and that card is burnable, I don't know. I think it's too much of a risk. He wasn't under any pressure. He had time. Maybe I'm emotionally reacting, TJ, but okay.
Yeah, but now this is just pretty straightforward for JP Mixter. Just has to make sure that nothing crazy happens, and he'll know if something crazy is about to happen. Well, resizing pouch is picked up, so he can still get a Kazakhstan.
Yep. Got that chance, and then he has one more nature studies, I believe, as well, which, you know, has the ability to dig himself out and create a win condition.
Yeah. Okay, so ramp up. That means next turn 14 mana. So the Pearl Tusk plus resizing pouch, that'll get an 8. But that was a bloom, so never mind. Won't have enough mana. Could just discover a 10. Yogg, perhaps.
Does Mixter wants to actually kill these whelps? Is it ever worth considering just leaving them alive?
Well, in order for Lovestorm to win, he's going to have to play something big.
True, true. Yeah, you're not wrong.
And the damage is capped, so I think he'd be more worried about like armor gain, right? Because you can only deal the 30 damage if you have an Eldrazi Warblades equipped.
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering, like, because he has the Arcanist, Does he want to use any of this AoE on the 2-1s?
Yeah, it'll just get swept up.
Oh,
Always going to go for double pouch. Scrapyard and he get another Pearl Tusk?
And he's got survival as well. Okay.
So you can Pearl Tusk, Yasharaj, Pearl Tusk? That's massive.
The same turn, yeah. That is huge.
In the same turn.
And he's going to use Magtheridon now.
The Pearl Tusk kills it. It's a 12-12.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right?
Oh my goodness.
Like,
what?
You going to pop it? He pops a Magtheridon now. Mixer just has no way to kill that board, right? Don't get me wrong, this is a decent play from Mixer, but we're staring at a weird combo that was not expected to be seen here.
Unleashed!
Glide?
He's gonna glide!
Oh, he is!
He's gonna glide!
Oh, he didn't!
Oh, he didn't glide! Oh no!
Oh, I'm getting heart attack, TJ. This is too much for me.
What? He didn't do it!
Wait, what was he? Reading this out?
What? Why wouldn't you just go for that in the same turn?
Well, because he also can't die from the Expendables combo, right? Because he's over 30?
He's at 33.
That's correct, isn't it? He can't die from Expendables, even though he has, like, we would put endless health on board.
So it doesn't come back. He would have had a 14-14 and I think an 8-8, right? It doesn't keep the survival buff.
Right.
You just get yeah, so it would have been an 8-8 and a 14-14 on the board.
I would have been okay with that, TJ. Was he scared of Expendables? Just
scared of what?
Siraj?
This must be the way. This must be the way.
Or he was greeting it for Moon Touch. Okay.
Wait, no. No, it was an 18-18, right? Because it was solar.
No, because the Hoof Tusk was a 12-12. He solared the pouch.
Oh, he solared the... I'm confused. I feel like he's had about 12 solars this game. I'm so confused. There's too much going on.
There's so much going on.
Yeah,
I think he was greeting it for the Moon Touch amulets. I think that's what he was doing. He was greeting it for the Moon Touch amulets.
And I guess, like, if you look at it this way, if he stays above 30 and he can stay healthy, he can greed, and he's got Feral Rage, double Moon Touched in hand, corrupted. Like, that's a lot of additional armor to buy plenty of time. He's only got, he'll have 10 cards left on the draw. His Hero Power draws a card if he wants it as well. Probably doesn't need anything above the additional mana he'll have now anyway.
This is stressful.
It's got this, oh my, this draw. It's so bad. You like some mana with your mana.
Gain 8, ship all this.
Yep. May as well play Wild Growth, right? Or do you think he's close enough to hold for the draw? Maybe he can hold off if he's in like 3 more turns, I don't know.
Yes. This game. Talented Arcanist plus Jace. Or Talented Arcanist Fel Barrage Jace is a lot of damage. It's 8, then he would fit in 6 from the Hero Power, plus the double Fel Barrage from Jace. Just gonna hold on to it, see what happens.
I just can't draw anything.
Eclipse.
Oh my. I'm gonna press a button, but I can't promise that it'll work.
I don't even want to know what the game thinks is in his deck.
I want to press it. Let's find out.
What is the game?
Nope. couldn't be more wrong. Oh my god. Oh no.
Thanks, game.
Yeah, that couldn't be more wrong.
7 of those cards may or may not be in his deck.
Actually, it's a mini game we're putting in. It's for you. You have to work out how many cards are actually there.
Well, I saw Kazakhstan leave, so I know that one's not there. The other one's, yeah, sure, could be anything.
I dare press Mixer's remaining cards. And I want to because it is actually important with only 4 left.
Okay, so no.
This is true. This is true.
There's one.
It's just no Kurtrus.
And no Furies. There's only 4 cards left.
That only showed 5 cards, didn't it?
Yeah, it showed 6. So 2 copies of Fury, Kurtrus.
I thought it showed 4. I thought he only had 1 Fury left. Okay. So we got there. We worked
Well,
it
it
out.
makes sense. 1 Fury, Fell Barrage, Talented Arcanist, Fell Screen Blast. All right, there's Fell Barrage.
Do you think he has to start just hooking some of this damage in? I don't know how long he can afford to wait, because at this rate, can Lovestorm just fatigue him?
Fatigue him?
Yeah, I mean, he has double Feral Rage.
Just,
like, that's a lot of
and then just Yashraj at the end, just for the burst, like for the lethal, I guess. He would have to stop drawing cards himself, right? And not actually play the Yashraj until it's absolutely necessary.
Right.
Because Jace will also draw a card because there was a Chaos Strike already played, and there's going to be another Chaos Strike played. The Rushrock Viper, was that even in the list?
Yes, it was.
This is not a kill with the Jace, even with the Fury and the Fell Barrages.
Yeah, I think JP Mixer's just trying to do, even though, you know, he has pushed himself deeper to fatigue sooner, he's trying to do max Jace damage, right? He got the second Fell Barrage, he's got the other Fury, and now before he plays Jace. So I do understand this, but I do worry that there's potential that Lovestorm can just outlast this. That double Feral Rage is huge. I like it, honestly.
Yeah, I think he wanted to like hold on to it for like 16 burst, right? Yashraj, double Moon Touch Amulet, Feral Rage, 16. Yeah, I don't even know if he wants to draw because I think this is now getting to a point where there's fatigue coming in.
You just shouldn't play the Yashraj, right?
I am running low on cards.
Because
okay,
JP has expendables. He has that combo. If Lovestorm just doesn't play a minion, then that massive amount of damage just doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
He could just Luna to clear. I mean, Jace might end up clearing the board for him anyway, with the AoEs, which I'm pretty sure it will. And then he can just armor up again and then just say, well, he's going to win the fatigue matchup.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, like I said, he has that acceleration because at any point he could just say, all right, Yashraj deals 8. And then just play it at like the very, very end. This is a lot of damage, though.
Wait, it's only rush, though, right? It's not charge on the Alec. Or am I going crazy and it's charge?
No, it's rush. It's 100% rush. 8 damage from the Moon Touch Amulets.
Oh, sorry, right. I was getting so confused and so focused on the corrupted Alec. But yeah, you are completely right. Yeah, I actually like it. Just he's only taking 2 a turn, right? Until Mixer plays a minion and gets to attack with it. Lovestorm will know exactly what Mixer's hand is. So does JP have to then just play expendables? Maybe plays the Viper first.
Only 1 card left.
Oh, Nature Studies. Oh, into Cenarian. But does he want to play it? That's Solar Cenarian. That puts him plus 16. Like, he can't actually... wait, 16.
That lets him, that gets him out of range, right?
Can with Feral.
24. Yeah. So Solar Cenarian plus Feral Rage?
Yes. Yeah. Looks good to me.
And then once the Expendables is used and he doesn't die, then he just plays Yasharaj the next turn.
Yeah, with
you do it.
Touched. Yeah.
Because the way this was currently panning out, Lovestorm was probably going to lose, right? Because
would have been
JP
forced
Mixer
to
would
play
just
something.
play the Expendables next turn.
Yeah.
Which I guess he could clear 2 of. Okay, he just goes for 1. Oh, he can, if Expendables is played, he can double Lunar Eclipse and then Solar Eclipse Cenarian Ward, so there's only 5 attackers on board, and then there'd be less. Okay.
Oh, also... Oh, that's huge. He's got Best in Shell as well. So now he just plays everything, right? Because with Best in Shell... let's think. If he gets any
if
he gets any taunts from Cenarian Ward, he just goes Soul, or he could just go Solar Best in Shell.
No, he does everything.
Yeah.
You just play, you play double Lunar Eclipse, Yasharaj, Solar Eclipse, and Cenarian Ward, and the double Moon Touch Amulets. You just literally dump everything.
Yeah. I think there's a few ways he could go about it, because he could also Solar the Best in Shell, and then there isn't enough damage to be able to swing through, right? With the hero. He'll have 4 taunts.
Oh, best. Yeah, double best.
Yeah, because it can
I'm pretty sure all of these plays
they all work, right? Because they can't get through. They can get through 2 turtles, but not 4. And then the face attack from JP just doesn't hit face. And then that's simply game. And Lovestorm.
Oh, he had 3 Moon Touched Amulets. He had a Moonlit Guidance one. Oh, jeez. Oh man, he got there with Kazakhstan discarded. He created a win condition for himself. That is insane. And even if he could get through this, Lovestorm has 33 health, 32 health if you factor in the fatigue tick. He just played his whole hand. Oh man, what a game.
Yeah,
what a
that
game.
was a game. That could have gone so wrong, and I guess technically it kind of did go wrong at the beginning, right, for Lovestorm. He was in a huge amount of trouble, but full respect from the way he played out the rest of the game and the way he handled it, because that, I mean, you could hear us, we lost control of it at multiple moments throughout that, but it was so difficult to just work out exactly what he can and can't do. And again, I mentioned this earlier, the power of just having the Expendables combo in that Demon Hunter, which not everyone's running, forces your opponent to play a certain way in a lot of situations. And the way Lovestorm piloted that, I mean, especially towards the end game, fair enough. Like, great job. The Solar with the resizing pouch to give himself multiple options. He knew he had the Yasharaj. He got the glides came down, caused potential problems. He went digging for multiple Yasharaj. He got the Moon Touch. Like, it was really good. And those turtles at the end really did just help push JP Mixture's like last ditch attempt at lethal out of the window, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about all the possibilities, but obviously Lovestorm had a plan, because he kept like drawing deeper into the deck, even though like he had the inevitability of fatigue, at least what we thought, but then he realized that he didn't have an answer to Expendables if it was just played out on the board, so just kind of spent the mana that he needed to. And he was dumping cards too, like he just dumped a blue because he knew that there was a glide left, so he didn't want to kind of be placed back to square one. And then had it mathed out at the end. There was tons of options that turn. He had 20 mana available. Yeah. He could have dumped like his whole hand. Like greeting the Yasharaj instead of just playing it as a 14-14 with an 8-8. actually worked out, right? Because he had access to 3 Moontouch amulets for the burst of armor, burst of damage. Impressive. And still, nobody has beat Lovestorm in this tournament thus far. He was undefeated in Swiss, and now moving on to the finals, where he will face the final boss of someone from the UK.
Yeah, the best of final bosses, right? Just a person that resides in the UK. just we get someone off the street. Here's your final boss. This is Jeff. And you're like, what? Who's this? We found him on the street outside. But yeah, that was it was a great series. I'm really looking forward to this next semi-final, though. I'm glad that I'm off to just put my feet up and watch, because 2 UK players. We had 3 UK players in like the top side of this tournament. Exciting stuff all around. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, should be great. Should be great. And Raven, I don't feel like being the host anymore, so
okay. I'll take over.
You could take over. I'm sick of it.
Okay, that was our first semi.
Actually, no. I changed my mind. I want to do it. I changed my mind. I want to do it.
Waiting for you to do
I want to do it.
Predictable, man. Go on.
Yeah, I'll do it. What were you about to say? That was a great semifinal. But before we jump into semifinal number 2, we are going to have to take a little bit of a break. But don't go anywhere. 2 more matches to go left here at Master Tour, Onyxia's Lair. Don't go anywhere.
Fist bump, and he did it! Oh my gosh! 72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right before his cards green! He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off. Well-deserved. He stays in for another series.
Welcome everyone to the second semi-final of Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. An absolutely fantastic first one, seeing Lovestorm through to the grand finals, guaranteeing us a Chinese representative, and unfortunately for the Americas region, guaranteeing us with yet another victor of the Masters Tour being Chinese or European. It's been a 2-year streak now, Gia, with only those two regions winning Masters Tours. And even though, as I've said multiple times, I'm sad to not see it spiced up, especially for the Asia Pacific region, I'm ecstatic about this second semi-final because it's going to be a very high caliber one.
That's all right, Derek. APAC always wins world championships. Can't be bothered with these MTs, it feels like. But all jokes aside, man, that was an amazing series a while ago, honestly. Even though at the beginning of the day it looked like Lovestorm was kind of getting nervous towards the end, he played out of his mind, finding a different win condition in order to make it through, despite that Kazakhstan being discarded. Just truly inspired stuff. Can't wait to see who he will face off against here between Judgment and Dead Draw. Two players from the UK, one of them very well known to all of us, and Judgment, despite being your fellow countryman, Derek, I know that he has only recently started to truly make a splash, and boy has he done so in great fashion. He has this lineup that he managed to take down Luna with a while ago, and there's yet another Owl Warlock in the way, so I feel like we could be seeing a repeat of a quarterfinal.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? His lineup feels very well suited to prey on the slightly slower combo decks, with his own Mizaki Mage in particular being able to very much get underneath the rest of the combos from his opponents, be it from Burn Shaman or the Owl Warlock, as we are seeing here from Dead Draw. I do like Dead Draw's build of the Owl Warlock. I do want to briefly touch on with, I think, the Knolls slotted in there as his signature tech, which makes a lot of sense to me, to give you just a little bit more aggressive potential in the mid game, get them nice and low so you don't necessarily need the full Owl Warlock combo. But for Judgment, one of the real breakout decks of this particular tournament, I think, has to be Charge Warrior, because even though people had hypothesized it, we knew it was possible. Up until this tournament, it really didn't feel like it had gotten the respect it deserves, where it really has just had such a gorgeous matchup spread this tournament, I think, with it dominating aggro and having a really good shot against everything else.
Yeah, I think we've hit the sweet spot in the meta where some of the most powerful combo decks have been nerfed slowly but surely. Moarg, the Incanter's Flow, Rune Mithril Rod, and Flush Giant sort of not really being a combo card, but in a more powerful deck, just inching up in their cost, and then aggro slowly creeping up to the point where Warrior can come and prey on those and still have a combo that can compete with these other combo decks, especially when you are running a lot of disruption, especially in the form of Mutinous, and I would argue also Bulwark of Azeroth disrupts combo decks such as Mizaki, the combo half of the Fell Demon Hunter, and also disrupts any Garrote Rogues that might be lying around still. None in our top 4, but I just think overall that this deck is very, very powerful, despite it having to run all of these one-ofs. Somehow the card draw engine still makes it that it's quite consistent as long as you get those targets with Outrider's Axe.
Yes, absolutely. The card draw still somehow seems to get there. Cutting Class again rearing its ugly head as just one of the most broken cards that has been printed in a very long time. 0 mana or very cheap card draw is just always going to find a place in any given metagame. But while Judgment, we do want to talk about him, we do want to make sure that we are hyping up just how impressive his run has been in the previous few Masters Tours, getting 2 semi-final finishes. Dead Draw has just been on another level consistency. He was really the poster child, I think, of why Hearthstone esports needed to evolve into our new current system, which should hopefully favor him a lot better, because he was one of the most consistent players in Masters Tours, just again and again getting a ton of wins, 6-3, 7-2, or I suppose when it was an 8-win format, like 6-2, 7-1 so often in these Swiss formats, but unable to qualify through to Grandmasters. Now, as he's continuing to give us these strong results, I think his future looks a lot brighter.
Yes, it does indeed. And the lineup also speaks to his innovation. Deaddraw has been so consistent because he has a real talent for having a read on the field and being able to refine decks. The Kazakhstan version of the Control Warrior, I think, is truly inspired as well. A lot of people have been taking to ladder, trying them out for themselves as maybe the next iteration. Is it truly better than the Galvangar version? Remains to be seen. But also, he's the only one left with Burn Shaman, which is perhaps the most popular individual archetype of the entire tournament, although heavily underrepresented in the top 8. So it just seems like it's not necessarily one of the best brings, but Deaddraw has made it work thus far. I will say that it's not an exaggeration that this matchup is an uphill climb for him, though, mainly because of that Bulwark over there.
Yeah, that's just a real nightmare to try and get through. It's one of these decks, the Burn Shaman, that, you know, on its burn turn, OTK, it's really going to play like more than 5 cards pointed face, more often 4, and that's obviously perfect for Bulwark to deal with when it comes around later on. Even with it being so powerful, though, I don't expect it to be kept by Judgment. It wouldn't be absurd because you're not trying to control the board too much in the early game. But I think just trying to find card draw and move towards your own game plan is a little bit more of a valuable way to spend your early turns.
Oh, I completely agree. And I think that the way that Burn Shaman can sometimes cheese this matchup is having an early Wild Paw Cavern. And
True.
we see that Judgment has actually kept the combo of Frozen Buckler and Shield Shatter in order to be able to deal with those early boards, because not only do the Staggards stack up that early damage and get Judgment down to breakpoints where Burn can actually threaten him, they also just continually freeze Judgment's face, so he can't use necessarily like an Outrider's Axe to keep his own cycle, that ever-important cycle going through. Notably, though, that the one tech that Deaddraw has that has maybe made his Burn Shaman a bit more effective in this meta compared to most others is the Rustdrop Viper. That could be very, very clutch in dealing with the Bulwark later. But for now, it is all about still building up the cycle for both players, and for Deaddraw's case, having that incremental minion pressure in the early game.
Very true. Yeah, the Rustdrop Viper has just been really the tech of the tournament for me. Outside of, as I've talked about, maybe the showstopper in Handlock that has done such a good job against all the freeze that Shaman has access to right now. But Judgment being pretty liberal with his removal here, I think it makes sense. You know, on average, it wouldn't be ridiculous to assume your opponent can't actually develop that much in the next 1 or 2 turns. They're not going to want to play Multicaster. They're not going to want to play Rustdrop Viper. It's really limited to about Serpent Shrine Portal or Coin Wild Paw Caverns. And at that point, you let them build up a couple minions and then let rip with the Shield Shatter. So overall for Judgment, I'm fine with a liberal game in terms of his removal.
Yeah, I think it's fine as well, but it starts to get scary if he doesn't pick up Corsair Cache or Outrider's Axe soon, because after that big piece of, or combo of removal, all of his hand is just so slow at the moment that Battlegrounds Battlemaster not playable for a very, very long time. Meanwhile, Deaddraw going to start the Spell School train on the multicasters. This is the first spell he's played at all. It was the Overdraft traded away on turn 1, and he actually has the potential for all 3 draws to be stacked in the multicaster because he has that Arcane in the studies and the Wind Chill. So already looking very efficient for Deaddraw in the early game.
Even with that cutting class in hand, I don't think you could convince me to play the Bulwark quite yet. I'd rather just play it for the full mana cost here. And as you're saying, I think here for Deaddraw, it's a very, very simple plan of just juicing up this multicaster as much as possible. Now he can happily go for Arcane Frost on this turn. You would more than happily freeze your own minion here. With the Wind Chill, even potentially going Hero Power Wind Chill, and then Primordial plus the multicaster next turn. But I guess then you're actually running into hand space issues instead.
That's close, actually. And this pick from the studies was also close because I've heard so much Phoenix slander this tournament. It's crazy from my fellow casters. Maybe it made me think that I overpick it, but I truly believe that the card has its spots, right? I don't think it should be hard run in the deck, but there are definitely situations where you can set it up and the additional spell damage is very clutch. Against Warrior, of course, that's kind of signaling them to the turn that you want to pop off and maybe they play a Bulwark in response, but the ace in the hole for Dead Draw here is he has the Rust-Rot Viper, so he'll be holding on to that Phoenix for quite some time until he's put together a lot of burn damage, I think. But it's still a close decision, right? Because you could have made the argument for the Steward of Scrolls just as an on-curve option that still gives him even more value. But I think given the fact that he has multicaster, he also just wants to keep the hand space a little bit narrower.
I'm not really considering anything else here for Judgment other than drawing through your deck with the cutting class. Armor getting stacked up at this point I don't think is that important. I would rather just keep cycling through my deck to find stronger removal options, to find that Outrider's Axe that we keep talking about. But man, Judgment's so reserved here, just going with the hero power to try and eke himself out of range of the burn of the burn shaman, of course. But I wonder if this is a little bit too cautious. He has the potential of just running out of removal if he doesn't start cycling at some point.
Yeah, I wonder that too. Maybe it's a response to the fact that Dead Draw just didn't develop. In fact, he even froze his own minions, so Judgment took 2 less damage, sort of. But I do agree, like, floating the 3 here feels very, very awkward. It's kind of like when you equip the Outrider's Axe, the 3 mana that you would have saved on playing Cutting Class could have just been spent here instead. If you want to think about it that way. Obviously, that's an oversimplification. There are situations where just getting the most amount of armor throughout the entire game is the right way to approach it, but I'm more used to seeing that line playing against the Fell Demon Hunter, actually, where their breakpoints are a lot more discreet compared to Burn Shaman.
Very true. Dead Draw in his own right, taking it fairly slow here, holding off on the multicaster, which I am fine with. He has powerful things to spend his mana on for the moment, so multicaster is far from a necessity on that turn. Now, however, for Judgment, we're entering that awkward space, right? It's Control Warrior versus mid-range, which is where things really start to get awkward. You don't want to use a big piece of removal on these 2 minions, but then you're taking 5 damage. That undoes all the work you've done with your armor. It's going to get worse next turn as well. And so even though I think it's more likely either just a hero power, maybe even hero power plus Bulwark at this point, but no matter what, you're saving that Buckler plus Shield Shatter combo for next turn.
Yeah, I'd agree. If there's a way to greed it out even for the 3rd stagger, then you would, but it is starting to reach that critical point where your greed nets you even less health by taking all that damage in the meantime. It's just a really tough spot. I honestly am looking at the Bulwark, but man, does that feel painful to play here. Is it just another armor up pass?
Wow.
Okay, I think he's going for it. So he commits the big clear here, and oh, no, he doesn't commit the Shield Shatter. All right. But I guess he will still be able to play it for free if he goes Rakara next turn, because he'll get the 10 armor. But playing Rakara means that you replace your hero power with not armor gain, which I feel is probably inferior in the matchup.
Yeah, no, that's true. And yeah, the Rakara does start to make sense, especially when you factor in the cutting class, obviously, because he just can fit in a hero power on turn 5, and if he didn't think he was going to get any use out of the draw on turn 6, he can just save it for free with Rakara on turn 7. But it does very much lock you into a play, right? If you don't end up playing Rakara on turn 7 or maybe turn 8, the lack of card draw can start to hurt you. But either way here, I think it should be a very, very simple play for Judgment of just wiping this very scary board, drawing a couple of cards, and getting close to his own win condition.
He'll also unfreeze, although I don't think he'll be swinging with the weapon once he plays Rakara. I mean, he could if he says, I'd rather not this unstoppable force be Vipered, but I feel like the Bulwark is truly the scarier weapon. So I don't think Deaddraw would commit the Viper. But curiously, on Deaddraw's turn, very disciplined, right? He values the coin more than a random card in his deck right now. The coin gives him additional reach on his big combo turn, but the scary part is he hasn't drawn any zappers yet, and those can also equal a lot of damage. The other bolt, lightning blooms are in there. Those can all be part of the combo, and he burns a zapper, which is painful. I don't know if he's gonna hold on to the coin specifically for the combo turn. It could also just be for Brukan right here and now. And that can sort of eke more damage over time if you land the right hero powers.
Yeah, Brukan is really the kind of effect you need to offset this armor because, you know, aside from the fact that Judgment has gained quite a lot of health, Deaddraw's off to a really good game here. He got a decent amount of pressure in the early to mid game, drew a whole bunch of cards. He can quite easily draw almost his entire deck in the next couple of turns. He just needs to have enough damage to get there. And I think, like you said, Brukan for as many fire blasts as you can possibly get is exactly what you need.
And because he sees that there's a weapon equipped that isn't Outrider's Axe, you probably just take the taunts as well here. There is a world where he stays completely off-board and takes the heal instead, because you could sometimes make a read on if Judgment is playing Rakara on curve, swinging face with the weapon, and he doesn't mind giving up his armor hero power for damage hero power. Maybe the hand is full of combo pieces, and by that point, Deaddraw also has to be cognizant of his own health total, because you can get to break points where you don't actually need both to the front, just like a Galvangar, for example. For now, though, Judgment has yet another board to deal with, and this one would be relatively simple, although the health breakpoint is very annoying that Shield Slam Minefield doesn't deal with everything. If we use the hero power, is it a bit cleaner?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if there's any way you can cleanly get the honorable kill on the hero power. It'd have to start with probably Minefield and then hero power plus shield slam, but then you have to like swing into one of the minions to end it with the weapon. It's all a little awkward.
Well, every honorable kill is a big deal, though. That additional armor would make up for the replacement of the old hero power.
Big deal for Deaddraw that his opponent doesn't manage to get the honorable kill, because, you know, while 37 is not the health total you would like your opponent to be on, with that imprisoned Phoenix, if he can time everything correctly, this is a very doable amount of health, especially if he can get another fire invocation off of the Brukan.
Tough though, because you have to factor in worst case scenario, they also bulwark, so you have to allocate 3 mana to a Viper. The good thing Deaddraw has going for him is I believe he's used 0 lightning blooms so far, so he has a lot of mana to work with if he can just cycle efficiently and start creating hand space. He does commit to the Phoenix here, so it's essentially signaling to Judgment that bulwark time is in 2 turns. And will that be enough? Remains to be seen. Deaddraw hoping to get the Novice Zappers, the Blooms, and an Overdraft. Oh. I think he dumps a Landslide here and commits the Studies as well. Zapper.
Yeah. That's very nice indeed. I think you're probably still taking that over the Guild Trader, even though you have all these Blooms available.
Right.
And then next turn, dumping some hand space, getting that brilliant Macaw down to draw pretty much the rest of your deck at that point.
Getting tense indeed. Judgment has access to draw with the Outrider's Axe, but it misses another honorable kill. Still gonna take it though. I think with his game plan, he has sort of committed to just trying to race and find the combo of his own and maybe rely on the Bulwark to be played after this Phoenix, or on the turn going into the Phoenix wake up, that maybe he survives for 1 more turn. And my goodness, he really is just 1 Galvangar away. Everything else is there.
Yeah, he would have the full-on, all the necessary damage he needs. He probably knows that obviously unless he draws lethal off the top next turn, it is going to end up being Bulwark next turn, because you have a pretty easy read of when to play it. It's when the Phoenix wakes up, and then being able to clear it on the same turn. But weirdly enough for Dead Draw, as long as he just presses the hero power, he's actually never dead, right? Because there won't be enough mana, I think, to get through. Oh no, that's not true actually, because he only needs 3 hits with the weapon able to get through one of the 2/3s. So I take that back. It will still be lethal for Judgment either way.
This is a really tough call for Dead Draw because he wants maximum draws from the Macaw, but he had to dump cards, and the only pieces that are not part of the combo were that Wild Paw Cavern and Snowfall Guardian. Very, very expensive things. No time, I think, to play that Guardian. Dead Draw agrees, so he is just going to commit 1 Bloom, which is fine because this is still going into the Wake Up from the Phoenix, which means you can still get the overload of the Bloom added into your overdraft damage on the very next turn. It is all deliberately timed this way, and there is also a board that Judgment has to account for. So Dead Draw has set it up such that Judgment has to deal with all of this, play Bulwark, and ideally gain even more armor. But let's count some damage. Derek, how much does Dead Draw actually have in hand? He's going to have +3 spell damage with the Phoenix and the Novice Zapper. He has 3 pieces of 3 damage, so that's 18.
Right.
And then the overdraft for, this is the hard part.
5 plus 3, 8?
5. Yes, 26, it looks like.
Okay.
Not quite there, but he has top decks to get over the top for what's currently 32.
Right, yeah, 26. And I mean, again, the really hard part here for Judgment is he cannot do everything he wants to do on the turn. Shield Shatter is obviously a fantastic answer to this board, but he can't fit in Bulwark in at the same time. If he does go for the Bulwark, though, then obviously he's not clearing off these minions, and he's going to be having them chunk through all the damage, all the charges of the Bulwark anyway, as now Dead Draw has to go full counting mode, full big brain, because it's the kind of hand that definitely can get there. You just need enough damage to push it over the end. And if we counted 26 plus, this would be 5 extra damage, because it's 4 activations plus an extra overload.
Plus,
like exact
1 going face. I think it's either exact or 1 off. I am so sorry, I can't do the math this quickly, honestly, but Dead Draw's just going for it. There's no other line anyway. Even if it's not lethal, you probably just give them this board and say you played your rank or whatever. But it looks to me that this is going to get there, Derek.
Yeah, it's razor thin, but he does manage to get there in the end. 2 over, even, not even close. And the Burn Shaman getting the win over the Warrior, absolutely massive. You know, we talk about how much armor the Warrior can gain, how it's mainly a control deck and not a combo deck. But just through some gorgeous play by Dead Draw, knowing exactly which resources to keep, which to use throughout the course of his draw engine. Gets the job done. A fantastic start for everyone's champion, Dead Draw.
Incredible stuff. That 1 addition of the Viper gives you so much more percentage in a matchup that feels nigh on impossible as long as your opponent is paying attention to when to play Bulwark. And also, I think another one in the books for all the Phoenix haters out there. That one is going to prove that this is a Discover that definitely has its spot in certain matchups, but of course only shown to shine in the hands of very, very skilled pilots like Dead Draw. To be fair to Judgment, it was kind of a very slow opening hand, like the Order of Corsair Cash and the weapons just did not pan out well. He did come up with a very cool line, though, I think, of just making use of that Rakara to counter pressure, because he saw that the hand didn't give him the potential to get infinite armor because the card draw was just not enough there. So he was instead trying to counter and maybe put together his own lethal. He was just 1 Galvangar away, 1 combo piece away. But it does mean now that Dead Draw gets a win with one of the most contentious decks of the current meta. A lot of people did not perform well with Burn Shaman. It's not a particularly high win rate deck, and it's the only one left in our top 4, I believe. But Dead Draw still making good use of it.
Yeah, playing it very, very well. It's the kind of deck that you need to just grind a whole bunch of games out, get that mental maths in your head to start recognizing the patterns of when you're hitting lethal, how much damage you can start moving towards, as Dead Draw clearly knew it inside and out. Judgment moving on to the Fell, Demon Hunter now. A pretty classic build of the list for this tournament with the renowned performers, the Fellfire Deadeye as well, in order to go for the full combo of up to 28 damage in one turn. But then on the other side, Dedra going to be lining up his Warlock, which, as we talked about for Luna, definitely felt like the weak spot for her in that matchup. Do you think that still holds true here for Dedra in a slightly different matchup overall?
Yeah, I do think so. Maybe I'm just like an owl non-believer, but I feel like on paper, Judgment's decks should have a relatively consistent way of preying on the Warlock. With the Fell Demon Hunter, it's mainly through the use of Glide, the premier disruption tool, but there's also just the tempo potential of just dropping a Magtheridon, similar to maybe how the Priest could put together a 12 health Nazmani. You can just put a 12 health Magtheridon, and the Warlock will stare at it and cry in most instances if they don't have like the perfect Moarg clear. That's somewhat offset by the fact that Dedra is also running one copy of Hysteria, same as Luna, and that did come in clutch for Luna a while ago versus Judgment exactly on Miracle Priest.
Yeah, it's really important to get those techs in there. I'm curious to see how Dedra will be piloting this particular build, again with this slightly different list, running the Gnolls as well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, which, like I said, I think have been working pretty well for him so far, giving him a bit more anti-aggro potential, a bit more board potential, maybe against like the Druids, where you need to sneak in a bit of extra damage along the way. But still, for the most part, I expect that kind of game plan where you go maximum playing of minions in the early game. You just want to dump any cards that you don't absolutely need for the combo to make room for card draw, and of course to keep your hand size low going into Glide. And as we can see here, what does he cut for the two Gnolls?
Mana Feeder Panthera, I believe, well, compared to Luna's list at least. And he also has two Owls, which is not standard, but is a big deal when you're facing a lineup that contains Mutinous, and it is there in the Warrior. And I think he's cut one shipment in favor of that. So those are actually both combo pieces that have redundancy, and you can just choose which one you prefer. Dedra overall has a heavier list because two Owls are kind of expensive to get down, but it still functions very much the same way. As long as you can get enough discounts with your Rune Mithril Rods, the combo can still function very, very smoothly. And then the Gold Charnels also, you know, are just good in the sense that they are very dumpable cards. As long as you have hit your card draw engine, very often you can play them for 2 or 1 mana, and that's even easier to rid your hand of compared to Mana Feeder Panthera. And it's often that this Owllock struggles with having enough hand space to play, for example, Dreadlich Tamsin without overdrawing. So I do like the Gnoll inclusion.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out. Again, so much on the line for both of our players here. For Dedra, finally that chance to get the win he's come close to so many times. And for Judgment, a chance to beat his record. He got through to the semi-final 2 Masters Tours ago, and now he wants to beat that and end up in the grand finals. For Dedra, honestly, with the way this deck works, like, this is probably a full mulligan, but Armor Vendor on 1, keeping Goldshire null because it's so cheap and so expendable, it's the kind of hand that can play around Glide reasonably well if you just keep playing out these cheap minions.
It can, but I'm not really sure if your opponent is gonna be like highly prioritizing playing Glide if they see that you're just playing your cards out, not bothering to put together big discounts with the Rune Mithril Rod. So I think even though it seems like a clever play, it's one that Judgment can adapt to pretty easily. So I like that Dedra's still going for the standard wisdom of pretty much hard mull for Rune Mithril Rod. Turn 1, hesitating tour guide. Early, it's still played, right?
You'd think so. I mean, again, the thing is, if you go tour guide tap, you're going tap again on 2. Yeah. Whereas I guess the game plan here is tour guide tap touch on turn 2. A lot of T sounds there in order to keep your hand size nice and low.
Interesting.
Okay.
Man, I'm trying to wrap my head around it because, okay, so if you go tour guide turn 1, you have to tap to make sure that you can still spend your mana on turn 2 with another tap, and that is somewhat weak to Glide. So as long as Dead Draw dumps multiple cards going into the expected Glide turn from Judgment, then the play makes sense. But it's already next level compared to what I would do for sure.
True.
For Judgment, the hand is quite slow indeed. The only cycle option is with the Viper, and I don't think he wants to toss that back in the deck. That is earmarked to deal with a Mithril Rod.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, even if it was an expendable card, like just trading a card on turn 2 as Quest Demon Hunter is not something I'm a fan of. I'd much rather see him hold out for a double jump. A Spectral Sight would be ideal, even just another tradable card in order to guarantee himself a quest completion instead of just cycling through his deck. I am anxious to see how Dead Draw's game plan is going to come together here when he did go for the Tour Guide pass on turn 1, and he just ends up dumping the School Spirit. Again, so cautious around that potential Glide.
In a way, like the maximum caution against Glide he could have done is technically play all of the 1-drops, right?
True.
Touch his Tour Guide away and just bank the hero power, leave it at 0 mana, don't tap. It's a curious middle ground. Where if he does get glid, technically that still feels bad because he has 6 cards in hand by that point. But he at least shuffles a Tour Guide back into the deck, which is one of the better ones to draw back because it's not quite card draw on its own, but it is pseudo cycle if you have something to spend the rest of your mana on. Okay. It is played out now.
It is, yeah, and it's the kind of hand for Dead Draw that in a way is good because obviously he doesn't have too many cards in hand. He can still afford to draw with Dreadlich Tamsin, hopefully for his sake discount the Rod as well. But he hasn't actually drawn that much, which is kind of why his hand is so big, is so small right now. So he does need to really get a move on here, Dreadlich, and then hope to find some combo pieces to go with the Humongous Owl.
I think it's starting to come together, Garrett. I think Dead Draw planned this out all the way from turn 1, that by the time turn 6 rolls around, he can play Dreadlich Tamsin without overdrawing. Because that's what it's looking like here, right? He will draw naturally up to 7, and then the Tamsin will take him up to 9. And he can still bank that hero power. The wonders of not playing Tour Guide tap into tap.
A whole new world of possibilities.
However, Viper, pretty clean for Judgment here because he doesn't actually have any other options to like progress the quest, so it's not even a feel bad moment to pass up on card draw, for example.
Yeah, the one other question is whether you go Coin Arcanist Fel Barrage for me, because it's pretty good in this matchup. It's obviously not absolutely insane. They do have ways to heal back up out of range, but with one touch of the Nathrazim already played up until this point, I do really like the expenditure of the coin here from Judgment. It's getting Dead Draw slightly into that danger zone where maybe a Jace or just the Kurtrus Hero, the Kurtrus Hero card would be enough to tip things over the edge.
Yeah, I like it a lot as well. You don't necessarily expect to win the game off of that damage from the Fel Barrage, but it just works cleanly with all future game plans, including at any point if you top that Glide, you at least have expended your mana, kept your hand relatively narrow, and won't be too sad about playing Glide. And Dead Draw, having seen that dumping of cards, is hesitating on the Tamsin here. He wants to be strong against Glide in his own regard. This is a very unorthodox approach on how to play the Warlock, and I'm learning so much just by watching. One of my favorite things about watching Dead Draw, for sure.
Yeah, it seems so backwards, but when you see it in action, it just makes sense. It's annoying that this isn't a game where his opponent even has Glide, so it looks a little bit silly what he's doing in actuality. But I fully have faith that everything he's doing makes a lot of sense.
Wow. To be a Fel Scream expended for Judgment. He is just going full-on aggressive here. This makes sense. He doesn't really need to save the healing for anything, right? Honestly, the Fel Scream blasts, if he's at 38 or 12, it doesn't matter. He can still die to some Phylactery combo.
Did that make sense? He could have just gone for Arcanist plus Spectral Sight on that turn and drawn through to complete the quest here instead. Like, This could have just been straight up Kurtrus on this turn. And I know you might be expecting to face an Owl, but that's not that bad. It starts to get your own win condition online so much quicker. And instead, he killed like a Moarg and a couple of armor vendors. It's really not that scary.
That is true. Yeah, there's nothing that leaving a Moarg would threaten when you're at 38 anyway.
Right.
However, that is a double jump and a shot at Glide, although the Glide is not particularly disruptive to Dead Draw here. He has just kept himself in a position where Glide would be beneficial to him on average.
Okay, let's draw after, I guess, for the hell of it. Glide drawn, obviously pretty good for him here to complete that quest, start getting through to his own win condition afterwards. And honestly, for Dead Draw, it's not that bad. Like, he loses Tamsin, which is a bit of a blow, but he ends up with more cards than he started with, or than he ended with on that turn.
Beneficial on average. But yeah, if that doesn't include further card draw, then maybe it was going to be bad for Dead Draw, but he does pick up the Tamsin still. And this, I believe, is the point where you throw caution to the wind, stop playing around second Glide, because, I mean, your opponent just got a pretty much random hand back, and they used one already, so Dead Draw has to start going for his own win condition soon, because Judgment is one more tick away from Kurtrus.
Like tap Tamsin, tap, or trade the Wicked Shipment and then Tamsin, tap?
I like the double tap, maximizing card draw for the turn.
Okay.
We're also getting to a point where even the 3/3s could be relevant if Dead Draw gets enough of them, because Judgment has expended quite a few removal tools already.
Point.
And this just looks so miserable without a Rune Mithril Rod.
Yeah, it does, but he's creeping up to that 10 mana slot, right? Like, Tamsin's Phylactery in hand, he's got the Wicked Shipment, which I think needs to be traded a couple times, but it's getting there really, really fast.
Yeah.
And with the Owl already dead, he's just 1 or 2 combo pieces away from closing out the game, and therefore the best that Judgment has is...
Light him again!
Play Magtheridon and then go for the Glide? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, this is the best he has, and it's pretty dang good, I have to say. It's just negating all of Dead Draw's hard work putting together this hand. Like, I did say Dead Draw should not play around Glide in this situation, but it was just there, and you cannot fault him for it whatsoever. Dead Draw can't just sit around doing nothing forever, because he will eventually die.
Well, that hand is a little less like it. Thalnos coiled, your own Thalnos is not terrible, I suppose, as long as you can find some way to set up to answer that Magtheridon is probably your main game plan.
I guess so. It's gonna start with the tradable. Okay, these 3/3s are not timed very nicely because this is going into a very likely Mag Wake Up turn.
Right.
But anything to keep the deck cycling, because Dead Draw is just not getting there with his hand. He does have at least an Owl already in the Death Rattle pool, so theoretically if he picks up the Shipment, Phylactery, and School Spirits, that is enough if there's nothing on board for Judgment. But it's a far cry to get all those exact pieces when there's still 15 cards in the deck.
Oh, sorry. So next turn, Goldshire Knoll, Torgai... Oh, sorry. Goldshire Knoll, Moarg, Drain Soul, Grimoire is a clear on both the... sorry, the Magtheridon, and I think possibly the Kurtrus as well. If you can find a way to sweep that up in the Grimoire.
I'm not sure if the math works out the way you want it to. Like, the 7 health on the Kurtrus is kind of annoying.
Yeah, I guess you'd the other Moarg to actually make that work here. Or that.
True, he doesn't actually need Grimoires for Owl. He already has an Owl in the Death Rattle pool. And he absolutely does have to get rid of this pressure, because there's no way he is going to combo sooner than that is going to kill him, I think.
Yeah, works out pretty well, all things considered. I kind of feel like you can even just save the Tamsin, right? You can just go Moog, Tour Guide, Grimoire, the 3/3 and the 1/1, and then Drain Soul. I haven't invented mana there, I don't think.
I'm not getting any younger.
Yeah, it fits perfectly.
Yeah, because the 2 Grimoires would then deal 8 damage AoE total, and then the Drain Soul can finish off the mag. It does sort of strand your gold share null because you have really spent a lot of cards in that case, but that shouldn't be Deadraw's priority, getting a null down. It also means that Tamsin has very little synergy left, but it really is just all about surviving until he can get to that Wicked Shipment plus Phylactery plus School Spirits.
Thank you for your service.
Just manages to get everything done in the nick of time, but now for Judgment. His board may have been answered, but honestly, it's not even that bad for him. He's got Kurtrus online. Chase off the top is pretty spicy as well. And he can just start turbo drawing through his deck. All he needs now is Kurtrus Demon Render to start really unlocking his OTK potential.
And he's in a position where he's just seen so much removal that just, I don't know, going in with a relatively early Jace seems not too bad at all. It's also just going to keep him cycling because of the Chaos Strikes, plural, in the Fel pool. That's insane.
And I guess now you just go Jace again, draw 2 more cards, launch all that damage phase.
Absolutely. The question is whether you commit an Aura or a Fel Scream before playing Jace. I don't think there's any world where the Moarg survives because you played Fel Barrage, but maybe he would want to maximize the chances of the Fel Barrage actually hitting Deadraw's face instead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at this point Immolation Aura won't get any better than it can be here. You've seen most of the big threats. Like you said, Goldshire Null is essentially stranded at this point. If he wants to just go tap Null, that's very answerable with what Judgment should have available anyway.
Yeah, crazy good turn from Judgment. Deadraw only has his natural draw in the tap at the moment to keep his own cycle going. I think Jace itself will die guaranteed because of the 2 Immolation Auras and a Fellscream Blast played.
Right.
Which is the one saving grace for Deadraw, but boy does he have little time to work with. And there is Demon Render Kurtrus as well, my goodness.
It's just almost lethal, and Deadraw at the moment has absolutely nothing with which to save himself. Tamsin's Phylactery is just not even coming close here. Game over.
Yes. Okay, another owl, and then you go Tamsin, Phylactery. That's like technically enough damage, but you cannot blow up your own board. And if you put minions on board, you can get performed on pretty heavily.
And also costs 1 million mana. Yeah,
it would be over 2 turns. I'm coping real hard here, turn.
I respect the hustle.
What is taking so long?
I mean, in any case, it can't be anything but owl, right? Deadraw simply has no outs other than somehow putting together enough Death Rattle damage on the next turn.
I mean, I guess technically he's not actually dead. Oh no, now... Oh no, even still, this is just 5 damage, right? Because Kurtrus can refresh once with one of the bats attacking in.
Right, the bats are too strong that the owl dies on the first trade, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, that's lethal now. The additional weapon and the outcast damage, getting this done perfectly for Judgment. And this is already starting to feel a little bit like the series of Judgment and Luna, where Luna struggled a long time on the Owl Warlock. Of course, she did eventually get a win, but I think Judgment should feel comfortable with the rest of his decks still facing off against that same Owl Warlock.
That's right. I mean, what's he got left? It's Mage has been banned, which is very nice for the Warlock. That's not a matchup you want to face at all. Priest definitely a matchup you are less happy to be facing, I think. You need to hope they really get off to a weak start because, like we've seen time and again, Warlock just cannot answer those large boards of the Miracle Priest. Warrior, I think, is, again, where you have a lot more of a chance as the Warlock because, you know, assuming they don't get some crazy big mutinous and just punch you to death that way, a lot of the time, the Warlock should be able to draw through their deck, get the combo down. Warrior can't armor up quite out of range. So for Judgment, if he can get the win with the Warrior, then I think he's in a fantastic spot to take the rest of this series and qualify through to the finals.
Yeah, that would be quite a story indeed. This only being his second Masters Tour, is it? Or one of the few ones he's been in. He's always top forward as well. Just incredible win rate. And remains to be seen if he can continue that consistency the way Dead Draw has over a much larger sample size. But I do believe between Judgment's results so far and the quality of play he's been showing us, he's already earned the respect of plenty of our viewers and myself as well. Dead Draw on the Control Warrior now. This is his own signature twist, which does not include the Galvangar combo. It instead has the dragons from the mini set at the top end. Just a very, very cool take on a Kazakhstan deck.
And if we start to talk about the amount of damage that the Galvangar combo can actually pull off, it's capped at 36, or I guess potentially up to what would it be, 45 if you can fit in the coin as well, in order to fit down one more Faceless Manipulator if you happen on the coin. But basically the point I'm trying to make is that that is an armor total that is very easy to reach for the Control Warrior, for Dead Draw. And so, I mean, for me, I would guess that maybe pulls him slightly into the lead. Kazakhstan, for me, can do powerful enough things to overcome the Charge Warrior's defensive maneuvers. But is that something you would agree with? Can this control deck beat a combo deck?
I think it's very possible. Sorry, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the math, right? Because I haven't actually played the double Faceless version. Is it not 54 total? Because you can go for the Wind Furies and then slot the Faceless next to the thing again, and that's another 18 damage.
Oh, right, you are, yeah.
Okay, so
I think
it is a lot. But for now, we are going to see the battle of the warriors. This is going to be a lot of hero powering in the early game. It's been a long, long time since I've seen any manner of Control Warrior mirror. We simply don't have those in APAC, I don't think. But it's mainly going to be about cycle, I'd have to imagine, in the early game. Both players will not be giving each other targets for the Outriders axe, but it's still nice to have that weapon to cheapen cutting class. So for Dead Draw, I'd imagine this is a full mull.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any consideration to keeping cutting class. I wasn't really considering Rakara and cutting class being kept. Very slow, very long game in mind here for him. But honestly, like you said, it's going to be a whole lot of hero powering in the early turns anyway, so there's not really all too much you'd rather find in the early game.
Yeah, just Corsair Cash, I assume. Fair enough. And the keep of Rakara with cutting class does synergize pretty well, the way Judgment showed us just a few games ago that cutting class will be free as soon as Dead Draw can get the Rakara online. Dead Draw replacing his armor gaining hero power to a conditional armor gain hero power, I think is a little bit suspect, but I do trust him, of course, to have played this iteration of the matchup enough times to know which is superior. Really about the timing of his Kazakhstan that I'm most curious about, because like you're not guaranteed to get more sustain cards with your Kazakhstan. If you're blowing up things like Heavy Plate that might still be in your deck, then you sometimes leave yourself vulnerable to the 54 breakpoint that's available on 10 mana for the double Faceless version. Claw Machine that can pick up earlier Kazakhstan.
Yeah, just draws you through your deck. There's really not that many minions in the deck at all, so I'm very much on board with that pick off of the athletic studies, and I'm also very much on board with Judgment again, picking up an Outrider's Axe and slapping his opponent with it, because you're not going to get much more value out of it than that. So you may as well, as we were saying, whittle that armor total down so that they have no chance whatsoever of getting out of your combo, because you know, while I was incorrectly saying it's 45 damage, you corrected me to 54. Without the coin, none of that even matters. He's locked in pretty much here to 36, which is very, very easy to armor out of range of. So Judgment is on damage control, keeping that health as low as possible.
Wait, isn't it 10 even without the coin? Like, I mean 10 mana for the whole thing? Okay, I will double check this a little bit later, but for now, I think that Dead Draw is kind of forced into playing this Onyxian Drake because he really has not that much hand space to work with if he just wants to go for hero power every single turn, because at some point he's going to go Rakara cutting class, right? And then the claw machine will also replace itself in hand. It's unfortunate that he puts a target on board while there is an Outrider's Axe, but I think that Draw has a mind towards the longer term game plan, which is eventually playing Kazakhstan and actually trying to kill Judgment. At least the way I see it, seems like a more realistic game plan.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right as well, by the way. I just did the mental maths in my head, and turns out I am wrong in more ways than I even thought. I'm going to pull out my one It's 7 a.m. card right now and call that a brain fart, as thank you for correcting me.
Don't worry, I think I baited you like 2 days ago when you asked me, isn't the 36 10 mana? Yes, but it's actually 9 mana. I had it in my head that the 36 was a double faceless, but no, it's not. The 54 breakpoint is 10 mana if you're running double faceless, and whether or not you're running 1 or 2 at 9 mana, the most you can do is 36 with a double to the front and all the other minions. Now that we have that out of the way, though, we see that Dead Draw has actually chosen not to play the claw machine. I thought that playing out the Onyxian Drake was leading up into the claw machine on curve, but maybe he has greater plans for this.
Okay, starting to get there for Judgment. He's got quite a few of the combo pieces already. I guess actually with that being Frozen Buckler and not to the front, he's still a little ways off. But the card draw's rolling in, right? And that armor total being kept nicely in check. Still got that Rustro Viper in the deck to take care of a Bulwark if that were to come down later on. It's just making sure he doesn't leave himself completely dead on card draw, and he should be fine here for this game.
Judgment deciding whether it's worth it to overwrite the last charge of the axe just to play another one and keep his own hand space relatively narrow. Alternatively, there's other cards he could dump, like the Buckler, like the Minefield. Minefield might still have some utility later on, especially since he doesn't know what came off of the athletic studies, so I like that he chooses the Buckler instead. There's the Kazakhstan. That is a very interesting proposition, and like I brought up a while ago, I really don't know how Dead Draw is supposed to time this, because in one way you could view this as if you are able to get above the 54 breakpoint as a fatigue matchup, right? Because if they don't kill you with the combo, you remove the combo, and then both players are just doing nothing with their decks because they're control warriors. And in that world, you don't really want to blow up your deck with Kazakhstan, but in the world where you feel like you can't outlast the 54, which is probably a realistic one since Judgment has so much incremental damage with the Outrider's Axes, then Dead Draw should have a mind towards actually trying to race Judgment instead, and the best way to do that is with Kazakhstan, in my opinion.
Interesting to see Dead Draw so hesitant to play the claw machine, I guess. It's one of those cards that you could argue is good to play after Kazakhstan if you'd rather like immediately draw one of your minions rather than have an extra minion's worth of value over the course of this game. Or maybe I'm misreading his game plan entirely. Like he could be looking to play Kazakhstan later on in the game as a fatigue offsetter. I doubt that because as we've laid out, Judgment does have enough damage to kill him quite quickly. But it's interesting to see him so hesitant to play the claw machine as Kazakhstan does finally come down.
So given that he's playing it immediately, he is not trying to outlast 54. I think this is wise. Bubba is a like pickable, and you know the fact that he saved Claw Machine for post Kazakhstan means he's looking to take at least one minion, right, to make that a bit more efficient. So he does take the Bubba. On the second choice, I'd have to assume Gnomish Army Knife. Just having big minions going face a lot of times is the way to deal with Control Warrior. They'd only have so many single target removals. This one not so good because he's the aggressor now.
Yeah, this is all looking very weak. Like, maybe you can hope to snipe a second Bulwark, would be the best you can get there off of the Spyglass. But overall, just very underwhelming options off of the Kazakhstan here. I mean, honestly, Book of the Dead, deal 7 damage to your opponent. It's not that impressive. Not that many minions have died. It's going to be really expensive. It's not going to do all that much either. Overall, that really didn't seem like a game-winning Kazakhstan.
I agree. It just has to be one of those games where hopefully Deaddraw can chain the Bubba and the copy enough that Judgment hasn't drawn enough removal to deal with all of it. But we can see the hand is rife with removal options, so it's not like looking good for Deaddraw. Turns out when you're not Druid with Kazakhstan, you can't make miracles with Solar Eclipse and Moonlit Guidance and all of that stuff. Okay. So Derek, a while ago you were proposing smacking into a Magtheridon to deal 14 to the opponent's face.
I was.
Would you like to do that with a Kazakhstan?
I don't think so. Now that I live in the real world where maths is possible, I think that the 54 damage should be plenty enough to close this one out, especially with, 10 damage from the weapon, 2 damage from the hero power every turn. There's just 0 chance that Deaddraw ever gets out of range.
The 54 is, inevitable if Judgment can see the bottom of his deck, but there's still something to be said about breakpoints, right? Like the 36 if he ends up with Galvangar but not the other faceless. But I do agree overall, I think Judgment is in a position where he can actually outlast Treasures here. Even if there is a Locust, which is essentially 4 boards, we're looking at Shield Shatter, Barov, Brawl, that's already 3 of them answered, and there's still more removal yet in the deck. So as long as he doesn't take too much unnecessary damage, he should be fine, even in the worst case scenario of Treasures.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of boards, the only thing I can really see him being afraid of is Canopic Jars or maybe a Noyo Horn after he's used 1 Brawl, but even then he's got Barov, Brawl, Shield Shatter. He would probably be able to get through that quite easily. But like you say, Bubba, it's pretty easy to chew through this one, I think.
Yeah, Canopic Jars really is the big X factor. Forgot about that one. That can make so many crazy games happen. I can't even tell you the number of clips I've seen on Twitter of just the interactions you never thought possible. The one I most recently saw was somebody playing Uneducated Elec and then both players playing Ancient Reflections, and then everybody just shuffled a billion treasures into each other's decks. It's so weird. As for which clear to go for, Shield Shatter seems like the go-to because that's the one that maybe cannot deal with, from Judgment's perspective, a big minion into Banana Split, whereas Brawl can still deal with that. Draw running out of time because Judgment is approaching the point where Galvangar can do a lot of work. He still doesn't have any to the front, to be fair, though.
And now you have to start smacking them, right? I think you give up on any semblance of being able to armor out of range, even being able to armor out of breakpoints, and just go for Rakara, start punching them with the hero power, punch them with the weapon. Maybe there's something I'm missing. I wasn't able to necessarily catch all the treasures he picked here, but realistically, I think the aggro game plan is the only thing I'm seeing.
Okay, Spyglass their Galvangar. And that's where my train of thought ends. I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of burst, right? It's gonna cost. How much does Spyglass cheapen? Quite a lot.
3?
3, so it's 3, and then probably your Books of the Dead will be cheap enough that you can go for 14 plus 9 burst, 25, 23, and then hero power and the weapon. It's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. Maybe if you can get Galvangar and Battlegrounds Battlemaster, I don't know. There's like the kind of things you need to get there to have any chance, because right now, especially with the Bulwark coming down, it's really not there, is it?
True.
Ugh.
Oh, and not the Blade of Keldalar, one of the biggest whiffs. I mean, he can punch through with 4 hero powers. Great. Claw Machine draws the other Bubba. That's pretty much it. That draw looking for a miracle. That's faceless. Not great. There's still another Spyglass though, so there's still the hope to use that to get a Galvangar.
Yeah, like you say, Spyglass into Galvangar, Spyglass into
Bulwark, I don't think does enough. Oh wait, it's been played already, so that's not even a possibility. Yeah, Galvangar I think is really the only chance he has to maybe pull something together.
The clock is just ticking. Judgment has inevitability on his side. This particular combo in the head-to-head versus the Kazakhstan version does seem to be way more consistent in actually ending the game. Although Kazakhstan, as far as treasure discovers, I do think Dead Draw got below average of what you can expect. You want one of those super high value ones. Canopic Drawers, like you said, is insane, and Locusts, just to deal consistent boards.
Yeah, a single Locust could have just completely turned it around, because that obviously equals 4 Locusts all in all, which absolutely chews through the Bulwark of Azzinoth, really starts melting down that armor total, and allows Book of the Dead to maybe get a surprise lethal in the later stages of the game. But with just these really mediocre cards, the Blade of Eldalar and Bubba, it's all just so answerable.
For Judgment, though, even though he has to have a feeling that he is far in the lead, right? Because he's seen Dead draw, what, 3 treasures now, and none of them have been particularly threatening. Judgment has to have a good idea that Dead Draw either has very bad treasures overall, or all the good ones are at the bottom, and that's all just positive for Judgment because he has more and more time. But he's still considering every worst-case scenario possible, right? He's going through every single card in his hand that was drawn prior to this turn, and says, what is the worst possible outcome if the Spyglass got this one? And I think he will be thinking about the possibility of a Faceless being in hand, and the possibility of, by the time he draws Galvangar, he could be handing Dead Draw a Galvangar. And then you have to think about, okay, what does Embers of Ragnaros do with all of that damage? What does Book of the Dead, that might cost 0 by that point, do? It's all very carefully neat. Oh, wow, wow, wow. This Rancor is nuts, and this is a lot of damage.
And he can fit in double Book of the Dead. That's 14 damage, plus the hero power, plus the weapon. That's just lethal. What?
I have no words, Derek. Wait, this came out of nowhere. I just had this in the bag. I didn't even realize that Draw had picked the boom bots, but yeah, the boom bots deal 1.5 damage on average. I don't even know how to calculate it.
Who cares?
It's
That's
a
nerd
lot.
stuff.
Yeah, no one cares. You're right. I'm a nerd. Never mind. Dead Draw's the best.
Oh my god, I'd completely forgotten about the boombox even being in there. Like, it felt like it was so far away. Judgment maybe being a little bit too liberal with the minions he was tanking, like tanking Bubba, overwriting the Bulwark of Azzinoth, maybe being a little bit too liberal. It's so hard to say. But in the end, Dead Draw just absolutely out of nowhere taking that one and ending up 2 games to 1 ahead in the series. Warrior out of the way. It's just that Owl Lock that he has left to take a win with, the Achilles heel that could be his saving grace.
That's crazy. I don't think Judgment overwrote his weapon, right? Like, Dead Draw actually got through the last of the board by swinging with the Rakara weapon. And that was, I think, pretty heads up, like realizing that even though you could wait 2 more turns using just your hero power and get that 5 damage through the Bulwark, because he had the Keldalar, he could just speed up the time in which the Bulwark actually expires, and then by the point he gets the boombox, he could go for that completely out of nowhere billion burst damage with the Books of the Dead. Judgment had the rug pulled out from under him as we did, Dark. That was some crazy stuff.
Super cool stuff to see, and I don't expect it to slow down anytime soon, because Judgment here has the Miracle Priest to go up against the Owl Warlock now. Again, a build of the deck that you really don't want to have in these non-aggro mirrors. Xyrella, obviously an acceptable inclusion. Most lists do have it, but the Nether Drake, I think with a little bit more testing, Judgment would have ended up on the idea of not having it. Again, having one instead of two does show the idea that he doesn't want to go too all in on diluting his deck, but just having that consistency of draw on the Malagos and on the Nazmani Bloodweavers is so important to have in this matchup in particular. And here, faced with this hand, as tempting as Draconic Studies is as a turn 1 play, I really like that he's throwing it away and focusing more on drawing the minions from his deck.
Yeah, long gone are the days of Control Priest where you're super happy to go Studies on 1 into slam palm reading on curve and then just play out your Scorpids and whatever. This deck plays so much differently. In fact, Studies is often saved for the end of a combo turn, if at all, because generating another dragon in hand tends to create an expensive minion that is going to eat the discounts that you would rather land on your buff spells, on your Malagos, for example, if it's been drawn by that point. And then the palm reading is obviously amazing for the value from the new spell you get, but it's more important as a discount effect. Because you're playing this like a combo deck, just treat your palm reading as an Octobot. You want to greed the discounts as much as possible and find the perfect timing to go off with the Nazmani.
Very respectable start here for Dead Draw. Tap into Backfire. It's really just the rod he's looking for now to juice this up a little further. Judgment, I think, should probably hold off on the palm reading for a turn or two in order to find some more discount effects that actually do something in this matchup. But with double Nazmani being found at the start, his own hand is starting to accrue something that can win him a game.
True. I think he would really love to see a Gift of Luminance in the near future. That would allow him to pop off at least one turn earlier, right? Because the palm reading would take it down to 2 mana, and then you could go Nazmani with the gift, and then play the 0-cost spells, play the other Nazmani, play whatever you like as long as you have cards left.
Right.
But it's still a ways off, and for now, Dead Draw needs to think about how he can actually race that. With the Backfire in hand, because he's running Knolls, that is a consideration, but he can't actually coin Knoll if he gets it with Backfire in this spot. Or like you would have to coin first and believe, which I don't really like doing. So just going to be the Tempo Moarg here, and that could be met by a Tempo Xyrella, honestly.
Apart from the most ridiculous thing I've heard, it's not going to get much more value than this. And it's a way to spend your mana whilst also accruing more cards in hand for palm reading. So you know what? I'm fully on board. Let's just throw it down.
I like it. Could go for trade instead. All right. With the Desperate Prayers, it does feel weird to just dump a Xyrella, but I really think that this board that Dead Draw's putting together is the least of Judgment's worries. Granted, the Xyrella doesn't really have a good follow-up after that. He could still just play it on turn 5, because I still don't think this palm reading is good enough. All it does is discount one Shadowwork Devourer at the moment. It's really awkward with Combo Priest sometimes when you need to hit the perfect density of minions and spells in your hand, the right balance. And right now, that's tipped too heavily towards minions for Judgment.
And I think, honestly, for Dead Draw, he might actually just not even bother attacking face here, other than to destroy the armor. Like, if he can make a Gift of the Naru not achieve its draw and make Xyrella not be a clear, he's just making a board that's that little bit harder for Nazmanis to stick. A couple of 1 and 2 attack minions may not seem like much when your opponent can make up to like 12, 15 health minions, but for the very often 1/1 Divine Shield Nazmani that's left over at the end of those pop-off turns, having these board of small minions really goes a long way to slowing your opponent down.
Yeah, completely agreed. Because of the armor vendors, he's still going to attack anyway, but the point absolutely stands. As soon as that armor count goes to 0, Deaddraw has absolutely no reason to push damage until that damage comes in the form of Tamsin's Phylactery for lethal. Judgment finally lets rip with 1 palm reading. Gets nothing in terms of further cycle or value generation, but a bless is always a welcome sight in my opinion. However, second palm reading feels like a waste at the moment. It really only discounts the bless and whatever it discovers itself.
I mean, he just has nothing to bother discounting at this point. He needs to find himself Elic Mount, Malagos, Draconic Studies, just any way to actually get some value out of all the mana he'll be cheating out. And so, like you say, just holding on to the palm readings for another turn. I don't think he's popping off next turn anyway, so you may as well greed it out a little further.
And we're starting to see also potential downsides of the list from Judgment, which is having more minions than average with that extra light on Nether Drake as well. So if he gets Insight or Horn, he's not even guaranteed to find the Malagos yet, which would be the sort of license for him to pop off on the very next turn. Deaddraw though, hand space, definitely an issue here. Lack of Rod, also an issue. This just gets super awkward because he wants to dump enough cards that he can go for Tamsin, Dreadlich soon, but he cannot dump Hysteria, I don't think. That's his best shot at clearing a big Nazmani board. And then the Owls are way too expensive to get down as well. So he's actually just going to delete the Thalnos here. We're probably leading up into Coin Owl, even though the first one can be potentially silenced. The other one can come down with a Grimoire later on, maybe.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think he's very cleverly coming to the conclusion that you can't afford to overdraw here, even with Tamsin and Tamsin's Phylactery and the Owls in hand, with only 1 copy of the Wicked Shipment. He really needs to make sure he isn't overdrawing any cards here at all. Judgment faced with a really nice selection of cards here. The Elic Mount could go some way to answer that problem of having enough value to play with the rest of your hand, having enough stuff to discount with the Nazmanis. But I think I'm more so leaning towards one of the other two in this instance.
Really close, right? Because obviously the gift means that you can play infinite amounts of mana in a turn, but the Horn gives him the chance to find Malagos, which actually gives him more relevant things to discount. And apologies, I forgot that silencing the Owl doesn't actually affect its interaction. Like, it still dies and goes in the Phylactery pool, right?
Yes, yeah.
So if there's no transform effect, and I don't think Priest has access to one, then it's fine if Deaddraw plays an Owl no matter what timing. Okay, ends up going for Horn, hoping to hit the Mali. Hits Nether Drake though. Ay. Not coming together.
That is just very ugly indeed. Deaddraw, like you said, probably just leading up towards Coin Owl. And honestly, just kind of winning on board here, even forgetting about going for his own combo. He's just beating his opponent down.
Imagine. I mean, I said there is no way he's going to deal damage until it's the lethal combo, but with this board and another Owl to follow, I'd be so tempted to start hitting face the next turn if Judgment just takes another turn of doing pretty much nothing. He's already considering it with this Moarg, because even with the damage of the Moarg, like, Anduin still doesn't have enough damage to the point where Gift of the Naru would actually draw Judgment a card.
Yeah, I just think giving them the possibility of getting an extra bit of clear with Zyrella, I don't know, it's just playing with fire that you just don't need to be perfectly honest here. It's tempting because, like you say, the Owl might be able to get a bit of damage done, but more likely you're still 100% reliant on the combo later on to hit lethal.
Never did I ever think the 4 health on the Owl was a critical break point here. It survives the Nethermod Drake, but Shadow Word Devour can clean it up. That's expensive though, honestly. Every 0-cost spell that Judgment uses before a Nazmani turn reduces his potential to go truly infinite with a Malagos picked up at some point. But time is running out. Maybe he does just go for the palm reading here and settle for an Elec board. That's still something that's very tough for Dead Draw to deal with. And sometimes the palm reading itself can discover something good enough, like a Psyche split.
In that instance, it's almost kind of just better to wait with the palm readings, though, because then it's just another card you can play with both Nazmanis down on the board to get another 2 discounts. So I think here, even if you are popping off next turn for Judgment, I can respect the line of just holding off for a turn and waiting for that 1 extra draw.
That's true. If you're not concerned about the order in which the discounts go, then it actually is even more mana saved because you are going to draw 1 more card, which is most likely a spell. And that means that the 2 mana you would have spent on the palm reading is already paid back by the 2 Nazmanis. That draw going for Cycle a bit further. Still no Ruined Mithril Rod to be seen. I don't even know if it's relevant at this point. It's really slow.
Man, it's
honestly,
weird.
I'm surprised it just wasn't another Owl here.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is that obviously he's getting closer towards doing the combo, which is why I do like him going a little bit more all in on the card draw here. But even if he just sticks 1 or 2 minions on board, that gets him surprisingly close to just ending the game. Like, if Judgment can't clear here, he has Wicked Shipment, Phylactery plus School Spirits. That's just lethal right there, unless there's a huge amount of minion health in play.
True. This shipment has how many demons summoned? I'm so sorry.
Just
I'm
2,
terrible
I
at
think.
keeping track. But with the 2 other minions sticking on board, yeah, that would be enough. Or even just 1 other minion. Well, anyway, Judgment, given that he's hesitating here, it looks like he still doesn't want to pop.
Right.
Because this turn should have started ages ago if he was going to do that. So that means we could just see the game end without the Miracle Priest doing anything at all. Maybe Judgment hedges here. He can finally go for enough healing that Zyrella clears these remaining minions, and that would prevent just a shipment lethal, I believe.
It has to be Zyrella. Like, if nothing else, you have to go for that. And I don't know. Even the Renew here, like, the board clears with just Hero Power Zyrella. And you can make the argument that you want to play the Renew because you're going to discount whatever you generate from the Renew with your palm readings instead of the Renew itself. But with double Nazmani in hand, being able to just play 2 spells actually just gives you yet more discounts. And so I think for Judgment, I probably would have rather seen him hold off on that for an extra turn just to get those maximum discounts and hope to find Malagos off the top.
If only Shard of the Naru were not a card, Dead Draw could go for a play of just Tamsin, Shipment, Phylactery, and say answer this board, but that silence is too scary, so he has to hold off for a little bit longer. The fact that Judgment committed a focused will there kind of tells Dead Draw the pop-off is, if it happens next turn, that additional health is nothing to scoff at, right? Because that can equal burst damage if a Bless is part of the equation. He is still relatively safe, so I think it's fine that he holds off. But he does have to figure out a way to get lethal on the very next turn, I feel like, because he's also kind of running out of ways to deal with boards himself that don't wreck his combo potential later. Like, that School Spirits is necessary to proc all the minions. Hysteria could maybe do a good enough job, but it depends on how Judgment builds his board.
Yeah, it's a really close one, isn't it? Because even if Judgment does make a big board here, can it represent 30 damage in 1 turn, or I suppose 26 once the Zyrella hits as well? Like, it's going to be really, really close. He'll have to, like, develop a big Zyrella on this turn with the Bless, hit face, and then follow up with more damage next turn as well, I think, for him to be able to get there. But with the way this is going, he may just be able to do it. If he can get a psych split here. Maybe you keep digging for a Draconic Studies. I don't know. It's probably just psych split for the biggest minion you can possibly hit.
Yeah, I was thinking just go Elec Mount Psyche split, and even though it's not lethal, you threaten it the next turn, but Judgment is thinking bigger. There's the studies you were talking about. Oh, he goes Insight, so he's gonna go for yeah, Malygos is guaranteed here.
Right.
Only minion left, right? Okay, good spot. Can he actually get it down to being playable though? Yes, I think exactly. Or no, it's gonna be 1 mana at the end of this, right?
Right, yeah.
Oh, that's brutal.
At the same time, though, he's attacking face for 16 on this turn, clearly so happily setting up lethal here, which means that Deaddraw either needs to find lethal right now or some miracle way to clear off this minion. He can go for Hysteria to bring it down to a 12 health minion, and then...
He has Tamsin, Moarg, Drain Soul, Touch. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Parting with Tamsin is very painful because you are still playing Phylactery, but he has to, right? The problem is he knows that this is not the last wave. If you only clear Zyrella, there's just going to be a Malygos coming back the other way.
And go...
Drain
Soul.
I'm looking for like a Grimoire clear that deals with the Nazmanis as well, but the 5 health breakpoint is just so awkward.
Drain Soul, School Spirits, Grimoire deals 6.
Doesn't kill the Zyrella, does
8.
it?
Yeah, not quite. It does like 14, I think, to it in the end.
Oh,
So
a
close.
draw. I mean, this turn was so difficult. I don't think he's going to be able to finish it in a way that leaves him alive to the Zyrella.
Yeah.
Okay, he is alive to the Zyrella, but Malygos will pick up some form of lethal for sure here.
It has to. Just 2 damage is so easy to find in this deck.
Surely, right? Surely. Less.
There we go.
One of the drawn cards, he actually didn't have the mana left to do like double Psyche split. That's crazy.
Honestly, though, I can kind of respect the line for Deaddraw there. Yes, we found ways that he could have cleared off the Zyrella there, or at least done a little bit more to remove some of that damage, but it just completely guts his game plan. It used up his Tamsin, which makes his combo so much less effective. It used up so many of his key removal pieces as well, that I think going for the line he ended up on meant if there was not exactly that Bless or some other way to get 2 damage, which is deceptively difficult to find in this deck, he had some semblance of hope of being able to pull this one back around. But in the end, it means that Deaddraw has lost another game on his Owl Lock, and we're going all the way to game 5 Gia. It's getting light outside here. I can see out my window, but the hype refuses to die. It's going to be Deaddraw on his Owl Lock one last time, and then Judgment on his Warrior, the matchup that I hypothesized would hopefully be the best one for the Owl Warlock and Deaddraw.
Real gauntlet for everybody in the UK. It's light outside for all of you, as it turns out. And it's got to be taking its toll on Deaddraw. Having lost with the same deck twice in a row never feels good, but this is his best chance. I do agree with you. I think Judgment played pretty well towards the end. They're setting up sort of a checkmate position where with the amount of removal that Deaddraw would have on average there, given that he hadn't discounted anything with Rod, Judgment set up a board where Hysteria was not particularly good. He didn't spread the buffs. He put them all on Zyrella. That was very clever. And he also set it up in such a way where that if Deaddraw fully committed to dealing with the Nazmanis, then Zyrella represented lethal. And if he left the Nazmanis, then, well, you're playing Malygos for 3 mana with 2 Nazmanis. That's also just a death sentence. I think very, very clever from Judgment indeed, especially with the death rattle of the Elec. There's just no way for Deaddraw to get out of that one alive. But there is going to be a better shot now against this Charge Warrior.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? There's still a Rustrot Viper in the list for Judgment, so Deaddraw, again, we're seeing time and again how brutal that can be against the Runed Mithril Rod, but he doesn't have it yet, and Deaddraw does have the Runed Mithril Rod, so this is a pretty good start, all things considered, for Dead Draw. He's got the most important card in hand.
Opening turn from Dead Draw is not playing Armor Vendor, and this is just already miles ahead thinking towards the Outrider's Axe. This Armor Vendor giving him +4 armor is really not a big deal. I do worry if it's going to clog up hand space a bit later, but he doesn't have to worry about it right now. It's just going to be maximum hero powers every single turn while staying mana efficient. So just tap into Tour Guide seems like the standard way to approach this. Mithril Rod ready to go, like you said. And for Judgment, there is so little cycle here. There's Cutting Class, but it's so inefficient.
Right, and so because of that Outrider's Axe, I actually like that Dead Draw is just holding off for yet another straight turn. He can go for Tour Guide, tap, Drain Soul on the following turn if he wants to clear it off again and further deny Judgment any chance of removing the board. There might be some nonsense he could pull off with Goldshire Null instead, like tap Null would not be absurd either, just because it actually doesn't die to the Outrider's Axe.
Yeah, that is true. Looks like there is just no reason to play the Tour Guides at this point because Dead Draw still just has his turn 5 laid out, right? He doesn't need to cycle that fast because he knows what he's doing in the very next turn. He is thinking about hand space for later on though, and that's why one Tour Guide hits the board right now. And he's going to be very happy to see that the Outrider's Axe is not even there for Judgment.
Yeah, it's even better than he imagined. Wow, heavy play actually being played. I thought that was going to get cycled there, but he's just activating his shield shatter here. I guess that 5 chip damage from the Null could get a little scary.
I wonder if Judgment is just going to go for a similar game plan to what he did versus Luna in this matchup, which is hold that coin for, I guess, only Rakara in this case. But if he picks up Mutinous, that curve, we saw it at its full potential a while ago, and it can still win him the game even with a relatively slow start. So it could just be the armor up here. If he's going to go for Coin Rakara into Cutting Class, but he says no. Cutting Class here gives him more chances of getting Mutinous first, but doesn't find it.
Yep, more chance of Mutinous, more chance of Rustrot Viper, the 2 most important cards at this point for Judgment, but neither has been found, and for Dead Draw, honestly, Mutinous isn't even that bad. He's running 2 Owls in the list instead of 2 Wicked Shipments, which is the exact perfect distribution to be as strong against the Mutinous as possible. And so for here, he can just happily dump his minions down, happily keep drawing through his deck. He's got that second Rune Mithril Rod to go as well. This is an absolutely perfect start to the game for Dead Draw, and he is looking very far in the lead.
Insane discounts too, right? Because he has the capability of like playing the Armor Vendor and killing it off with the touch and the coil. But maybe he does want to save that touch for actual healing, right? Because you can't be too complacent. Rakara is a card. There is burst, and there is just naturally played Galvangar for further burst, or not even the full combo. Like Galvangar with enough to the fronts plus Faceless can still deal some relevant breakpoints. So Dead Draw not going to commit the touch here. Is going to commit the tap though, and then play the Armor Vendor. It's to the point where if there is an Outrider's Axe, not a huge problem, right? That's just a 4 mana card they're playing on their 6 mana turn. Oh, the Viper! 1 turn late.
And it's kind of weird because for Dead Draw, he actually might not play the Ruined Mithril Rod for the rest of this game, right? Because Tamsin's Phylactery really wants to stay above 0 mana so that you can double up on it with Tamsin Blightborn later on in the game. And with the Owl already discounted, Tamsin's Phylactery already down to 2. Doesn't necessarily need any more mana discounts. The main benefit it would afford him is just quicker cycle, quicker dumping of his hand throughout the game. And honestly, I think he can do that so efficiently already that the second rod is just not even necessary.
Yeah, it's a very, very good spot. And this is a matchup where, yeah, having enough procs on the Phylactery is a big deal because Judgment can get to lofty heights of armor gain later on. Dead Draw here with the redundancy of the Owl. I mean, he didn't necessarily need it because it's going to hit the board before Mutinous is ever played, but it's just like nice to have that in mind that if he doesn't, for example, shoehorn himself into playing Owl here, even if Mutinous comes online and chomps an Owl, his combo is still very much intact.
Yeah, I think honestly the main target for Mutinous at this point is actually Tamsin, just to make sure that only one phylactery can be played instead of two. But even more so than Mutinous, it's actually Galvangar right now, because I think if he does draw it off the top, he can go to the front, Galvangar faceless, and just deal straight up 18 plus the hero, plus the weapon for 23 damage here. Obviously, Dead Draw is going to have that in the back of his mind. His opponent is playing very aggressively, and you do want to make sure that you are out of that range if possible. And I think if he is leading up to Drain Soul with the Moog here, it does get him perfectly outside of that breakpoint of 23 health. It's a really nice play here.
Yeah, I like this a lot. I'm not sure if there was a reason to kill off the owl rather than the armor vendor with the Drain Soul. Like, I'm not seeing transform effects for the warrior, but maybe I'm missing something.
I think it's actually the swing of the weapon, right? Because then the breakpoint goes up from 23. Because you add 3 extra damage with the swing of the weapon instead.
Judgment here, now that he's seen an owl, like the mutinous impact doesn't quite seem so high. Like you mentioned a while ago, the prime target is now Tamsin. It is still just the cleanest on-curve play, though, since it doesn't really have card draw outside of the tradable, and that is not mana efficient whatsoever. So maybe just chomping anything for more stats is a decent play here if he hits the other owl. It's still a very threatening minion.
It really is, and no efficient answer whatsoever for Dead Draw. He can go Touch of the Nathrazim, School Spirits doesn't quite get there. Moog does make it a little bit cleaner. You can go Moog, School Spirits plus Touch of the Nathrazim, even fit in a tap alongside that if you want to, and it's just a perfect clear now.
Right. He still has the other School Spirits, right? Because he'd have to maintain one to actually pop all the shipments later on.
True. Yeah, good point.
So we could see a Hysteria angle instead, but no matter which clear he takes, he can fit in the tap, so I do think that's going to be the start of the turn. Crazy that he has to think about his health total versus Warrior in 2022. Oh, Warrior. Oh, another touch. That makes things very simple indeed. Doesn't it? Maybe not.
Yeah, I would have thought so, but here we are.
Almost double touch. Like, you'd only get the healing off of one touch, but I guess it could still be a Hysteria angle, but then you don't get the healing also, so...
Yeah, just getting the healing is the important part here. Get out of that 18 health breakpoint where you could potentially be dead to a double Galvangar.
Corsair Cash can pick up Outrider's Axe, which honestly is more threatening for its face damage at this point.
True.
Although, I take that back. Judgment still wants to draw, right? He still wants to find that Galvangar. So yeah, I'd like to see him start with the Corsair Cash.
Me too. Yep, Corsair Cash, then you can start trading, right? Maybe even end up on a Bulwark here.
Could be. I'm interested in him still drawing.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he kills the Moarg or the Thalnos. Actually, probably the Moarg, right? Because you kind of don't want Deadjaw to get the Death Rattle from the Thalnos immediately. Like, obviously the play of not bulwarking is a little bit risky, but it's always going to be at this point, and I feel it's the least risky when Deaddraw only has 4 cards in hand. But instead, Judgment is going for the full clear. Still works as long as he gets the draw with the Outrider's Axe. I like the line because it's all about that Galvangar now. Ooh, backfire is so clutch.
Wicked Shipment as well. It's getting to that point where he maybe has top decks for lethal here. Mana, of course, going to be very, very tight indeed, but Tamsin is getting close. I think it's still a full turn away no matter what, which of course has huge implications, because now he's very firmly going to be ending up under that breakpoint, right, of 18 health, especially as Judgment has the hero power he can fit in, the weapon he can fit in a way. He just needs to find Galvangar, and he will be able to win the game next turn. That one turn before Dead Draw is likely to get his own lethal.
Such a difficult turn for Dead Draw, because he is starting to get scared to the point where does he take the risk of playing the Rune Mithril Rod and trying to just get the one proc on the Phylactery? Probably not. It's also the order of, do you want to trade the Wicked Shipment first, because he doesn't have that many minions on it. This is still the level 1, right, of only 2 summoned. Okay, School Spirits is, at least one of them is needed for the combo, so he tosses the other one. Can tap at the end, looking to get that shipment back. Ropes out at the end. So if he picks up the shipment, that's 4 minions. He can play Tamsin, Armor Vendor, Phylactery, double School Spirits, double Phylactery on 6 minions, right? So that's definitely enough to get there.
Yeah, it's just whether or not it's enough to get there through the Bulwark, or whether or not it's enough to get there through the Galvangar off the top for Dead Draw. He came so close. Yet another semi-final of a Masters Tour, but in the most heartbreaking of ways, my pick for the tournament does end up losing here. Absolutely heartbreaking, but my goodness, for Judgment, what a run he is having, breaking his record of semi-finals and through to the grand finals of Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair, a player that no one knew anything about a few Masters Tours ago. He didn't have any social media presence. Not even the UK players knew who he was, and he's now firmly cementing himself as just one of the best players in the country here with his consistently strong performances.
Just crazy. I mean, with that small of a sample size, you can say, okay, it doesn't really mean anything. But no, I'm just going to say you're wrong. It takes so much effort. It's really difficult to make it this far in a Masters Tour, and to do it the many times that Judgment has, despite the few times he's even played in a Masters Tour. It's just blown my mind. And we can see why he's gotten these results, right? The quality of play has been up there. I think particularly on the Miracle Priest, there's been just some very, very creative play. On the Warrior, he knew exactly what the out was supposed to be, going for the race instead. He did go for the Mutinous, and it did its job of kind of giving Dead Draw a very awkward turn in terms of having to clear it and not get maximum healing. And it bought Judgment the time that any perfect top deck for like 2 or 3 turns in a row would have just given him the win. Cool stuff, and it means now that we have yet another EU versus CN final.
That's right, I wouldn't have it any other way. I've loved the way both of these players have been approaching the tournament. Lovestorm in particular just has such a wacky lineup, such a confident and expressive way of playing, as a very stark contrast to the incredibly deadpan performance of Judgment throughout this tournament. But I think both players, with their subtly different lineups and very strong play throughout the tournament, have us locked in for a finals to remember, to lock out one of the coolest Masters Tours I've had the honor of casting in quite a long while.
Same here, Dark. I came into the event very hyped because the meta was so wide open, and that expectation has not been disappointed whatsoever. We're seeing such a healthy distribution of decks in the top 8, and I think our 2 finalists really have shown that some breakout decks in the meta did get rewarded, right? We have the Miracle Priest featured on both sides, and in my personal opinion, the Glowfly-less Kazakusan Druid in the hands of a strong player, knowing that they can go for some crazy outs, even if they discard Kazakusan, is just such a force to be dealt with.
Yeah, I think that the more we look back on it, the more we see how beautifully that game was played by Lovestorm at the end there. And so I think we're going to see great things from him in the finals as well. And so while I get prepared to go and fall asleep and never wake up again, we're going to get...
No, we have GM next week.
Okay, for 7 days, I'm going to hibernate, and then I might wake up for GM. I'll see. We're going to get our finals set up here. We're going to have Lovestorm versus Judgment for the grand finals of Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. It'll be back right after this break.
The king and his cub always stood in my way. Stormwind will shudder at my dragon brigade. Every part of my body is sharp as a blade. If you were smarter, you'd be deathly afraid. All you heroes have been completely played. They call me Lady Prestor and I have no regrets. I'm the brood mother, don't you ever forget. The heroes and their pride, it's the biggest mistake. Fire and brimstone are the keys to my gate. Don't take it as a promise, here's the real threat. You ain't seen nothing yet. So time to introduce you to my silhouette.
Kiss wood, mama.
everybody, and welcome back to Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. It is time for our final match of the tournament. Yes, that's right. It is time for the finals. My name is TJ, and joining me to cast this incredible finals is Lorinda. Neil, Lorinda.
Hey, TJ.
You ready?
I'm doing absolutely great. Yeah, it's 1,000,000 o'clock here. I don't even know what time it is anymore. I don't care because this is going to be an amazing final, end to an amazing tournament with so many different decks being floating around. And we finally got to the end, and there's a Brute Demon Hunter. There's always a Brute Demon Hunter. How does it do it?
I don't know, but Lovestorm has got a pretty sick lineup, to be quite frank. You know, judging by these players' lists, obviously the exact lists are different, but Miracle Priest was the bring because both these players, that's the deck that they have in common, the only deck that they have in common. And so pretty cool to see that being represented by both players in the finals. But other than that, it's just a lot of differences. You have Brute Demon Hunter versus the Fell Demon Hunter. You have Mizaki Mage versus you wanted to call it Kazamakis, Kazakasan.
It's gonna be one of those. And I do think that the Miracle Priests in this one, I think that the loser of this match will not win with their Miracle Priest. Let's go with that. They're not like tragic, but I think that the person who loses will be the one who can't get their priest out of there.
Okay.
Just in the way it lines up. You know, they could both win with them. I wouldn't be totally astounded, but that's my mini prediction for this. And also, Gia and myself, who have the worst 2 prediction records, both went for Lovestorm. So he's carrying like extra baggage. He's starting off with like -4 mana and only 1 card in his hand. He's gonna have to really perform well to carry that.
Yeah, the Gia's Curse has been quite potent. Like it had to have been a curse. It had to have been, you know, divine calling to incorrectly pick or make sure that whoever she picked lost. It was an impressive prediction score, but in the wrong way. Not impressive because she was correct, but impressive how even by sheer luck she would be able to get one right.
TJ's boys just point at the screen at the start of every top 8, and they've done better than Gia and me in the predictions over the last year. They just literally just walk up the screen, go that one, and they got some points.
Yeah. So Lovestorm uphill battle just in that regard. Bans are as expected. Right, the warrior does seem like it'd be the toughest one. I could also see Mizaki Mage being a ban, right? Just because it also can do well against both Brutes and the Miracle Priest, because those rely on having these big boards that if they can't attack because they're frozen and you need that time, you're just gonna die. So I could see like either of those decks being a reasonable ban that they both get across. So it's hard for me to call though who's a favorite, because I would say maybe like Judgment on paper based on the historicals of the matchups that we've seen, but Lovestorm just has that X factor. Like Brutes can beat
excuse me,
Kazakasan Druid can beat anything.
Even without a Kazakazan, apparently. Even that semi-final we just watched.
It doesn't matter.
You don't need your one card. Just beat them with turtles. Turtles all the way across.
Turtles all the way down. All right, well, there it is. Nothing else going on in there except for Kazakasan. You can create your own win conditions with Resizing Pouch, apparently. But the main goal of this deck is just to get that Kazakasan early and win the game with treasures. None of the Glowfly Swarm, Arbor Up package, nothing big ramp, just ways to ramp, ways to draw, and ways to get that Kazakasan out ASAP.
Yep, and there's a Fungal Fortunes, which has that little bit of anti-synergy, but it's so important to draw sometimes. It's just in there for a little bit of extra draw. Yes, 1 time in 7 or something you lose your win condition, but that puts you down to 83% win rate. Oh, well, unlucky. You just rip it and hope for the best when you're desperate. Miracle Priest from Judgment on the other side. We've talked about this a lot. This is the more minion-y version with the Nether Drake, the Zyrella thrown in there. I think you like the more refined list from what I remember earlier, but not much to choose between the two.
Yeah, this one is still good, right? You do have that little bit of redundancy in just minions, so you don't have to, go all in necessarily as quickly. This also gives it a little more potency against some of the more aggressive decks because the Zyrella and the Nether Drake can just be used as clear, and you don't actually have to say, all right, well, I got to play a minion and hope this aggro deck doesn't kill it. It's got just a little bit more versatility in that regard.
Yeah.
But the goal of the deck is the same. And that's to just use those Nazmani Bloodweavers to, get a bunch of cheap spells in hand and make those minions as big as you can, as soon as you can, on the same turn that they're played, and then refill with the Malygos at a later time in the game. So it's called Miracle Priest because it can perform miracles on turns. Sometimes there's like a near infinite amount of possibilities, just like infinite waves of spells that just never stop, especially if you can keep copying Nazmanis and keep getting Discover effects.
Yeah, the Gift of Luminance you see there in the key cards is just so ridiculous. Not only because it copies your Nazmani, which is whatever I just called that card, but also, oh my goodness, he's got them. But also the Divine Shield in the current meta game is just really hard to remove, on top of removing the huge thing that's underneath it. Super versatile card. And yeah, Judgment's got all the things he wants, really, in this opener. Lovestorm's got what looks like an amazing hand, but it is going to have to trust the deck, like you so often do with Druid, to draw into that card draw and just get the machine rolling. Judgment already planning, really, at this stage, which turn he's going to go off and what he's going to do about it.
Yeah, there's not really anything to do this turn, but he's just using the time on his turn as an opportunity to, like you said, think things through, come up with a game plan. Lovestorm.
Yeah, Lovestorm.
Ramp and Fungal Fortunes. Ramp and draw.
Oh. Judgment knows what's coming next turn, I'm pretty sure. He's just going for it. He knows he's under some time pressure, just from the early ramp plus the 3 keeps, so he is just going to go in. Don't think this game will be very long, TJ, because that's a guff.
What the heck?
They're both just monstering this game of Hearthstone.
Yeah, it's not going to go very long. I think it's not going to go very long from like a Judgment winning perspective. Hey, Alexstrasza is a finisher. Skystalker can just come in earlier, but I think you're going to get so many reductions with this hand that just go for the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how quickly you play Malygos in this deck as well, so should be able to get that done really, really soon. And he's going to need to, because Lovestorm has now got his win condition on the next turn.
Oh, this is like a hyper accelerated.
Oh!
I mean, this, like...
It's fine.
It's just the minion tutor, though. Like, there's nothing else that can be done. There's no discover effects, there's no draw effects. Okay, well, there's Malygos, and it does hit the Malygos, so Malygos will be playable next turn.
I mean, it is turn 5. Why wouldn't it be playable? But on the other side, it's turn 5. You can play Malagos, but your opponent on their turn 5 has got 10 mana and is going to have a deck full of stuff.
Oh my!
Do the thing.
He's gonna do it. Be patient.
I'm impatient. I want to see the things.
Oh. Oh, okay. He's not going to do it. Going for a 10 here. What's the
Silence to
upside of
destroy
that?
all minions. Annoyo win condition.
Yeah, Annoyo just doesn't feel like super impactful because of the possibility of shard, but it's the best out of these. I don't think you're going to be able to burn down. Maybe, I don't know. Ugh.
Crusty. I think they're better than they looked, actually, for dealing with this specific opponent.
Okay.
That's not what he wanted, though. There we go.
Is yours frozen as well?
No, I think no, mine's good. I can see. My judgment is frozen, trying to calculate all these reductions, but I can see him moving.
I'm good. I'm good.
Good.
Well, I mean, it's like not guaranteed. I think you just kill the Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
And then hold from there because you don't want your Nazmanis to die off with the Shadow Word Devour. I guess you can afford to lose one, sure.
All right.
To get a couple more discounts. Okay, Crusty. Crusty and
the
Gnomish Armory Knife.
Yep.
Wand of Disintegration is actually
It's good.
Yeah.
So, just got the picks he needed to play against this deck. And Krusty's going to be coming in for 22 next turn.
Oh, yeah. Or Yogg.
Imagine this Yogg's just going to sit there. It's like, just a Yogg. No one cares about Yogg at the moment. It's only a 10 drop. It is
Only
turn
Yogg
6.
also gave you treasures.
Yeah. Yogg's are on Treasure Master. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Well, now that the shard is gone, because I'm pretty sure he only plays one. Yeah. The Annoya Horn is actually just that. It's a really annoying horn.
There's going to need to be Zyrella, create a raised dead. Zyrella again. There must be a better way than this, but you know. All right. There's money, but not really any good ways to immediately do anything with it. And it needs to be immediate because the annoying board on the other side's pretty good.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Oh, Gift of Luminance.
Okay.
Gonna go for cheap option. Shadow Word Devour, Shadow Word Devour doesn't. It just steals a health. It doesn't actually deal a damage, so it doesn't rip off Divine Shield.
Right. Yeah, that'd be so good if it did.
still a Zyrella, though. Oh.
Okay. What are we looking at here? Okay.
Just trying to clear up some of the board. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not even sure if it wasn't better just to leave the board how it was, honestly, so nothing else could be played.
Yeah, Gnomish Army Knife just gonna wreck this. Be able to clear off both of these in one fell swoop. Continue pushing.
No, the fells come late.
Yeah, Judgment still has still has minions left to be able to keep putting stuff in the way, but now knows that there's a second Gnomish Army Knife there that can start taking off other things.
Yeah. Well, the shard gets rid of the shields, and the other two cards don't do anything, so they might as well have it. You can clear now, right? With shard into Lightmore into Devour.
Yep. But he knows that there's another horn.
I wonder.
So maybe doesn't want to do that just yet. Try and pick this board apart a little bit first.
This is the hard thing about playing Kazakhstan. You don't know what the other 2 or 3 cards are that you haven't seen. Okay.
What knowledge do the stars provide?
I mean, he does only have to weather 3 more cards and a Yogg.
Yeah, doesn't know about the Yogg. Okay. He's been doing a good job of just kind of keeping the resources high. But we're kind of at an impasse here. Because I think that was the last minion that was pulled out. Oh wait, no, there's another Drake. No, there's not. I don't even know why I bothered looking at the time.
I gave up on it. When Raven had his attempt to show Lovestorm's deck in the semi-final, it just came up with like 1 million cards that just didn't exist. I'm like, all right, this needs a slight tuning for this for the new set. It's been really good up until now, but Lovestorm broke it.
Let's see what side of the bed I woke up on.
Staying alive.
Okay, and then like double Devour.
Yeah, give yourself a threat for Krusty to win.
And kills off 2 more of these things. And you know that there's another Gnomish Army Knife in there.
And a Krusty that's just going to be massive.
Yeah, and there's Wand of
That's it?
Disintegration.
Yeah.
Still holding on to 1 more minion though, but I feel like Lovestorm's got this checked.
Yeah, there's just too much removal. There's a really nice balanced selection of things that Lovestorm got, I think.
Well, it was just all removal, essentially.
Yeah.
Plus the Anoia Horn, I suppose.
Yeah, you need something that's going to actually get through. And the Anoios just seems to be doing that. Okay. And if you juice enough here to get a mount on a split... not really. Because you'd have to play the split first to really have a chance. One, 2, 3. I don't think he can get there unless he... So he plays the Nazmani and puts the Elect Mount on it first and hits the horn. No, he just can't get there. He needs...
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like enough.
Not quite there.
Doesn't draw anything. Yep, can't do it. Knows that there's Wand of Disintegration. Knows that there's the Gnomish Army Knife. Knows that there's just about everything. And that's 1450 CC, 1922. One damage off lethal. Yep. Not that it would really matter because I don't think Judgment can even do anything. I can't even think palm reading into against all odds.
Does that do it?
No, because it's a attack weapon.
Out of range the weapon.
Yeah. Surprisingly close. Oh, Psyche Split. You could Psyche Split the Krusty.
Yep.
And then Holy Nova, and it would keep the Divine Shield. Oh,
sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Wait. Actually, this is just gonna die to the. You just.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just Holy Nova? Oh, he wants to get the additional life. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep. And now it's down to Yogg. Really nice from Judgment.
Oh, rod of roasting.
Everybody hold tight.
Oh, jeez.
What's happening, TJ?
Yeah, there's a tooth and a fart in there. That can't be used. Auspicious Spirits. Jewel of N'Zoth. First
counterspell, that's really important.
Counterspell. Well, Auspicious Spirits, which is corrupted, and he solared it. So it's going to summon 2 more. Counterspell.
Oh, Storm Person, whatever.
Nitro Boost Poison. Oh my gosh. Okay, Yogg delivers for sure.
That was close. Judgment made some really good plays there to give himself any chance of winning this. But he got yogged.
You have best.
So yogged. Yeah, he gives it up. Last card in the deck. Yogg rolls the thing. If it rolled some of the bad ones, it might have been a very different story, but too much stuff too quickly.
I think as long as it survived, Judgment didn't really have anything left. Like, even if it was just a 7-5 on the board, like, and did nothing else, I think he still would have been fine at that stage. So, a nice pickup by him early on in the game. Felt like he planned out the treasures quite well, and was just able to get him to line up. So, Lovestorm, keep in mind, has not went undefeated in Swiss and now in the finals, so has not lost a match this entire tournament. Very impressive run thus far, and could make it even more impressive by just winning the whole thing.
Yeah, and to put that into context, to get to Summer Champs, that's 11 wins so far. So every win counts, TJ, as you may know. 11 wins. There's only 3 Masters Tours. That's the same as someone who starts with a 6-2 and a 5-3 record, which would be really, really good. He's already got like 2 Masters Tours of points in the bag, even if he doesn't win this final and qualify like as of right, as all the winners do.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's an easier way to do it.
Yeah, win this one.
Yeah, just win this one
for
game.
a job as well.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. 1 win is worth more than 11 wins? Nah.
How does that even work? Abar, how does that work? 1 win is worth more than 11 wins.
Yeah, I can't compute it. I can't compute it. It's all about the timing, something or other, but that was the deck that I was second most worried about for Lovestorm, was the Druid. The Priest obviously being the first. I think you said it, the Priest is probably what both players are worrying about. Brute's not worried about at all whatsoever. Not an ounce of worry. So, he's good there.
Also, he's good at casting, apparently. He recently won the China's like collegiate version of So You Think You Can Cast. So it'll be me,
fellow caster,
and him next tournament casting, and you'll be in the final, TJ.
Fat chance.
I mean, you like the brutes. The brutes always get to the final. That's how it works.
I would say that Brute Demon Hunter is probably the deck that probably even over the past year that I've been the best at. Maybe a little rusty now, but haven't played around with some of the new tools like Razorglaive Sentinel, which has made its way into this deck. This gives you an additional draw engine post Kurtrus, or just keep things chugging right along. So we'll see how Lovestorm fares on this one. Wonder if Judgment's gonna switch things up going into this game.
Yeah, might be quite demoralised after that last one. Although he just seems to be a battler, does Judgment. To be fair, he's been in some tight spots in the tournament, and he just gets out of them. He just seems to focus really, really well. Seems to be one of his strengths.
Yeah, he just seems kind of like happy to be here, but in kind of like a nonchalant sort of way, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not happy. It's like he's able to turn off the part of the brain that cares about winning while still having the part of the brain that really wants to win.
Yeah. Like he and also just like his expressions, he's just hyper focused. Like saying, well, I mean, while I'm here, I might as well make the best of this opportunity. You know, oh well, I just so happen to you know, be really far in this tournament playing some Hearthstone. Let's win, you know? Like that kind of attitude.
That's the best attitude to have. That's a really good attitude. Yeah. It's really hard to foster that attitude as well. I mean, if I get sort of 1-0 in a Swiss, I'm a wreck. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm 1-0. Now I'm going to play against somebody who has cards. Now what do I do?
Yeah, I mean, if I win one game on ladder and I see my ranking go up, I'm like, oh my gosh.
I'm better than I was 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, now the pressure's on. I start doubting myself. Was I even good enough to win that game? Am I even good enough to win this next game?
Because you weren't good enough, like when you were rank 700 the game before, and now you're rank 630. You weren't good enough 10 minutes ago to be there. It's quite stressful.
Yeah, did I improve? Did I even do anything in that game that was worthy of being 600 legend? You know, that kind of doubt. Judgment doesn't have any of that.
Nope.
He's just got
also
a stoic demeanor and mile-high windows.
They are big windows, aren't they? And it's a big window of opportunity for him, TJ, because if he wins this match, he will be going to the Summer Championships.
And will be $14,000 richer.
That's a lot of $500.
Well, it's 28. It's quantifiable, at least.
I mean, I don't know. I run out of fingers and toes at that point.
Wait.
Do it.
Do you need it, though? That's the question. Like, is it even necessary? Is the question that I'll ask.
If he could see his opponent's hand, he might think it was. But he can't, because that's not how the game works.
And if that's the case, then probably I will. Like, it would be between. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking Mirror Entity, and he's just like, okay, play a Brute. I dare you. But Flame Strike makes more sense. give some potential options to clear in sort of a desperation situation.
I do sadly agree. Yeah. And next turn, there's going to be all sorts of things happening on that hand. No card draw for Judgment either, while we're sort of giggling about the potential of a Fury Hunter-esque play.
Yeah, there's just so much in the deck that he's very likely to find one over the next couple turns.
Yeah. You say that.
I did say that.
I mean, you're dead right, but we've seen time and time again that sometimes Mage just draws nonsense, just nothing.
The wrong side of the deck.
Yep. Comes from the wrong side of the town.
Ooh. Well, these are tough choices. Skull is just way too expensive to be able to fit in. But there's a glide. Expensive. Yeah, well, I'm talking. Oh yeah, wait, 9 cards. Oh yeah, you could just coin it this turn. But then I feel like he wants to glide. I don't know. This is not as easy as it would appear. Okay, he's gonna self-glide. That's what I was gonna say. Like, if you glide and put the skull back, it ends up being like a good draw later off the top, right? When you just want to like keep a card draw engine rolling. Just puts another card draw source in your deck to be able to hit.
Yep, gets out of flurry range as well there, so multicasters have a hard time. Ooh. Doesn't do anything.
Nope. You could play it.
Okay.
There's no removal in this deck.
turn?
Hope you draw card draw.
Yeah, I'd be more on board if he actually had anything to draw a card with.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea to play it. But Brute Demon Hunter has been notorious for just not having any like straight up removal. So just gonna think about it for a while and ping pass, which is really all he can do. This has been a rough pan out.
Pleasure doing business.
Yeah. So I'm just starting the card storm here.
Kircher's complete.
Yeah, like all the brute stuff. Don't need that. We just need reduce your cards, make them nice and cheap, and then just play them all in one turn next turn. And still no card draw for Judgment. Yikes. This is a yikes of a hand now. Like, I know I was saying that you often get these hands with no card draw, but not that often. It's long.
Like, now I want to... I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You can't just play it. Without a... You would
How many card draw cards?
21 cards left?
Math.
Okay, well, Cram Session is the big one. Refreshing Spring Water, which would guarantee intellect. Yeah, everything's cheaper. He's not too worried about the Kurtrus, like, for one turn. It would most likely be he would die over 2 turns, right?
Sure.
But now Lion's Frenzy, the attack could go into the Mizaki, so it becomes... so what the heck is happening?
The deck is broken. The deck has been love stormed. Yeah. Making the most of what he's got, reducing some cards. How close is he to winning Judgment if he does pick up, let's say, a Cram Session?
With one in Canner's Flow, probably pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah. Because his hand can get good in a hurry if he does get out of the nightmare that he's having right now.
This is a lot of draw right now. There's 6 soul fragments in the deck. Plus acrobatics bonus. He's got to go, but he can get through much of the deck right now.
Yeah, this board state is going to be terrifying after this.
Yeah, at the very least.
Activable.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
There's just cards all over the screen doing things. I don't know what's happening, TJ.
Yeah, he hit the Lion's Frenzy. I don't think he can kill. That'd be a lot. That's 32 damage.
Jeez.
But there's so many soul fragments.
He's got the skull as well, but
he's like miles ahead. Miles ahead. All right.
He got a lot of action. He's broken the client almost.
Okay.
And that's a hot streak.
He's still hasn't been like an actual card draw spell drawn. Like Fire Sale is, I mean, I guess you can get me on a technicality there, but it doesn't say
he might have to
draw a card anywhere on it.
And he might have to just flame strike this mess away.
Yeah.
It's not a card draw.
And just hope that
Zaki not behaving itself.
Whips.
Oh.
I mean, with all these soul fragments, that's already 4, and then can just trade a bunch of times.
Yep.
5.
I think that's probably lethal. If I'm sure it's lethal.
Well, he's got Skull.
More soul fragments.
These are due back tomorrow.
Trade. Yeah, it's 100% lethal. He's just flinging cards. Rough Mazaki Mage game. That was probably the roughest we've seen on stream. It's a shame that it has to happen to Judgment in the finals. But ton of damage from that Lion's Frenzy, and that's a clean turn 8 kill without a Brute being played. Well, technically a Brute was played, but it didn't even need to be. That's the thing. And Lovestorm now 1 game away from winning the Masters Tour. 1 game away, and it's just with the Miracle Priest.
And he has not lost a match in the whole tournament, and has looked good for that as well. Like talking to some of the pro players, they agree, because obviously my judgment's okay, but I like to talk to the real players to see if the guy's playing well. And yep, he's playing well apparently. So pro players are happy with it.
Oh well.
And 1 game away from just 12-0.
I'm glad the pro players approve. Jeez.
I mean, we know what happens, TJ. If you say something and they don't approve, you'll get tweets.
Oh no, not tweets. Please, anything but tweets. All right.
You say that, but you take them personally. I've seen you. I've seen you sweating over tweets. I'm lying, but tweet at TJ anyway.
All right. Lovestorm's Miracle Priest, quite a bit different from what we saw from Judgment, or what we've been seeing from Judgment. Very light on the minions, very lean. Just the Bloodweavers and the Malagos. and Draconic Studies, I guess you can kind of throw in there because you can. It gives you a minion, but actually being played in the deck, no Zyrella, none of the Drakes. So it's a lot more all in, but once it does pop off, it's a lot more consistent with its actual pop offs because you don't have minions clogging it up. It's just all spells all day. So
Will be my guide.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier. His whole lineup is kind of like that. He's gone all in on everything. Like the Druid, it's just a one-card deck. He's just, I'm going to do this one thing, I'm going to do it well. And he's done that throughout his whole lineup, and that is working really well for him. None of this sort of hedging his bets, maybe do this, maybe do that. It's just like, what do I want to do? I want to play Kazakhstan. Okay, well, I'm going to do it on turn 4. How am I going to do that? Okay, I'm going to take all the other minions out, and I'm just going to draw it and play it. And then beat people with silencers and annoyer modules. And locusts and things.
yeah, just whatever he feels like in that specific moment.
And I was right, by the way. Whoever wins this, whoever loses this probably doesn't get their priest out of there. Unless Judgment wins with a priest and then loses. I guess.
We'll probably save the priest for last. Save the mirror match for last. This hand's looking much better. Still has a flow, but also has Arcane Intellect to follow it up. This turn is Arcane Intellect would be the base level play, but with the Encounter Flow being picked up, could hold on to it to have the cards that are drawn from it be reduced. And if that's the case, what do you play this turn? Same goes for Blood Mage Thalnos. Could just Rune Door, look for even more card draw.
I think that's where I'd like to be. Although playing the Rune Door before you see which cards you draw is also slightly awkward because you want to base your game plan around what you draw.
Yep.
In the end, he trusts his deck and is rewarded, gets more card draw. Easy enough to say that, but when you just had the game he's had, it's like, it makes it harder to do it if you're not careful. It's like, well, I didn't draw any card draw. Obviously my deck's not behaving. But yeah, none of that nonsense entered his head. He just goes for the do what you're supposed to do with your deck line. Doesn't currently have any freeze though. That could be awkward. Could be very awkward.
Yeah, it's honestly getting a little scary.
Just playing them cards. Malagos next turn. If this isn't dealt with, there's a freeze.
Okay. Wait, actually, it's just going to kill it. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the spell damage.
That's better than freezing it.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal, honestly. Does get rid of the freeze, so if Lovestorm were just going with another minion, it'd be a little bit awkward, but this is Encounter Flow plus all of the card draw. All of it, essentially.
Oh! Had the Psychic split off the top. If Judgment hadn't killed it, that would have been an absolute mess. Now he's got Mizaki, now he's got the card draw, he's got the flow active already, looking really good compared to the last game, this one. Bank some mana, it's got Spring Water for days.
How confident are you that you don't die, though?
Not very, but you kind of...
it's really hard to die.
Yeah. But I'm not a confident individual.
Well, Judgment will for sure have it next turn with all this draw.
Yep.
Actually gonna just dump the biscuit to get the last refreshing spring water out because that's too expensive to chain with the Mizaki. And yeah, so Judgment could just freeze this Malagos, not worry about it, go for the kill next turn.
Yep. That's good.
Yep.
Those 4 mana for Multicaster, which has been one of the highlights of this tournament in various decks. Use himself on 9 cards. Perfect. Should be lethal next turn.
My hand is too full.
Oh, focus will.
Okay. Okay.
Focus will. It's health. Oh no, it needs the Nazmani.
But it silences the previous health.
True.
So
it still gains 1 health. It would silence it back down to 12.
Just keep playing focus wills. 21, is he going to get this?
This only has 1 extra health, so if you heal, it'll be 22, and then bless be 26. Just do it, and then maybe Judgment messes up and fatigues trying to draw.
Yes, good point.
With Cram Session. Yeah,
yep.
Just do max damage.
Not necessarily
messes up.
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, well, this should be a win unless it's a colossal error.
Yeah, I like this though.
I don't even think he has to draw cards. Yeah, I don't even think he has to draw cards. He's got 3 sources of burn in the hand. So he just needs to like first flame, second flame twice, and then ignite plus siphon mana. Or yeah, for the lethal.
Yeah.
Yep. Doesn't even need to draw cards. Doesn't even need to take the risk. All that stuff is free. And pretty nice, clean, smooth victory for Judgment to at least stay alive in the series. And we're getting closer to Neil's outcome of it's going to come down to just the Miracle Priests to see who's going to win this series. Judgment still has to get over the line with the Demon Hunter. This is a warrior was banned away, right?
Yes. Yep. Yes, it is.
So we've seen a lot of that matchup. It can get very difficult, very weird, very quickly.
Yeah. Which one do you prefer? If he plays the Demon Hunter, how do you think it lines up?
I mean, I have a lot of faith in Miracle Priest, to be honest. Just make stuff that's a little bit too big for the removal. But if you take the risk at the wrong time, the Fell Demon Hunter can do lots of damage. There is a Magtheridon as well in the list from Judgment. So that can put a wrench in the works or
excuse me,
Lovestorm's game plan. There it is. Right there.
Yep.
Look, 4 mana. It's got a star next to it to indicate it's a legendary card. Not in the key cards, though.
You sounded sad about that.
Yeah.
The full combos
if I did this one. I probably did.
I've been listing these 3 cards as well. So, oh no, they're in numerical order, so it wasn't me. Like mana cost order. That's the TJ way.
Yeah. Oh no.
Sottle
pattern has
complains,
been
you know.
found.
If you put them like 7-6-2 instead of 2-6-7, Sottle gets mightily upset.
I will protect my legacy.
Who cares? He's not even casting.
He'll be back.
Okay. Glide. Glide. Goop.
Yep.
Gonna throw it away though. Being an awkward spot, you can't guarantee it. Maybe if it was next to the quest. Gets a double jump though, so could have it on demand. This deck does not run many outcast cards. It's just the spectral sights and the glides.
I don't know why I do it. Every time I look at the priest deck, it's like, oh well, they've got no minion yet, and then yeah, anytime soon they just pick it up, get going, and do the priesty things.
Ooh. Those all have very specific uses, but I think the bless, just to be able to make a minion bigger, ends up being the good one.
Oh. Yeah, I think you're right. Cheap enough as well, so.
Yeah.
The mount looked tempting, but you know, you can start slowing down your combo if it's too expensive. Right. Rifling through this time, Judgment. No problem with card draw in this deck, ever.
I see.
I think I want a tradable. Yeah, that way it opens up the possibility of the double jump still being able to get that glide and outcast position if needed, though. Be a little awkward with how this hand is. A lot of easily dumpable stuff, but all this stuff I think also might even want to hold on to. Onyx Mage Scribe I think is, yeah, just the best.
Yep, you can also redraw that need for greed now as well.
Yeah. Renewing Judgment's Face instead of his own to keep the possibility alive that Gift of the Naru is able to draw a card. I think it's smart.
So we're going to have this weird standoff now on 28 health. Judgment's not going to want to attack. Lovestorm's not going to want to heal. They're just going to sit there and look at each other.
Menacingly.
Yeah. But Judgment kind of has to blink first on that because he's going to have to start dumping cards. Things like Fell Barrage, he's going to just want to play them at some point to put them into the Jace bank.
Demons.
Ooh.
Demons.
Okay. Going for the greedy skull.
I've got something to dump here. Yeah, strike not dumpable. Viper is dumpable.
Yeah. Here we go. First minion of the game.
Yep. And again, both players kind of know what's up. Like you said, Judgment using Chaos Strike and then looking at him. Doesn't want him to be able to draw a card from the Gift of the Naru.
But now there's issues. This thing can kill you next turn in some worlds, although no combo, so probably not. I still have flashbacks whenever I see this card, TJ. Just infinite boxes being opened and things live on stream. How many Mage Scribes can you get in? All of them.
Don't remind me.
Sorry, yeah, I thought I might lose you there for a minute, actually. It's just like, oh no. Got a solo cast the rest of this. TJ's gone in disgust. You said this might be weird, and you're right. This has been very weird. As in, neither of them really progressing their game plan as much as they would like, although Judgment has got down to only 14 cards left. That must put him in front, surely.
Yeah, the problem here for Lovestorm is that he's going to kind of be on the back foot. Insight can pick up the Nazmani, but he's worried about being glided, being gloated. So if that's the case, having the Insight still in the deck. Oh, he's just going to go now. Okay. This plays around Glide, I suppose.
Yeah, he's going to make just one big thing again.
Yeah, and the mana does work out, so Elik Mount will be able to come out. So it's just going to be a big thing.
A lot.
Oh, and the Crimson Hothead too.
He's got to go.
Yep, he's... Wait, no, it doesn't work out. Because the Draconic studies ate up all the discounts. I did not factor that in, and maybe Lovestorm did not factor that in either.
Yeah,
it does protect it though.
There briefly.
Yeah. The Kurtrus only at a 3/4 because Judgment held off on the last attack, has been holding on a couple attacks, but spending this time drawing cards, not attacking. Nothing's buffed here as well. Jace is not playable, so it looks like this Bloodweaver is going to survive.
So, Immolation Aura to get rid of one of them? If it's going to survive, just get rid of something this turn? Try and slow it down so you can... I mean, if the next card's Malygos, you don't know what it is, it's worth it, right?
Yeah, true.
Only because of the logic you gave me, though, which is, you know, there's not a lot he can do. So when you've reached the conclusion that you're in trouble, then you just do what you can and hope that next turn goes better for you.
Yeah, and also it puts all the fell spells in the pool for Jace. Gonna hope that's enough, but this Bloodweaver is going to be huge. Oh, and Elik can Gift of Luminance.
Yeah. Yep.
Not gonna go for it. Just gonna go for Elik Mount. Oh no, it'll discount it. Whoops. So now even the copied one will now have an elephant.
Yep. Yeah, that 1/1 is just cheating. It's hiding the elephant. But this could be it. Lovestorm is on the verge of taking down the first Masters Tour of the year for China once again. How does Judgment get out of this?
He doesn't. Well, he can live by just playing Kurtrus because of the armor.
Okay.
And then just not attacking. But then I don't know what happens after. There's 2 Chaos Strikes with Jace, so you can Kurtrus now and then try and gain enough life to heal back up. I don't know.
So you have to start with the assumption that Lovestorm picks up a nothing next turn. There's some nothings in the priest deck. And work from there. Living one more turn could be so huge. He's got card draw going on.
Well, the only way he actually survives is by playing Kurtrus, so that's like step 1. And then I don't know what you do beyond that. I don't even think you bump at all.
Just keep staring at him.
Yeah, because you can't kill the 1/1 Bloodweaver. Palm reading?
Palm reading!
Call of the Grave? What could this even get that's good? Reliquary? I don't know.
Yeah, why not? It's a card.
You can't even buff it because you can't even target it. All right, sure. Summon a 9/1.
Sure.
For it could eat up some of the like Fel Barrages, but this is the last turn for Judgment. This has to be a Miracle Jace. Fury is more life gain from the swing of the Eldrazi Warblades, but it would have to be a swing into like the elephant. So what would you even do? You would
yeah. I think Lovestorm posing too many different shapes.
Yeah, it's There's Immolation Aura, Fell Screen Blast, Fell Barrage, but 16 damage. It would have to be a huge amount of lifesteal. I just don't think it's enough.
There is no measure to my fury! Give them Fell!
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Is it enough?
Yes, it is.
Oh my!
It's enough to let him live this turn for a swing, but it's not going to be enough to win the game, and that's it. Love Storm, 3-1 victory over Judgment, and takes the crown for Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. Popping off as well. Nobody beat him. Undefeated through the Swiss, all the way to the finals. Nobody beat Lovestorm. He did it with Brute Demon Hunter. Oh, exceptional.
Every
exceptional.
Excuse me. Yeah, absolutely incredible scenes. Brought a lineup that was very focused. Not quite so much the lineup as a whole, but each deck was focused. It targeted quite a specific band of decks in what his lineup did as well, in that he sort of took his chance with aggro to some degree and decided to beat most other things. He's played exceptionally well, and he is going to be richer and also qualified for the Summer Championships. What a day, what a tournament.
Yeah, that is quite cool. Did it with a unique lineup. I mean, we talked about just the diversity in lineups in the top four all together, but Lovestorm coming together with a lineup that probably nobody could have predicted when we came into this tournament. Just a pleasure to watch too, and he did it with such gusto. Like the game where he lost Kazakhstan in the semifinals and still managed to find a way to win the game will stick out in my mind for quite some time. I do have to say hats off to Judgment though. Hasn't even been in the scene that long, it feels, and has already gotten a semifinals and a finals appearance in the last 3 Masters Tours, which is an incredibly impressive feat. Big things are ahead for him, and he's already got a good chunk of wins to start off the year of every win counts in order to try and get his own qualification down the line if he gets a couple more good finishes in Masters Tours over the next few months.
Yeah, I think it's 9, right? He went 7 in the Swiss and then 2 today. 3 today, so that's 10.
3 today, yeah. Top 16, top 8,
that's
top
a
4,
lot of
yeah.
wins.
10 wins. Yeah, it is a lot. Yeah, if, like you said earlier, 5-3, 5-3, which is respectable scores over 2 Masters Tours. He's gotten that amount of wins over 1. So he just needs to show up to the next 2 and put up some good performances, and he's looking good because it's what 13 highest win totals that make it through.
Yes, 13. The 3 winners and 13 others to make a nice 16 round gaming number, not a round actual number. Real world won't know what I'm talking about for saying, 16, a round number.
Yeah.
Just give you an extra $1 on top of the 15 I owe you to make it a nice round 16.
Yeah, I remember that we were talking about, it was on day 1 or day 2, how on ladder after the mini set came out, because players really didn't have much time to submit after the mini set came out. There was just Kazakhstan Druid everywhere, all sorts of different variations. As I freeze right before the end, this is a perfect timing for a freeze. And I lost my point. We expected
one broadcast.
we expected Kazakhstan to be everywhere, and then on like day 1 and day 2, we're like, okay, Kazakhstan Druid is just losing everywhere, and so we didn't expect it to make it this far, and then it came full circle. Are you trying to act Frozen too?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
With you in spirit, TJ. With you in spirit.
Okay. Gotcha.
you still there? I've lost TJ completely now. Oh no, TJ's frozen. The tournament is over, and Lovestorm has taken it down so well, and I think that is probably a really good time to say goodbye to everybody. Don't forget that the Grandmasters starts next weekend. Most of your favourite players will be there, as always. But from me and from all of the other casters and production, we'll see you then.
just needs to hit the bleed.
Oh! Yes! He did it! The madman! All right.
Unbelievable.
Wait, it's only one Rune Orb. He still needs to find Ignite. And there's no hand space, and there's no time. Hard deck, everybody. Transception can be your best friend or your worst enemy.